This story is a detective fiction with aspects of dark comedy and crime. It follows Mr. Philibus, a quick-witted and somewhat unprincipled man, as he navigates a tense situation involving a theft, a mysterious figure with a scar, and a chaotic series of events. The plot explores themes of deception, betrayal, and opportunism, with characters who blur the lines between hero and villain. As Mr. Philibus evades danger and pursues his own interests, the story delves into the unpredictability of human nature and the lengths people will go to for personal gain. Mr. Philibus, $1,000 Man, by Leslie Gordon Barnard, author of Green-Handed, Detective Story Magazine, June 1930. Mr. Philibus protects this gentle creature by using him in his own trick. Tilted comfortably back in a chair in his hotel bedroom, Mr. Philibus read an evening paper and chuckled to himself. His most recent exploit was still news. Quite a daring affair, almost more venturesome than should lie undertaken by a gentleman with a passion for liberty of movement. Moreover, it was now a full week since the coup had been pulled off. And here, not a stone's throw from the scene itself, sat the perpetrator calmly chuckling over his success. Setting aside the paper, he descended in the hotel elevator and walked calmly through the crowded rotunda, exchanging a wink with the telephone operator, who did not discourage the attention, and a cigar with the house detective, who liked good brands and felt very friendly toward this respectable middle-aged guest. Mr. Philibus, exposing the headlines concerning himself, tapped the paper to call the detective's attention to it. "Surprised you haven't nabbed the reward offered," he said, laughing. "This bird likely enough is hanging around places such as this. I should in his shoes. Much safer than making a getaway." "Naw," said the house detective. "These birds ain't got the nerve for that. Believe me, this bird you speak of is half a continent away." "With your experience," said Mr. Philibus mildly, "doubtless you are correct." "I just wish," said the house detective quickly, "he was hereabouts. That $1,000 would fit very pretty in the pocket of yours truly." Mr. Philibus considered this. "Well now," he said, "on second thought, I'm not quite so sure I'd care about that reward. Old Grugery is offering it himself, you know." "Sure, why not? Ain't he the guy that got the loot stole off him and got biffed up pretty bad himself? Fetched him a pretty crack in the eye, this crook did, and beat him up plenty, besides taking enough from his safe to make any man mad." "After all," said Mr. Philibus quietly, "is anybody very sorry for Grugery? If that man had all the oil, produced or prospective, out of the oil wells he's foisted on a dizzy public, he'd not have enough to anoint his ugly bald head." The detective laughed. "He's a smooth one, all right," he declared half admiringly. "Keeps within the law, though. That's brains, that is. You got to hand it to him for that. He's kept himself out of jail nicely, and sent better men to jail," said Mr. Philibus evenly, "and sent widows to paupers' graves, and children onto the streets with his pretty schemes. I'd like to see the man who would take his dirty money." The detective chuckled, but his eyes gleamed a little. "Well, take a good look, mister," he suggested. "At you?" said Mr. Philibus grimly now. "At me. You'd take his filthy money?" "For $1,000, said the other, "I'd not care to say what I'd do." He laughed again. "He must want this guy pretty bad to go 1,000. "I fancy," said Mr. Philibus dreamily, "he's a little put out." "Well, I shouldn't be surprised. I know him. He often comes in here, and I've heard him boast nobody can get the better of him. Gosh, here he is now." Mr. Philibus veered round. A podgy, ill-shapen figure, evidently only recently out of medical care, had entered the rotunda. Mr. Philibus's eyes narrowed. He could wish now he'd given the fellow a richer dose. His pride had certainly not been taken down. Grugery swaggered in with 3 friends as if he owned the hotel. They came to a halt not far from where Mr. Philibus stood. Personal grudge? Grugery was saying. Maybe he had. Lots of people fancy they have something against me. Wonder why. 4 tones of laughter merged. Nah, I'm not afraid of a repetition. The fellow's the other side of the country by now. Yellow, these chaps. If he hadn't had me at a disadvantage, I'd have laid him out proper. You could see he'd have run if I'd had half a chance. No, sir, you'll not see Josiah J. Grugery bitten twice in the same place. Mr. Philibus sneezed. What's that? The detective swung around. Was that you? The little group round Grugery had turned also. Sneeze, said Mr. Philibus. Hasn't a man a right to sneeze in a free land? Woof! Mr. Josiah Grugery and his 3 friends went to the cigar counter, equipped themselves with the fattest and best, then adjourned to a quiet portion of the lobby, where they kept an anticipatory concentration on the door. Every time it revolved to usher in a newcomer, they were all attention. Maybe, said one of them, he won't come, Grugery. Come? Grugery laughed. You couldn't keep this hick away with a 10-foot pole with a spoke on the end. No, I reckon he's so overcome with the honor of dining with 4 leading representatives of big business he can't get the studs into his soup and fish shirt if he has one. A tall, sallow member of the party laughed. By the time we get through with him, he'll not have any kind of a shirt left. There he is, said Grugery. That? The same. Weeping Willows, isn't he a perfect lamb? The man who approached now, to whose timid advance Grugery moved forward with smiling countenance and welcoming hand, was perhaps 4 feet 9 inches tall. Being thus cast by nature, he had achieved through the 50 or more years of his life a habit of looking up hopefully at his taller fellows. The skillful gentlemen who portray in cartoons Mr. General Public must have gone to him for the pince-nez, the sad mustache, and other essentials of that composite character. Mr. Blaine, said Grugery expansively, leading him forward. Meet Mr. Walderness. Walderness, Mr. Blaine, the gentleman from the West I was speaking about. Graham. Mr. Blaine. And Porter. Have a cigar, Mr. Blaine. No? Well, I don't know as I blame you. Funny habit before dinner. Perhaps we might as well go on in, gentlemen. Little Mr. Blaine, who looked equally ready to bolt and to accept and enjoy his moment of bliss in this distinguished company, adjusted his shirt studs nervously, after the manner of a man who is not sure when they will pop and expose the honest wool beneath, and was shepherded into the glitter and expensive simplicity of the dining-room. Grugery, handling even the amazing head waiter as one accustomed to obeisance, winked at Walderness. Little Mr. Blaine, still agitated about the propensities of his studs, sat down on his chair, his face full of a painful ecstasy, not very high above an array of silver and cutlery calculated to terrify the stoutest heart. You left your wife well, I hope, Mr. Blaine. Thank you, Mr. Grugery, yes? You are fortunate in having a wife, Mr. Blaine, whose instincts are progressively businesslike. I have explained to you, gentlemen, I think, he waved a hand at his company, that Mr. and Mrs. Blaine have come into a nice little legacy and intend to invest it with discretion and profit. They noticed the offering of Common Light Unlimited Oil, and at once recognized its supreme attractiveness. That Mr. Blaine should come all the way here to look into it personally is gratifying. One's faith in human perspicacity is shaken so often by people who rush madly into speculation. Look, said Mr. Grugery, shaking his head sadly, at the awful debacle of the stock market. And have some hors d'oeuvre, Mr. Blaine. Terrible how some people rush into danger that way. Now take oil, an essential industry, a bedrock industry. There, said Mr. Grugery, emphasizing the position with a sardine. There's the property. It can't run away. It can't dissolve. All you've got to do is get the oil out of it, and a ready market's waiting. You can see that, Mr. Blaine. Little Mr. Blaine, worrying an olive with a fork, chasing it with the tines around the side of his plate, race-course fat, agreed that he could see, that indeed anybody could see. Just then, Mr. Grugery, having a passion for them, swallowed the sardine, but just a little of the oil remained. Mr. Grugery, being quick on the uptake, pointed out humorously the symbolism of even this. "Oil," he enthused. "You can't escape it. Soup, Mr. Blaine. Let me recommend the pottage." The symbolism of the soup Mr. Grugery left untouched. He went on, through several courses, to point out Mr. Blaine's excellent chances of getting in on the ground floor. Then, leaving all this material to sink into Mr. Blaine's head, which was capable of much absorption that way, he spoke with the three gentlemen about likely developments. Mr. Blaine might be excused if he felt he was being privileged to listen in at a directors' meeting of the Common Light Unlimited Oil. There was quite a bit of talk about the ground floor. Mr. Blaine could not help being impressed. Nobody mentioned the basement, nor yet the blue sky that was above if you flew high enough. Café Noir, Mr. Blaine? Now here's the agreement, if you'd care to glance over it. Quite usual and ordinary. And if you'll just sign, here. He glanced up. What's that, boy? Call for Mr. Blaine. In a moment, said Grugery, frowning. It's urgent, sir. This way, please. Little Mr. Blaine, being easily led, succumbed to this uniformed urge, and followed in bewilderment, still clinging to his napkin as to a life-preserver. A stout, pleasant-featured gentleman met him in the shadow of a palm in the lobby. A colloquy, which Mr. Blaine could not hear, ensued between the boy and this pleasant-faced gentleman. I got him, sir. They were just getting him to sign something. Good grief, he hadn't? No, sir, I stuck by until he came along. Good lad. Got any use for a couple of dollars? And not a word to anyone, see? I'd not like to appear in it. These fellows keep more or less within the law. Very good, sir. Hello, did you drop that? Where, sir? Over there by the pillar. The boy stooped and picked up a small envelope. It was marked, "To the house detective." I should give it to him, said Mr. Philibus. Somebody must have dropped it, perhaps purposely. Don't mention I suggested so. I don't think he likes me so well. The boy grinned and was off like a shot. Bright lad, said Mr. Philibus. Ah, Mr. Blaine, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, and indeed to disturb you at dinner, but I happened to be dining near your table tonight, and I wondered if you'd forgive my having a word with you. The bellhop, meanwhile, crushing the $2 bill affectionately in his hand and transferring it to a slit that evidently made connection with a pocket, set out immediately on the house detective's trail. He was a bright boy, quick to make money and slow to spend it, who could size up the financial intentions of a patron with amazing technique, who knew the value of a frank eye and a silent tongue, who could teach diplomats the nice nuances of accommodating oneself to compromises, and who, in due time, if not hung, would doubtless rise high by other means. Letter for you, he told the house detective, who was passing a friendly and boastful word with a telephone operator who, just having turned over her duties to a successor, was powdering her nose and remembering that the house detective, even if he had a largish nose and a small mind, was a man, and seemed willing to spend money on a girl if encouraged. His name, of course, was against him. One could go only so far with a man named Crewcrab. Mrs. Crewcrab? The little Crewcrabs? Not if she knew it. Where'd you get it? Found it on the floor. Floor? Where? The lobby. Over that way. How did it come there? Ask it. I saw it and picked it up. The blonde was becoming impatient. Blondes can be like that. They like gentlemen to be gentlemen. Guess I'll move along, she said. Hold up, cried Mr. Crewcrab. Sorry, kiddo, just a matter of business, the blonde pouted. Properly done, it was effective. Mr. Crewcrab felt his heart turn over. He forgot the letter, or rather held it, fiddling with it playfully. Girlie, he said, I'm a plain-spoken man. I don't mind saying I like you. Well, I'd hate to have you say it if it hurt. Don't be snappy with Papa, said Mr. Crewcrab humorously. Baby, If I could only cop that coin I was talking to a guy about today, we'd step pretty, you and me. $1,000. There's the paper, see? Good description of him. Black hair and mustache, black as the devil, fair size, scar over right cheek, curved like a crescent. Can you beat it? That's a giveaway, a scar like that. Was he within 100 miles? I don't mind saying I could spot this bird like a shot. But there's no luck that way. Some dick with half my brains'll get that coin way out in the woolies. Chap I was chinnin' with today says, "What if this bird was right in the hotel? It'd be a good place to hide." That's brains, eh? The way some people let their chins wag would paralyze you. Baby, I'm a man of few words. Deeds, not words, is the motto I was brought up on since infancy. Baby, if I ever land anything like this, he hit the paper, you and me'll step a cakewalk to the altar and shuffle names. The blonde's eyes were fixed upon him with the horrid fascination of one seeing visiting cards with crew crab on them. The vision held her silent for the moment. Mr. Crew Crab continued, "If I could lay a single finger on this bird, he'd look cheap, cheap all the way." Mr. Crew Crab's finger, as it happened, was at that moment poking open the letter he had forgotten. It was a mechanical movement, as was the pulling forth of the letter inside. A queer look overcame him. He paled. The words moved before him like living things. Watch your step. The $1,000 on his head man is in your hotel. If you want to be in on this, look for instructions under the 5th palm in Peacock Alley. One interested in your career. It was on delicately scented paper. The hand was apparently a feminine scrawl. Mr. Crew Crab felt at once elated and faint. He waved a hand at the blonde. "Gotta go," he said, chokingly. "See you again, girlie. I'm on the trail of money." He moved off. The blonde flirted her head. "Yeah," she said to her reflection in her purse mirror. "On the trail of money is good. The big boob got a letter from some dame. Crab is good. He's fishy, all right." The house detective, however, had no thoughts to waste on her now. $1,000 were in prospect, and the prestige that such a capture would give him. Desire ran ahead of his intelligence. This might very well be a poor joke on someone's part. It was like a treasure hunt being sent to the 5th palm in Peacock Alley. The alley, as it was popularly known, ran from the end of the lobby in narrow splendor to the dining room. On either side were luxurious chairs and couches where one might sit at meal hours and watch the great and the near-great parade like peacocks to be fed by a keeper. Finding the 5th palm, Mr. Crew Crab had little difficulty in discovering a further note, thrust out of sight, but easily revealing itself to the initiate. He tore it open and read, "Room number 314. Knock before entering, and watch for further instructions. $1,000 hangs on it. An admirer." Mr. Crew Crab, placing his large nose against the paper, sniffed, again identifying that delicate scent. An admirer? Some lady who desired to help him. Straightening his shoulders and putting on an air of extreme efficiency and courage, lest the lady be watching from some seclusion, he strode down Peacock Alley and sought the room clerk. "Who's number 314?" he asked. 314? Just taken. "Name?" demanded Mr. Crew Crab hoarsely. "Name of Blaine," said the clerk. "Why, what's up?" But Mr. Crew Crab had departed. He was heading for the elevator. "Just taken. There must be something in this after all." He stepped into a waiting elevator. "3rd floor," said Mr. Crew Crab imperiously. Little Mr. Blaine sat on the least comfortable chair in a room so luxuriously appointed that at first he could do nothing but stare at the splendor and murmur to himself, "My gumdrops, if only Martha could see this. My gumdrops, if it don't beat all." Behind this perhaps superficial wonder whirled a maze of conflicting emotions, which, not being able either to catalogue or subdue, he pushed from him. In the last 10 minutes, things had happened to him. Here he was, in undisputed possession of this splendid room, and his bag, his galoshes, his umbrella, his second-best suit, his picture of Martha tinted, his nightwear and his toilet accessories were all in a fifth-floor room in Brown's Commercial and Family Hotel, 7 blocks away. He could still hear the quiet, convincing voice of the pleasant-faced gentleman stating, "Mr. Blaine, you will forgive my interference in your affairs, but you are about to be fleeced by men too crooked to be crooks. I don't ask you to take my word, I do ask. But are you rooming in this hotel?" "No, sir," said Mr. Blaine weakly. "I'm at Brown's." "Oh, my dear sir," the pleasant gentleman had protested, "won't do at all. You must move in here immediately. You must meet men like these on their own level. A man of your intelligence, Mr. Blaine, will see that at once. Let me recommend either room 514 or 314. All the upper 14s have a good view. I'm in 415 myself. I'll wait here while you book it. And do make haste. There's not a moment to lose." It was useless for Mr. Blaine to protest. His protests against life had never been heeded much, and this nice gentleman was evidently his friend. "You book," said the gentleman, "right over there, and say nothing why except that you are changing your hotel. They'll send for your things later if you wish. But hurry, please. These gentlemen who wish to fleece you will be out of the dining room any moment, and you must be prepared to meet them in a proper background. A man of your evident intelligence, Mr. Blaine, can see that right away." Properly pleased at this fair estimate, Mr. Blaine suffered his feet to carry him to the desk. 514, said the room clerk. Taken, I'm afraid. 314? Yes, that's a good room. Nice view, as you say. And vacant. You want your luggage sent for? He struck a bell. Mr. Blaine, placing on the page of the register, opened for him a signature that would have wiped out his and Martha's savings had he written it a short time before, when requested, meekly followed the boy to the elevator. He looked around for the pleasant-faced gentleman who had tipped him off to this, but could see him nowhere. A slight perturbation filled him, a hesitation, but with this uniformed juvenile barging on ahead, there was no drawing back. So here he was. It was all very confusing, but not finally unpleasant. He only wished Martha could see this room. A gentle breeze of early summer moved to him through the open window, which had two advantages: a far view over a public square now spattered with lights in the dusk, and the iron security of a fire escape that continued up above and led down below. Martha had said to be sure and locate the fire escape first off, and to have his trousers and slippers handy at night. The soft wind came pleasantly in at the window, and then, suddenly, unbelievingly and terrifyingly, it was borne in upon Mr. Blaine that something more than early summer air had come in the window. "Make no outcry," said a cool voice. "Not a hair of your head will be hurt if you keep cool and do as I say." Mr. Blaine, stricken beyond the point of vocalization, his few hairs standing up on his baldish pate, gave a look, and fainted away. And at that moment, a gentle knocking sounded outside his door. The knuckles of House Detective Crewcrab, having achieved nothing by gentleness, became more insistent and, this failing, he called the floor manageress and opened the door with the master key. Imperiously bidding the lady of the keys to stand aside out of danger, Mr. Crewcrab made a cautious but impressive entrance to find, as he thought, a little and most unimpressive man asleep in a chair. A moment later the true situation was revealed. "Water, brandy, stimulants," ordered Mr. Crewcrab with quick intelligence. "No, hold on, the guy's coming round." Little Mr. Blaine blinked up into the face of the detective, and seeing what he did, was about to faint away again, when the sight of the floor manageress with a glass of water revived him. Mrs. Scruton, the manageress, reminded him of Martha. She was at once efficient and homely. Mr. Blaine made sounds in his throat. Eventually he managed words. "A man," he said, "through the window, off the fire escape." Mr. Crew Crab caught the victim ungently by the shoulder. "Quick, describe him." "Dark," said Mr. Blaine, waving his hands as if to push the mental vision away. "Very dark, and a terrible scar on his cheek. Horrible." "Lovely," amended Mr. Crew Crab eagerly. He dashed to the window. Against the steel blue of the sky, the fire escape hung in uncompromising ugliness. Perhaps it struck Mr. Crew Crab as sinister, for he hung back, then very cautiously peered out. Sufficient light enabled him to see that nothing noteworthy menaced him in the space between here and the roof. So, cautiously, he swung a leg out and let his body follow. Little Mr. Blaine, staggering forward but remaining at a discreet distance, stood watching this exit, wringing his hands. Encouraged by the fact that no shots or other dangers met him, Mr. Crew Crab, disliking the darkness below, chose to go above. If there had been any hesitation in this course, it was swept away by a sudden call from above him. "Help, help, help!" Startled, he turned his eyes upward and beheld from a window above a tousled head outthrust. With instant courage, Mr. Crew Crab responded. Running up the intervening flight of iron steps, he flung himself into the room through the window opened widely to him, from which the human presence had now gone. As he effected his entrance, he heard the slam of a door, and was confronted by a gentleman in pajamas and a dressing gown, who cried, "Gone!" "Gone? A dark man with a scar. I saw that very clearly as he passed that mirror there. He came in through the window." The detective raced to the door and flung it open. "Which way?" "I couldn't say. He slammed the door right in front of me." Mr. Crew Crab, running up and down a little like an overheated hen, made inquiries hither and yon, asking maids, elevator boys, and bellhops. Then, returning, he inquired, "What did he do?" "He came in through the window and went directly to the door. I'd gotten into my night things a bit early and had been lying on the bed a few minutes before all this happened. Why?" cried Mr. Crew Crab. "It's you." "Sure, it's me," said Mr. Filibus with ungrammatical humility, and then aggrievedly, "If that isn't the guy for whom the $1,000 reward is offered, I'll eat my dressing gown. I told you, didn't I, he might hide around here?" "Yeah," said Mr. Crew Crab, ruminating. "So you did. How did you get that way?" Mr. Filibus looked the detective squarely in the eye. "Between you and me," he confided, "I saw something that looked like him once before I spoke to you that way. Only you know how it is. It's hard to believe that kind of thing. But I thought it was no harm hinting it to you. Say, this place seems full of crooks. I saved a little country chap from your friend Grugery just now. Got him away and suggested he take a room here. He's in 314 or 514, whichever. I'm going to keep an eye on him." "What's the matter?" Mr. Crew Crab choked. 314. "Is that where he is?" asked Mr. Filibus. "That's where the dark guy with the scar's just been in to scare the wits out of him." "No!" cried Mr. Filibus. "Is it possible? Poor little fellow. He'll think I'm putting one over on him." "How did you know?" "Got a note? From a lady, I guess," said Mr. Crew Crab. "Tipped me off to go to 314. There's something," he declared intelligently, "fishy about this." Mr. Filibus threw up his hands. "Fishy? It beats Hannah. The place must be full of crooks." "Look here," he said eagerly. "Can I help you? I've laid eyes on this dark chap with the scar, and after all, there's 1,000 in it for someone." Mr. Crew Crab nodded hesitantly. He was seeing the little blonde below stepping with him to the altar, and he didn't like the idea of a 50-50 split with this chap. However, "All right," he said. "What had we better do first?" "That's for you to say," said Mr. Filibus graciously, conceding Mr. Crew Crab's professional status. "But I feel I ought to look up little Mr. Blaine in 314 and apologize or something. What a thing to happen." "I'll go with you," said Mr. Crewcrab. "Do you suppose Grugery's putting one over on Mr. Philibus?" asked Mr. Philibus. "I don't trust that man. Even that reward. I'd like to see the color of his money." "That," agreed the detective, his eyes gleaming, "ain't so bad an idea either. He's a slick guy, all right." Mr. Grugery and his companions, having been left at the table by Mr. Blaine when the latter was ready for the plucking, had their moment of nervousness. The idea that anybody in this world, save those seeking a victim, should want little Mr. Blaine was preposterous. Their eyes at first concentrated dismally on the dotted line still lacking the signature of Mr. Blaine, were raised at last in speculative inquiry. "He'll be back," said Grugery. But uncomfortably they watched the door. "We'll go and see," he added at last. They searched the lobby. They made inquiries of a clerk. "Why, yes, sir. Mr. Blaine has gone up to his room." "Room?" repeated Mr. Grugery, his brows agitated. "His room. Why, he's staying at. He just booked here. Mr. Blaine is in 314, sir. Front. Boy, show these gentlemen to 314. Little Mr. Blaine was still undergoing severe palpitations of the heart when his visitors were announced. He regarded them as a man might creatures of his past suddenly summoned up. Mr. Grugery, with his acute perception, leaped at once to the only logical conclusion. "Mr. Blaine, I'm sorry. You are ill. You've been taken ill. You had to take a room." "Ill?" Mr. Blaine grasped at the word. It expressed so many things he felt. At remembrance of his terrible experience, at sight of these men who would have his signature for his and Martha's money. "Do sit down," urged Mr. Grugery blandly. "Is it your heart, Mr. Blaine?" Mr. Blaine gulped and spoke the first words that occurred. "I've been held up." "Held up?" "A man, a terrible criminal, in my window." Mr. Blaine waved an arm feebly. A dark man with a scar on his face. Grugery leaped to his feet. "What?" he roared. "Tell me, where is he? Where did he go?" A voice spoke from the doorway. None had heard a quick preliminary knock nor the opening of the door. "He came up the fire escape and in through my window," said Mr. Philibus calmly. "Hello, Mr. Grugery. I think you're likely to have to turn over that $1,000 reward any time now." "I'd give it gladly," roared Mr. Grugery, facing the intruders fiercely, "to lay hands on that fellow." "Cash?" asked Mr. Philibus mildly. "Cash!" roared Mr. Grugery. "There's danger in it," said Mr. Philibus. "I'd like to see the color of the money before I risk my neck on fire escapes and maybe get plugged. Eh, Crewcrab?" The house detective's face brightened. "Sure. That's only fair, Mr. Grugery. If you really mean to put this up." He rubbed his hands a little. He felt it would be inspiring to see the actual 1,000 before undertaking further action. Mr. Crewcrab had a great respect for his own skin. Grugery glared. "You don't trust me, eh? All right, Graham, lend me your pen. I'll write a check. They'll cash it for me below. The office knows me well enough." The office indeed proved obliging. Mr. Grugery returned to display a thick pile of 20s and 10s that made Mr. Crewcrab's head swim. "There's one thing we mustn't forget," suggested Mr. Philibus gently. "I'm not a prophet or the son of one, but I'll wager my last shirt to a decayed onion that Crook isn't far off yet, Mr. Grugery. I shouldn't be surprised if he's looking at that wad of yours right now, sir. By Jove, I was sure I saw him just now at the window." Mr. Philibus was both excited and truthful, having caught his own reflection there. Everyone, with instant accord, looked toward that window in which the wanted man had come. The darkness held a brooding and sinister suggestion of evil. Little Mr. Blaine made throaty cries of alarm. "Let him just try and get it," snapped Grugery. "I only asked the chance to try conclusions with him again." "And I'm here," supplemented Mr. Crewcrab with due modesty. "That guy don't put nothing over me while I'm alive and in my right mind." "No, sir." Mr. Philibus coughed slightly behind his hand. He remained for a moment gravely in thought. "Suppose," he said slowly, "I ask your advice, Mr. Crew-Crab. Suppose we were to bait the trap. If Mr. Grewgious will risk his money for a short while with Mr. Blaine, you, of course, anticipate me, Mr. Crew-Crab." Mr. Crew-Crab felt flattered but dumb. Then the thing dawned on him. He chuckled. "That's just my idea," he said. "We'll turn over this money to Mr. Blaine, or Mr. Grewgious will, as if it was a business deal, see? And then Mr. Grewgious follows us out here into the hall. Mr. Blaine steps in here and counts the money careful and puts it in his pocket. If that don't bring the rat out of his hole, I'm a dumb bell." Mr. Grewgious was ready for any expedient. Little Mr. Blaine made bleating sounds, but, a bit like a man in a dream, accepted the money with trembling fingers. As they left him, he sat staring at it like a wooden Indian. "Now I," said Mr. Philibus thoughtfully, "had better go back to bed. The fellow came through my window before, and he may again. I'd better give no indication anything has happened. I'll just lie there peacefully again, with the window open. Crew-Crab, you might post somebody outside my door, in case I need help. I'll lock the door, as he might try to use my room as an escape again. But it might be as well to have reinforcements outside, say a boy who could summon help from you below." "Sure," said Crew-Crab. "I'll put a bellhop on it." Mr. Philibus nodded. "They say lightning never strikes twice in the same place. But this chap's a bold, bad un, or I miss my guess. And it's as well we should be prepared." "Shouldn't we have someone watching on the fire escape?" said the detective. Mr. Philibus looked at him in patient reproach. "If I were a crook," he said simply, "I'd postpone operations if somebody was sitting waiting to pinch me on the fire escape." "Something in that," agreed Mr. Crew-Crab quickly. "Well, we'll be all set for the first sign of alarm from Mr. Blaine. Right outside his door we'll be." Once inside his room, Mr. Philibus, crawling for a moment into bed as if in support of the cause of truth and honesty, slipped presently out the far side and, over his pajamas, drew on an old pair of trousers, a coat, and a muffler to protect his neck. Standing for a moment before his mirror, he performed an operation that a lightning change artist, and indeed he was one, might envy. Mr. Philibus, $1,000 man, made a few mysterious passes with his hands, on the tips of whose fingers was a preparation of his own perfecting. The result made him sallow-looking. A similar additional operation provided lines to his face that lent a gauntness, and a final one gave the similitude of a scar across his right cheekbone. Taking from a carefully locked but unobtrusive and rather battered suitcase a hat with wig attached, he pulled it on his head and became in every sense a dark and rather sinister person. All this had been a matter almost more of seconds than minutes. Pulling on a pair of old boots over socks into which the ends of his genteel pajamas were thrust, he moved softly to the window. The bellhop might have sharp ears. There was, fortunately, no keyhole aperture for the fellow to be curious with. Then he stepped onto the fire escape. The night was graciously dark now. He maneuvered with care and arrived outside 314. Peering through the lighted window, he could see little Mr. Blaine sitting like a rabbit paralyzed by impending danger. The ears of the little man fairly stood up, and his hair seemed on the verge of declaring a sympathetic uprising. In his hands, clutched tightly as if it were stage money and he a novice upon whom the curtain had gone up unexpectedly, was that fat wad of 10s and 20s. $1,000 Mr. Josiah J. Grewgious' promised reward for the apprehension of a dark gentleman with a scar. Mr. Philibus, feeling a certain tenderness toward little Mr. Blaine, hesitated in his course. Then, thinking of the widows and orphans, the gentle souls of every sex who had suffered to provide themselves with handsomely engraved and worthless certificates for oil shares and Mr. Grugery and his associates with this. He girded himself, and stooping picked up a stage prop he had previously planted conveniently to hand under the window on the fire escape. Little Mr. Blaine, wondering why he had ever left Martha and embarked on this city venture, conscious of the wad of bills in his hand, conscious of the support of the men who waited outside the door, was still more, and in fact supremely conscious of that window. His gaze was riveted on it. His tongue explored the length of his dry lips, and suddenly his tongue seemed to get stuck, hard and fast between his lips. On the end of a thin stick of sorts, propelled by an unseen hand, a largish oblong of cardboard had appeared. It said, "Silence, and you will not be harmed." Mr. Blaine's mind compassed all the events of an innocent life in a moment of time. He thought of how he had said nasty things to Martha about her married sister, and how once he had thrown shoes at a neighbor's cat. He decided to cling to life. He stared with horror at the slow, cautious entrance of a dark man with a scarred cheek. This second sight of him was no more pleasing than the first. He was coming nearer. It was too much for Mr. Blaine. His mouth opened to make an outcry. Instead, some black wave smote the back of his neck, and, with the banknotes drifting from him to the floor, Mr. Blaine fainted dead away for the second time. Mr. Philibus, stooping to pick up the bills, hesitated. It was easy now, too easy. He had counted on an alarm at the least. It was desirable that others besides little Mr. Blaine should see and recognize the criminal. Mr. Philibus looked up sharply, and, suddenly, reaching out an arm to the table nearby, he swept from it the small bronze statue of a lightly clad lady bearing aloft a lighted torch. It landed on the floor with a report just like a revolver shot. Instantly the door burst open. Mr. Crewcrab, scenting both danger and $1,000, led the van, but cautiously, revolver in hand. "There he is!" The shout came from four throats simultaneously. The dark gentleman with the scar regarded them mockingly from the window, his head within but his body safely outside. "Shoot!" cried Grugery. "Dead or alive?" The window came down with a crash, putting only the insecurity of a pane between Mr. Philibus and his antagonists. Mr. Crewcrab's revolver went up, but before he could steady his hand, agitated by a brain swimming with $1,000 thoughts, the pane was shattered from the outside, and through the jagged aperture came a mocking laugh. Crewcrab shot forward, Grugery at his heels. "Mind the glass!" shouted Mr. Crewcrab. "Oh, the devil! Stand back!" Reaching out, he thrust the window up, springing from the further shower of splinters, cursing with emphatic protestation at a cut in his wrist. Next moment, he was out on the fire escape. "Got away," he moaned. "That fellow's room. Maybe he's gone that way again." With Grugery following, he shot up the escape and into the open window of room 414. "Hello?" cried a sleepy voice from the bed. "What the—" "The man with the scar," cried Crewcrab. "He didn't come in here?" Mr. Philibus stared, blinking sleepily. "I'd have known if he did," he said, grinning. Suddenly Josiah J. Grugery, who, as the world knew to its sorrow, was no fool, cried, "I believe you." He did not complete the remark. Dashing to the bed, he threw back the clothes. "I say," protested Mr. Philibus. Mr. Grugery drew back abashed. Mr. Philibus's stout body was displayed only in futuristic pajamas. He appealed to Mr. Crewcrab. "What's biting our friend here?" "Dunno," said the house detective blankly. He reproached Mr. Grugery. "You know, sir, it don't do to disturb hotel guests that way." "For 2 cents, sir," added Mr. Philibus, now blinking himself properly awake as anyone could see, "I'd bash in your other eye. By the by, where's little Mr. Blaine? Have you left him to the mercy of this crook?" Gently, Mr. Crewcrab explained. Mr. Philibus clucked a sympathetic tongue. "Fainted? Well now, and Mr. Grugery's $1,000 gone. A nice name this hotel will get, Mr. Crew Crab, if this kind of thing gets about. If I were you, I'd get Mr. Blaine packed off home. It's no kind of place for him anyway, not with so many crooks around. So many? Mr. Crew Crab was blank again. I saved Mr. Blaine from one already tonight, said Mr. Philibus placidly. I got him away about the time he was going to sign his poor little legacy away for non-existent oil. It was I, as he will, no doubt, tell you when you question him, who suggested he take a room here and go at this matter quietly. So you see, said Mr. Philibus humbly, I feel quite guilty about what happened to him afterward. He turned to Mr. Grugery, who had halted in his investigation of the room to absorb this last comment. Is the gentleman looking for something? Mr. Grugery drew nearer the bed and swore in an ungentlemanly fashion. I believe you're a crook, he began, but Mr. Philibus interrupted. I know you're one, he said gently. I don't like anything about you. I don't like your face. I don't like your morals. I don't like your long nose. I don't like your bald head. I don't like the way you come in disturbing a gentleman's sleep. In fact, let me warn you that, unless Mr. Crew Crab takes you away, something nasty might happen to you. I can stand so much and no more. Get out now. Go and find your $1,000 crook. I wouldn't raise a hand any more to help catch him for you. Not a finger. Get out of here. I'm sleepy. And if you try to trick little Blaine with any of your slick work, I won't answer for myself. Get out of here. Mr. Grugery, mumbling things not nice for a gentleman's ears, withdrew together with Mr. Crew Crab. Woof, said Mr. Philibus softly. Mr. Grugery swung around, decided he had imagined something, and before Mr. Philibus's baleful glance retired, closing the door. For a long time Mr. Philibus lay staring up at the ceiling and chuckling a little to himself. Then, making sure that no one was at the window or on the fire escape, he drew from under the mattress a coat and pair of trousers, and a hat with a wig attached. Ruined, I'm afraid, he said dolefully, regarding the latter. Ah, well, lucky, he said. Old Nosey didn't look too far. Hadn't time to clean the basin up. He went over now and took from the water, still warm, standing in the basin, a washcloth, carefully rinsing from it a dusky look that clung to it, and some stains that might easily have come from the removal of an artificial scar. Quick work, old boy, approved Mr. Philibus, gazing in his mirror, but worth it in more ways than this. He took from the pocket of the discarded trousers a fat wad of bills in 10s and 20s. It's not robbery, he said, it's a reward. He offered it for the chance to get his hands on this awful crook who bashed him up before. But what a pity I couldn't have closed the other eye for him. Ah, well. Taking the money with him, he climbed into bed, shut off the night light that was burning, and pleasantly anticipated the delights of that slumber. As the dear old blacksmith said, murmured Mr. Philibus sleepily, something attempted, something done, has earned a night's repose. End of Mr. Philibus, $1,000 Man by Leslie Gordon Barnard.
This story is a detective noir with strong elements of hard-boiled fiction. It follows McBride, a tough, no-nonsense detective, as he navigates a dangerous case involving gangsters, violence, and a high-speed pursuit. Themes of betrayal, loyalty, and the gritty realities of law enforcement are explored as McBride and his team face moral ambiguity and life-threatening challenges. The story delves into the complex dynamics of power, survival, and the personal cost of justice in a world where right and wrong are often blurred. Beat the Rap. A Captain Steve McBride Story by Frederick Nebel. Black Mask, May 1931. Captain McBride hangs a rap on some undercover killers and defies them to beat it. Craig Square is on the hoodlum north side of Richmond City, where the old brownstones have gone to rooming houses or area way speaks, and you can buy alcohol in any drugstore. The back of any barber shop is liable to be an alky cooking joint, and the Dagos don't speak English if you're not in the know. The municipal stretch of a state highway crosses Craig Square east and west. North and south runs Hummel Street, named after a Semitic alderman who tried to step into big time and got his diaphragm blown out in the process. On the square are automatic traffic lights that alternate every 30 seconds. Half a block south on Hummel stands the Old Town Hotel, popular in certain circles because of a broad-minded desk clerk. Its red brick is dirty, but the huge plate glass window always shines darkly. The doorway is narrow, with a brass nameplate on either side. At exactly 3 on that blustering March day, the north and south traffic lights turned red, at precisely the same time. 3 black touring cars rolled north on Hummel and slowed down as they came abreast of the Old Town Hotel. A man had come out of the door and taken 2 steps down the stone stairway. He wore a blue overcoat, snug-fitting, and a derby. He paused. His lips tightened and horror welled suddenly in his eyes. He spun and dived back toward the doorway. From each of the 3 touring cars, a Thompson submachine hurled streams of lead across the front of the hotel. The plate glass window collapsed violently in a snarling shower of glass. The man was caught in the doorway and died with 30 bullets up and down his back. A woman, with a little child, stood petrified 10 yards from the doorway, while the child clung screaming to her skirts. The motors of the touring cars roared, and as they neared the broad intersection, the red lights became green, and the cars crossed the square at 50 miles an hour. A man huddled against a stoop on the opposite side of the street repeated the license number of the last car with palsied lips. A cop came pounding up the sidewalk from the south, his overcoat flapping about his legs. Some windows grated open and faces appeared timorously. The man in a huddle kept repeating the license number. The door in the hotel could not swing shut because the man in the derby was caught there. The cop's shoes crackled on shattered glass, and he stopped short and looked at the woman who was kneeling on the sidewalk hugging the child. "You hurt?" the cop asked. The woman's lips blubbered. The cop stamped towards her and seemed angry when he bent down and repeated the question. Then the woman shook her head. "No." "Okay," said the cop, and swung to look at the doorway. A police flivver hurtled up to the curb and stopped so short that its rear end yawed around. McBride sat next to the chauffeur drawing on a pipe and running his eyes across the hotel front. "Were you here, Schwartzman?" he asked. Startled, the cop pivoted halfway up the stone steps. He shook his head. "No, I was down at Hummel and Waterford. Seems to me," said McBride, "that some of you guys could spend a little time out of a speakeasy. I wasn't." "Says you." McBride stepped from the flivver, shifted his pipe across his mouth, and eyed the woman still on her knees. He went towards her, his hard features relaxing. "You hurt, missus?" "No, I'm just scared." He reached down a strong arm and helped her to her feet. He picked up the little child and held her against his chest. "You can rest up inside," he said. He carried the child in one arm, used his left hand to guide the woman into the hotel, saying, "Just step over that guy. Hey, Schwartzman, get this stiff from blocking traffic." "Yes, sir." McBride eyed him wearily. "And I thought you were on peg post, Louis, at Hummel and the State Road." "Geez, I was. Cap. But I just... Okie, Schwartzman, okie, song and dance some other time." His long, chiseled face was heavy when he entered the lobby of the hotel. 3 men were just getting up from behind chairs. One lay sprawled on the floor, his face a bloody welter. A clerk stood shaking behind the desk. McBride led the woman to a chair and placed the child in her lap. Then he tilted his grey fedora, shoved his hands into the pockets of his neat grey topcoat, and moved his polished black shoes across the floor. He stopped and looked down at the man lying on the floor. He turned and looked at the man Schwartzman had dragged in from the doorway. "Who is it?" he asked. "Rocco." "Oh," said McBride. "So it's Rocco. He ain't got no spine left, Cap. He never had a hell of a lot anyhow, but—" He turned and eyed the desk clerk. "Any idea who was behind the heavy artillery?" "No, sir." McBride turned to the three men who had risen from behind as many chairs. "You guys?" They shook their heads. He peered keenly at them. "Hello, Butcher." "Hello, Cap," growled a short, thick-set man. "You might have an idea." "Butcher." "I ain't." "The old theme song, eh?" "Hell, I was just sitting there. You'll bury your dead, Butcher, but I'll bury the guys did it. Get that." He went back to the woman and said, "Mrs., did you by any chance get the license number? There were 3 cars. I didn't see any of the men. I saw one behind, a big gun. I'd know him again if I ever seen him." McBride took down her name and address, then said to the cop, "Schwartzman, help this lady down to 324 Hummel and come right back. Come right back, Schwartzman, which don't mean a bracer in Donkey Joe's." "Yes, sir," the cop gulped. A man appeared in the doorway and McBride sized him up. "What do you want?" "Are you a detective?" "Yeah, kind of. I saw the shooting. I was walking down the other side of the street. I saw the shooting. I got the number of the last car. It was a 41,141. McBride wrote it down. "That's an easy number to ball up. It's right, though. I kept repeating it. And the car was black with a tan top, and there was a rent on the back of the top, and the left rear mudguard had a dent in it. A big one. You've got eyes, Mr. Name." "George Planet, 93 Houseman. I work with the Meteor Radio Company repairman." "Okay, Mr. Planet." He put his book back in his pocket and surveyed the death and debris with tired, bitter eyes. He looked up at the desk clerk. "Get headquarters. Ask for Inspector Starin." He shifted his eyes to Rocco. "So they got your boss, eh, Butcher?" "Yeah," came Butcher's thick voice. McBride went to the telephone. "Hello, Inspector." "McBride. Rocco got rubbed out at his hotel about 10 minutes ago." "Nope, not a thing, except the license number." "I'll be seeing you." "Well, there was another guy got his face blown out. I'll take 'em both to the morgue. Goodbye." Butcher was saying, "Geez, he was a great guy, Rocco was." "Swell," McBride said. "I'll send flowers." Chapter 2. Police Headquarters. McBride looked up from his neat flat desk when Moriarty came in wearing a disgusted look. "What I told you," Moriarty growled. "The plates were swiped from a Buick in a Jockey Street garage 3 nights ago. I got in touch with the guy who owned them. He'd reported the lift the same night." "Okey," McBride nodded. "I figured they were phony plates. But look here, Maury. I got in touch again with this guy, Planet. He says the car was a Packard with a sort of V-shaped dent in the rear left mudguard. Crews around the garages that specialize in rolling out dents and crews the auto top repair places. The Packard had a rip in the top. Those places roll out dents too. You figure it was a bent car, Cap?" "No, I don't think it was stolen. If it was, we'd have a report on a car found abandoned." "On the jump, Maury Cohen go after that woman?" "Yeah, well, be seeing you." Moriarty turned and pulled open the door. Kennedy of the Free Press stood there, smoke from a limp cigarette mushrooming against the brim of a faded, misshapen fedora. "Thanks," Kennedy said wearily, and strolled in. "Hello, Cap. They do tell me Rocco will have a big funeral, attended by 1 state senator, 2 magistrates, a special sessions judge, 3 aldermen, and the mayor disguised as 4 Hawaiians. Who said the meek shall inherit the earth?" "Are you drunk, Kennedy?" "No, but that gives me an idea. How about a drink?" McBride hauled out a bottle of Dewar's, and Kennedy took half a water glass full. "To your health, Cap, and to the damnation of your enemies, so long as you serve scotch like this. Who killed Rocco?" He was accidentally killed by some small boys playing cowboys and Indians with bows and arrows. That's funny. I didn't know Dazzy Nagle was up on archery, or his little boys. McBride's eyes steadied. What are you talking about, you drunk? Me drunk? He placed his fingers affectionately around the neck of the bottle as he eased himself on the edge of the desk. Well, then I was just fooling, Stephen, old sock. It's a fairy story. Listen, but don't believe a word of it. Rocco owned the Old Town Hotel. He had the beer and alky trade sewed up on the north and west sides. He really owned the stonemasons and plasterers' union, and every pushcart merchant in Little Italy and Kike Town paid him tribute. He had his hand in the cheese business. He was a great friend of Magistrate Celianos and Alderman Angelin, who runs the south side, Dazzy Nagle, the east side, Lug Neary. Well, last month there was a big meeting at the Congress Place Hotel. The lords and underlords of gangdom gathered. A truce was declared for the occasion. Nagle was there. Neary was there. And of course Rocco. They agreed on certain territories after Rocco had tried to make a combine of 3 with himself as commander-in-chief. Neary was half willing. He's not so big anyhow. But Nagle rates, and Nagle said no. So they compromised, had a banquet, and left. Last week somebody crossed the railroad tracks and shunted off 2 boxcars loaded with Canadian rye. They were Nagle's. Some guys had beamed the crew of a switching engine at 3 in the morning and taken the 2 cars for a 3-mile ride and unloaded them on the main line. It damn near caused a wreck. Who did it? It was on the border between Neary's and Nagle's territory. Let's say that Nagle figured Neary would never have done it on his own. Neary always kept to the hunkies. Let's say that after the truce meeting, Rocco, seeing that Neary would have joined him if Nagle had, went to Neary and quietly took Neary under his wing. If Nagle figured that way, who then played cowboys and Indians in Hummel Street this afternoon? Kennedy raised the bottle. Now, do you mind? Why don't you run that fairy story in the paper? Because some of these punks would think it was true, and my boss has got sick and tired of having his place shot up. My imagination does run away with me at times. Yeah, said McBride. I'd advise you, Kennedy, that if you must get drunk, do it here, or lock yourself in your room and throw the key away. If you get plastered in a speakeasy, your imagination might run away with you again, and I'll have to send flowers. Kennedy smiled with his young old face and his dreamy, insinuating eyes. I can see, Cap, he drawled without moving his lips, that you don't believe in fairy tales. The door opened, and Cohen said, I got this Mrs. Schlemmer, Cap's Okie, to bring her in. McBride stood up, saying, No, I'll go out. He looked down at Kennedy. You stay here, or go home. I'll stay, old sock. McBride went out and Cohen showed him Mrs. Schlemmer, who had witnessed the shooting. McBride took her arm and they went upstairs to the Bureau of Criminal Identification. The woman was nervous in these great echoing halls. McBride spoke kindly to her, in an offhand tone, asked about her child and her husband, and finally led her through the large room where the files were kept. I want you to take your time, he said. Look at the faces carefully. He began turning the big metal pages that hung bookwise from the walls. He had a vague idea of what section to choose first. Before Mrs. Schlemmer's searching eyes passed a parade of faces, the like of which she had never witnessed, even in the most lurid movie. Finally she gulped. There, there. Her finger pointed. You're sure? Yes, I would never forget that face. She shuddered. It was a broad face with a ploughshare jaw, a wide, thick-lipped mouth, and pale button eyes. In profile, the lower jaw was projected forward. Thanks, Mrs. Schlemmer, McBride said. You can go home. We may call you again to identify the man when we get him. Cohen mused. Bat Jukes, eh? Don't tell Kennedy. I thought Bat went out to Kansas City to run the machine gun squad for big-time Herman Goss. Yeah, and the Kansas City police think he's still there. He was with Rocco for 2 years. He came back to pay Rocco for an old deal. Is he on his own? Or is he Dazzy Nagle's new typewriter man? McBride stared keenly into space. I don't think, Ike, that bat would come all the way from Kansas City just to blow out the front of Rocco's hotel. Let's go downstairs. When they returned to McBride's office, Kennedy had gone. McBride picked up the bottle. It was empty. The tank, he growled with rough good humor. Cohen was lighting a butt at the window. Pipe this, he said. McBride went over, looked down, and saw Kennedy assisting Mrs. Schlemmer across the street. Anyhow, McBride said, she doesn't know the name of the guy she identified. The telephone rang. McBride answered it. Yeah, Maury. Uh-huh. Yeah, he would say that. Okie, well, come on back. He hung up. The Packard had the dent rolled out in a place at 46 Terrace, and the tier fixed. At 4 o'clock this afternoon, one guy brought the car there. He wore colored goggles and a chauffeur's uniform. That's all the guy knows. McBride rapped his knuckles on the desk impatiently. Okie then, Ike. See if you can root out Bat. Get your stoolies working. I'll get mine and I'll have Maury get his. What are we going to pick him up on? Anything. I've got it. That grocery store stick-up 3 days ago out in Ellenville. Be nice with him, Ike, if you get him. We can get rough later. But if we accuse him right off of this kill, he's liable to go nutty and fight. Besides, the woman may be wrong. Breeze, Ike. For 2 days, McBride and McBride's men and their stoolies hunted for bat jukes. You will know about bat jukes if you followed the reign of crime in Richmond City. He began his career as a strikebreaker, becoming illustrious in certain strata through his use of a baseball bat as a means of coercion. Later, he got fancy and dipped his bullets in garlic. But Bat didn't show up. Either the stoolies were stalling or Mrs. Schlemmer had fumbled her identification. On the third day, towards dusk, McBride sat behind his desk and creaked in his swivel chair. Moriarty faced him. Seems, McBride said, that I ought to pay a call on Dazzy Nagle. He might know. The door opened and Sergeant Bedecken said, There's a guy to see you, Cap. Who? Bat Jukes. Chapter 3. I hear you've been looking for me, McBride, Jukes said. He was a whale of a man dressed in loud clothes. His pale eyes were both quizzical and hostile beneath his craggy brows. Sit down, Bat, McBride said. Sure. He sat down expansively, planting his pigskin-gloved hands on heavy knees. If you guys want to talk to me, why the hell don't you ask me instead of sending your stoolies? McBride smiled. We weren't sure you were in town, Bat. Kansas City give you the air? Hell, she's a tank town. Well, what's on your mind? A little job out in the West End. Ellenville. Grocery store stick-up. Guy got away with 200 and socked the grocer in the kisser just for fun. Another guy gave us a pretty good description. It sounds like you. Oh, yeah? When did it happen? 5 days ago. Jukes leaned back and laughed throatily. Guess again, Cap. And since when have I gone around sticking up small fry? That's a pansy's job. Anyhow, Bat, suppose we let the guy take a look at you. Nix. Nah. Where do you rate that crap? Me sticking up a grocery? Geez, that's rich. McBride stood up. You think you're a wise guy coming in here, Bat? Okie. But you're going to let this guy take a look at your pan. Maury, go out and get him. Jukes heaved out of the chair, bending his craggy brows. Who the hell do you cops think you are? Shut up, you punk, McBride bit off. Don't try to get snotty around here. Go ahead, Maury. When you get back, take the guy down to the shadow box, then call me. Maury went out leering at Jukes. Now sit down, Bat, McBride said. Time enough to blow off if the guy identifies you. I'd like, said McBride, to hang a shiner under your eyebrow. The shadow box was down in the basement. There were rows of seats in a darkened room. At one side of the room was a small, narrow stage with a white mesh in front of it. The stage was lighted. Anyone on that stage could be seen from the seats, but could not see anyone in the seats. McBride sat in the room off the stage waiting for Moriarty and Mrs. Schlemmer. "Listen," Jukes complained, spreading his pigskin gloved hands. "I got a date. I can't be wasting time on a lot of cheap cops that's got a lousy idea. Horse feathers. Bat." The door swung open and a cop looked in. Cap Moriarty. He jerked to look over his shoulder. McBride got up, sensing trouble. "Stay with this gorilla, Henny." McBride went out and found Moriarty standing with his hands in his pockets and wearing a sullen look. "Nothing doing, Cap," he growled. "What do you mean?" "She ain't there." "Well, where is she?" "The whole family moved 2 days ago. I was speaking with the people on the second floor, and they said the Schlemmers were dispossessed for not paying the rent." "Well, hell, didn't they leave a forwarding address?" "Nope." McBride let an exasperated breath whistle through his nostrils and slammed a knotted fist into an open palm. "Some guy pulled a fast one. Okie." His blue eyes keened. "I'm going to look into this, and I'm going to hold Bat." "Geez, what can you book him on?" "I'm not going to book him. I'm going to hold him on suspicion for 24 hours. Bat Jukes took the news and went into a towering rage. "You guys can't do that," he roared. "I got my rights." "Damn you, McBride, let me get a hold of my lawyer." "Like hell, Bat." "You'll cool your pants till I find the guy can identify you. That's a lot of hooey. You know damn well you ain't got no guy can do it, and I ain't gonna stand for it, you lousy flatfoot." McBride took one quick step and grabbed Jukes by the collar with his left hand. His right fist loomed in front of Jukes's face. McBride's wide lips were curled against his teeth. His brows were bent. "Another word out of you, you dirty punk, and I'll shellac you." He hurled Jukes halfway across the room. 2 cops slammed Jukes into a cell. Grim purpose was in the set of McBride's jaw when he left headquarters on his own. His stride was purposeful, his heavy-soled shoes striking the pavement with sharp echoing rhythm. His teeth bit hard into the stem of his old briar. At 324 Hummel Street, he made inquiries. The renting agent of the 4-story house had his offices at 485 Waterford Avenue. To that address went McBride. Mr. Bergman rose from behind a roll-top desk and looked over small spectacles. He had a grey, dry face, thin, hueless lips, and thin, mouse-coloured hair. "You want to see me?" "Yes, I'm Captain McBride, police headquarters. 2 days ago, you dispossessed a family named Schlemmer from a flat at 324 Hummel Street." "Yes, we did." "Where did they go?" Mr. Bergman shrugged. "I don't know. We don't keep that kind of records. Their rent was 2 months overdue." "In hard times like this," went on McBride, "when flats are hard to rent, do you ordinarily dispossess a person who's 2 months behind?" We saw no prospect of getting the money, since the head of the family was out of work. "How long did they live there?" 3 years. "And this was the first time they fell down on payment?" Bergman looked around. "I believe it was." "Then do you think it was humane or on good sense that you acted as you did?" Bergman tightened his lips. "Just what are you getting at, Captain? By law, we have a perfect right to dispossess any family that defaults on payment of rent. Our personal reasons have nothing to do with the matter. It was a matter of form, of business." McBride's cold blue eyes were fastened rigidly on Bergman. "Have you any other families overdue that way?" "Why, yes, I believe we have. 2 or more months in arrears." Bergman took a breath. "Approaching 2 months." "Mr. Bergman," McBride said, raising a forefinger, "I'm going to get a writ permitting me to look over your books, unless you're willing to have me look at them now. I don't see any reason for permitting you." "All right. I'll be back with the writ in half an hour." He swiveled decisively on his heel and started for the door. Bergman was saying stridently, "There's no need for a writ. We dispossessed them because, besides being overdue in their rent, the man Schlemmer got drunk on several occasions and annoyed other tenants. We dispossessed them because—" "Wait!" McBride came towards Bergman with a heavy tread and a lowering look. Have you or have you not any rentals that are 2 months or more in arrears? Why, yes, we have, but on the other hand— Never mind the other hand, snarled McBride. I think, Mr. Bergman, you're a liar. Why? Cried Bergman. You dispossessed those people for other reasons than you stated. Get this, mister. I am very much interested in the Schlemmers. I want to know where they are. What is your salary here? $200 a month? Have you any stocks or bonds? Why, no. Have you any other source of income but your salary? No. I still don't see. Where do you bank? The water. Damn it, you have no right to. All right, the Waterford State Bank. I'll use your telephone, please. McBride called headquarters. Hello, Maury. McBride. Listen, I want you to go down to the Waterford State Bank and find out if Mr. Marcus Bergman has made any deposits in the last week. Yeah, that's the name. And call me right away, Maury. I'm at. And he added the phone number. He banged the receiver back onto the hook and glared at Bergman. Bergman's face looked drier. McBride sat down, knocked out his pipe, restuffed it and lit up. He snatched up a newspaper and assumed a passing interest in the front page. When Moriarty called, McBride listened, nodded, said, "Thanks, Maury," and hung up. He hung up slowly and looked across the instrument at Bergman. "Mr. Bergman," he said incisively, "how come you deposited $500 in your bank the day before the Schlemmers were chucked out?" Bergman's nostrils quivered. "I don't see that it's any concern of yours." "Mr. Bergman, have you ever seen the inside of police headquarters?" "No." "It's kind of worth seeing. Put your hat on." Chapter 4. The afternoon sun streamed in through the window and across the mouse-coloured head of Bergman, who sat in McBride's office, his collar half open, his tie out of place, sweat on his face. His thin shoulders were hunched up alongside his ears, and he licked at his hueless lips. Cohen leaned against the radiator. Moriarty leaned against the wall, using a jackknife to scrape his fingernails. McBride faced Bergman across the neat, flat-topped desk. His fingers were loosely interlocked, his head thrust forward, his keen eyes clamped on Bergman's. "Then you accepted $500 to dispossess the Schlemmer family?" Yes. "Who gave you the $500? "I don't know. 2 men came to my office. They didn't give any names. Both were young, not over 25. They were well-dressed and talked pretty well. What did they say?" "Well, they asked me if I was the renting agent for the house at 324 Hummel. I said yes. They asked me if I knew a party there by the name of Schlemmer. I said yes. They asked me if they were good tenants, if they paid their rent. I said they were overdue. Then one of the men drew out a roll of bills and said he wanted them dispossessed immediately. He counted out $500 and laid it on the desk. "That's for your trouble," he said. I hesitated and told them that I couldn't do it. They smiled, and one of them said, "Yes, you can, and do it now. Or else," they smiled again in a kind of hard way. Then they went out, leaving the money. So I did it. "And you've no idea where the Schlemmers went?" "No." McBride flexed his lips. "Didn't it occur to you that these men were kind of queer to make a demand like that?" "Yes, it did. In other words, you accepted a bribe to chuck out a family that was in a bad way financially." Yes, I suppose." "Of course you did. Mr. Bergman, I can make you lose your job and have you thrown in jail in the bargain. I'll do both if you don't help me." He stood up. "Come along." They went up to the Bureau of Criminal Identification and began going through the gallery of portraits. "If you see a picture of either of the men," McBride said, "point him out." 10 minutes later, Bergman pointed to a picture of a youth. "That looks like the one who offered me the money." McBride noted the file number and went to the array of card indexes. When he returned, he said, "All right, Mr. Bergman, you can go. Don't mention to anybody what happened. Don't say I brought you here. Keep it under your hat." Bergman was shivering. "Thanks, Captain. I'm sorry I did that, but get along. I may have to call you again." Back in his office, McBride looked at Moriarty and Cohen. It was Dancer Frank. "Hell," Cohen said. "He's Nagel's right-hand man." "Sure," McBride smiled. "But we haven't got Dancer. We have got Bat, and we've got to get the woman to identify him." "What I can't see," Moriarty said, "is how the hell they ever found out the woman told you in the first place." McBride lowered his voice. "That's something I've been laying awake about since it happened, Maury. But," his voice quickened, "we've got to find the woman. Get the telephone book, Ike. Make a list of all the storage houses in the city. Then call 'em up." Moriarty and Cohen got together. For a solid hour they made telephone calls and finally gave it up. Cohen said, "Try advertising, Cap." No good. McBride paced the floor with his hands clasped behind his back. He stopped short, leveled his arm. "Try this. Get a list of second-hand furniture dealers. See if one of them bought some furniture since the Schlemmers were dispossessed." They went to work on the telephone books again, got a long list, and began calling. At the end of half an hour, Cohen took an interest in the conversation he was holding. He made notes. He hung up and smiled, leaned back importantly. "The old Yiddish luck," he said. "One Israel Rosenblum of 46 Market got wind of the dispossess and sent a man around while the furniture was on the sidewalk, to buy at cut rates, of course. Well, the Schlemmers decided to sell some of it. They sold $20 worth, with the promise the dealer would send a truck. They paid back $1.50 to have the rest taken to a 2-room flat in number 606 Billings Street. McBride lunged across the room for his hat and coat. "Great work, Ike. Hang around, both you guys." Billings Street is a tatterdemalion. The pushcart vendors are eternally at war with the ragtag shop owners, and once in a while, the city street cleaning department finds its way into the frowsy neighborhood. In all the hodgepodge of pushcarts, ash cans, scrawny children, and half-dressed riffraff, McBride was a clean-cut figure striding along with his pipe belching smoke. A fight was going on between two youngsters. Fists were flying. McBride slowed down, squinted, but did not stop. He was not a man to bother with petty things. His feet picked up speed, and he was back at his old formidable gait. There was a stone stoop generously draped with dirty-faced kids, a slatternly woman with a baby in arms, and an unshorn man smoking a pipe. "Does Mrs. Schlemmer live here?" McBride asked. "Search me," said the man. The slatternly woman said, "Ah, I guess they're the new ones on the 4th floor in the back." On general principles, she scowled at McBride. It was a neighborhood that was clannish for no good reason. It resented outsiders. McBride went up the creaking stairway, the smell of damp rot strong in his nostrils. What a miserable hole! He attained the second landing and tramped towards the rear. He knocked at a door, and Mrs. Schlemmer opened it. The odor of boiling cabbage assailed his nostrils. "Hello, Mrs. Schlemmer," he said. The woman squinted. "Oh, hello. I didn't know where you'd moved to. You should have got in touch with me." "Well, you see, sir, we were dispossessed right sudden, and I was so mixed up I didn't know. I forgot." "I see. Well, that's all right. What's the matter with your little girl?" He nodded to the child, who had a flannel bandage around her throat. "Sore throat. This place is damp, but we had to move somewhere, and that's too bad." Entering, he saw beads of dampness on the scarred and stained walls. His eyes lingered on the child. Oddly enough, his eyes became dreamy, a rare thing with the hard-bitten skipper. It brought him back, long ago and far away, when he was a rookie on small pay and his wife and daughter lived on starvation funds in a run-down flat. Sickness and doctor's bills, and his daughter down with the grip. "She can't talk, sir," Mrs. Schlemmer was saying. Too bad, too bad. So you were dispossessed." His eyes, usually keen as a shaft of cold blue flame, softened on the haggard woman. "By the way, has anyone annoyed you?" "No, except we were dispossessed so sudden. Jake's my husband, Jake wanted to go down and fight the agent, but, well, that wouldn't have done no good. Jake's out looking for work now. It's hard. He can't lift heavy things like he used to. 6 months ago, he fell from a lumber stack. Gosh. Well, I was going to say, Mrs. Schlemmer, I wonder if you could come over to headquarters and identify the man you saw fire the big gun. Well, I got no one to leave Nancy with. I don't know none of the neighbors yet. If Jake was here, she shrugged. I can't leave Nancy. No, of course not. Well, there were heavy footsteps in the hall. A big man, broad-shouldered, came in and stopped short. He wore a threadbare coat and there was brown stubble on his face. This is Captain McBride, Mrs. Schlemmer said, and to McBride, this is my husband. Hello, Cap, Schlemmer said. A glimmer came into his eyes. His wife said, Captain McBride wants me to go to police headquarters to identify. Nothing doing, her husband cut in. Look here, Captain. You got to keep my wife out of this. It's dangerous. I know about that murder, but damn it, you ain't going to drag her in it. She'll just... I know what she'll do. She'll identify a guy, and then before he comes to trial she'll be bumped off. Or my kid will. I know these gangsters. McBride said, I know how you feel, Mr. Schlemmer, but this is necessary. A murder has been committed. It's up to the state to get and convict those responsible. And it's up to any good citizen to assist the state. She ain't going, persisted Schlemmer. She's had enough trouble with me out of work and the kid's sick. And listen, mister, I ain't dumb. We were dispossessed too sudden for it to be on the up and up. Somebody paid somebody else to do it, and we're not going to be put on the spot because that Dago Rocco got bumped off. I promise police protection, McBride said. If your wife identifies this man, from that moment on, I'll have you protected night and day by a plainclothesman. You'll come to no harm, none of you, but your wife will have to come to police headquarters. She won't, I tell you. Mr. Schlemmer, she will. His words were blunt, but in his heart he sympathized with the man. The stage was set. The seats in the shadow box were plunged in darkness. Mrs. Schlemmer stood in the center of the room, her hand resting on the back of a seat. McBride stood beside her, supporting her by the arm. The door at the side of the stage opened, and Moriarty led Bat Jukes out into the brilliance behind the white mesh. Toe that line, Bat, he said. Look straight ahead. This is a frame. Shut up. Button your overcoat. Put your hat on. Ah, you guys. Pipe down, McBride said from the darkness. Raise your head, all right. Now face right. Right again. Now left, you dumb ox. Right with your back to me. Okie. Now right again. Now front. Keep your head up. Take your hat off. Skeins of shining sweat on Bat's face gleamed in the brilliant light. McBride leaned close to Mrs. Schlemmer. He put his ear near her whispering lips. Then he stood erect. Okie Maury, he said. Take him to the desk for booking. Bat Jukes roared. What are you guys doing? Where's the guy says I stuck up that store? Where's he? Gimme. A look at him and I'll. Moriarty planted a hard knee where it was most effective. Bat Jukes went stumbling from the stage into the arms of a waiting policeman. Bat Jukes, denying all charges, coming through 6 hours of shellacking battered and still maintaining his innocence, was turned over to the office of the state's attorney. Chapter 5. McBride held a match to Kennedy's cigar and looked the reporter in the eye. You know, Kennedy, he said, I always figured you for a drunk, a wise guy, a bit of a grafter in a nice way, and a white guy. A white guy, Kennedy. Well, Kennedy said, inhaling languidly, my old man was Irish and my mother was a McNulty. There's no trace of the dinge, the quadroon, or the octoroon in my blood. Not a bad cigar. His lazy eyes held a provocative twinkle. By white Kennedy, I mean on the up and up with me. Dear father, what have I done? Cut out the burlesque wit. Somebody wised up somebody else that Mrs. Schlemmer came down here just after the shooting and picked out a picture in the gallery. When she left, I saw you walking across the street with her. I make it a point to help children, ladies, and dogs across streets. Have you come to the point where you make it a point to two-time on a cop that was always willing to give you the shirt off his back?" Kennedy leaned back on his heels. His eyelids drooped till he seemed about to go to sleep on his feet. A slow smile crept across his lips. "Excuse me, Stephen. The astral body of my city editor just appeared. I must be going." "You listen to me, Kennedy." McBride gripped his arm and shook him violently. Kennedy's slow, satiric smile lingered on his lips. His lazy eyes almost closed. He drawled, "Stephen, no rough stuff. I'm under the doctor's care. You answer me, Kennedy." Idly, Kennedy reached up and adjusted McBride's tie. "Cap, old tomato, you're a believing soul. Your cops are good, hard-working guys, all of them. Once in a while, they drop in a speak for a snifter, but by and large, they're all honest and upstanding. You look in a mirror and say, 'I am Steve McBride. I've never accepted a bribe. I've been true to my job.' And looking at yourself, you say, 'I am the prototype of all policemen.' That makes me feel upside dizzy." A low, liquid laugh started way down in Kennedy's throat, chortled through his smiling lips. McBride dropped his hand from Kennedy's arm. "What do you know, Kennedy?" he muttered. Kennedy drifted to the door, opened it, and stood there in his wrinkled topcoat, his battered fedora. "Nothing," he said. And as he backed out, drawing the door shut, he said, "Ask Louis Schwartzman how he liked the $200 party he threw at Pomano's the other night." The door closed on Kennedy's quiet chuckle. McBride stood staring at the closed door, his lips pressed so tightly together that a mound of muscle bulged at either corner. His strong, square-tipped fingers flexed themselves against his palms. Tiny points of fire seemed to flash phosphorescently across his eyes, and the crow's feet at the corners rippled. A breath exploded, bursting his lips apart. "By God!" His eyes lashed themselves to blue-blazing fury. Bat Jukes' lawyer, the notorious Archie Klein, famed throughout the country for his brilliance and his scathing tongue, filed a plea of not guilty on his client's behalf. Assistant State's Attorney Bellows, a die-hard, roared his murder in the first degree. It promised to be one of the quickest trials on record. Bellows raked up Jukes' past, leaving no stone unturned, and he was to bank everything on the testimony of Mrs. Schlemmer, the state's star witness. She must be guarded, he said, as if she were a queen in danger of assassination. It must be seen to that no one approaches either her or her husband in an effort to buy them off. Behind the ample bosom of Mrs. Schlemmer, there must have beaten the heart of an Amazon. With a quiet stoicism, she promised to stand by the state. Life had knocked her from pillar to post, ground her on its ragged edges. Yet, in this time of imminent danger, she became cool and collected and quietly grim in her purpose. "She will hang Bat Jukes," said the assistant state's attorney. With McBride, something more personal had entered into the case than murder on a large scale. A growing suspicion gnawed its way into his heart and remained there, burning slowly. It kept him awake, marched tirelessly with him by day. It became an obsession, until finally what at first had been a stinging suspicion became in his mind almost a palpable truth. One night, he took a streetcar and rode out to the edge of town. Alighting, he walked down an elm-lined street. He climbed the porch of a modest little house and pressed the bell button. A white-haired woman, neat and smiling, opened the door. McBride touched his hat. "How do you do, Mrs. Schwartzman? I'm Captain McBride. Is Louis in?" "No, he's not, Captain. You expect him in?" "Well, not till late, I guess." He dressed up and went out, put his tuxedo on. "Thank you. I just wanted to see him. Good night, Mrs. Schwartzman." He retraced his steps to the streetcar line. Tuxedo. Humph. Cops going out in tuxedos these days. Pretty fancy. He returned to headquarters and sat around brooding. Sergeant Otto Bettdecken came in and said he and some boys were sending out for hot dogs and had a new batch of beer. Would the skipper like to join the party? "No," growled McBride, and when Bettdecken had gone, McBride poured himself a stiff jolt of Golden Wedding and downed it neat. At 10:30 he put on his conservative grey topcoat and went out. He walked swiftly through the dark streets. His pipe bowl was a red smoking eye in the darkness. He drew savagely at the stem until the hot smoke burned his tongue. It took him 20 minutes to reach a street in which a sign scrawled in neon light said, Pomano's. He rolled past the liveried doorman and barged into an anteroom hung in seductive red drapes. A couple of sleek men in evening dress drifted towards him. "Table for one, sir?" "No. I just want to look the place over." He rolled past them and stood in the arched entrance to the nightclub proper. There was a gang. There was blatant jazz hurled out by a Negro orchestra. There were dazzling lights and gay paper streamers, and men and women wore funny paper hats, and there were bottles on tables and drunken laughter, drunken dancing, and feverish hilarity. At a big table halfway down the room, McBride saw Schwartzman. The cop looked clean-cut in his tux. A paper Napoleonic hat was cocked over one eye, and a girl lay in his arms. There were half a dozen others at the table, chairs for 3 or 4 more. It looked like a wild party. McBride signaled the head waiter, "Tell Louis Schwartzman somebody wants to see him." "You?" "Yeah." Schwartzman came down the floor unsteadily, waving to other tables, laughing. He almost walked into McBride. He chuckled and slapped McBride on the shoulder. "Come join the party, Skipper. I want to talk to you, Louis." "Hell, why talk when you can drink? Come on, be sport. Got a nice dame for you and everything." A man tapped McBride's arm. "What's the idea, stranger?" "It's all right," Schwartzman said. "He's a friend of mine. Captain Steve McBride, good guy, gonna have a drink, make whoopee. Get your hat and coat, Louis," droned McBride. "Huh? Ain't going no place. Why get coat and hat?" The head waiter said. "Listen, Cap, it's Louis's party. He'll pay up to now. Pay your bill, Louis. Ain't going no place. Why pay the bill? Listen," the head waiter said, "why bust up the party?" "You keep your oar out of this," McBride barked. They got Louis's bill while McBride forced him into his overcoat. The bill was $220. McBride saw Louis give the head waiter a roll from which the latter peeled off the amount. Then Louis gave a $50 tip. McBride dragged him outside and heaved him into a taxicab. He sneaked him through a rear entrance in headquarters and, unseen, got him into a room on the 2nd floor. The room was soundproof. McBride locked the door. Louis fell into a chair and started to go to sleep. McBride punched him awake. Louis stared at him with bleary eyes. "Hi, hello, Skipper." McBride's voice was low and hard. "Hello, Louis. Who paid you to sneak off your beat the day Rocco was rubbed out and the Old Town Hotel drilled?" "Huh? You heard me, Louis. They couldn't have made a clean getaway if you'd been on beat where you should have been. How much were you paid and who paid it?" Louis's eyes widened. "I don't know what you're talking about, me paid. You can't throw parties at Pomano's on a cop's salary, Louis. You're going to come clean before you leave this room." Louis frowned. Don't know what you're talking about. You're crazy, Skipper." "Says you." His voice was still low, full of menace. "You're going to talk, Louis. You always acted tough. You enjoyed roughing people up. I remember the time you grabbed a drunken man and hit him so hard he ended up in the asylum. You hear me, Louis? You're going to tell me what I need to know." He raised his fists. "Or I'll make sure you do." Louis started. Out of his sodden stupor, he gathered some inkling of McBride's cold determination. McBride was saying, "Somebody wised up the gang that Mrs. Schlemmer saw Bat Jukes in one of the cars. Nobody knew that but you. You were on the scene. I had you take the woman home. You might have got away with it, Louis, but the money went to your nut. And you're going to spring, kid, you're going to spring." "Me? You're crazy, Skipper." "Get up, Louis. Listen, you can't try any rough stuff on me. Get up. You two-timed on us, Louis." Louis got to his feet, his mouth agape, his eyes bulging. McBride caught him by the throat. Who paid you, Louis? Nobody paid me, I tell you. McBride hurled him across the room. Louis crashed against a chair and went down with it. He leaped up, terror in his eyes. Damn it, you can't do this. I'm a cop. You won't be after tonight. McBride crossed the room slowly, his jaw set. He lifted Louis off the floor with a terrific blow to the jaw. While Louis was toppling, McBride hit him again. The cop lay panting on the floor. McBride hauled him to his feet. So help me, Louis. I'll put you in the hospital. Let go. I don't know a thing. McBride's fist crashed between his eyes, and Louis went hurtling backward, covering his face with his hands. The wall stopped him abruptly, and he buckled to the floor. He started to crawl. McBride put him on his feet again. He clipped Louis on the jaw. He battered him around the room, tore off his coat, his collar, his shirt. He did it coolly, grimly, but his heart was thumping, and the hot blood of rage stormed through his veins. This was a traitor, a man who had two-timed on the shield. Louis began screaming. McBride had seen him dress a suspect down on more occasions than one. Louis had delighted in it. Louis had invented new ways of making a suspect talk. McBride saw him now as a groveling, blubbering wreck. "My God!" Louis cried. "Cut it out! You're killing me!" "I'll just about, Louis. Who paid you?" The question was accompanied by a blow to the jaw that sent Louis clear across the desk and onto the floor beyond. McBride stalked him and started to haul him up again. Don't, Louis screamed. "Come clean?" "Don't, yes, God, yes." "Who paid you?" "Dazzy Nagel. How much?" $1,000. "Geez, Skipper." McBride let him drop to the floor. "What a piker you were." He stood up, his clothes wrinkled, his face grey and granite hard. "There's nobody going to beat this rap, Louis. Nobody." Chapter 6. The news was a bombshell in headquarters. Many cops are clannish. Many will even try to hide the duplicity of one of the force's members. Some of these growled. A few here and there sighed and wagged their heads. But McBride, the old warhorse, did not give two hoots what anyone, cop or otherwise, thought of his own irregular tactics on Schwartzman. In his heart, he had believed Schwartzman guilty of treason. He had used an unvarnished method to bring the truth out. He told the doctor who came that he didn't think any of Schwartzman's bones were broken. "I used only my paws," he said. "I didn't use a hunk of hose, a billy, a gun butt, or any of the furniture. I might have, but that double crossing has no guts," said Inspector Starin. "At least, Steve, you might have called me in, and maybe we could have handled it gently." "Hot air," boomed McBride. "It would have given him time to sober up. Besides, Charlie, I was sore. You know what we do to a guy who kills a cop. We hit him with everything but the radiators, and I once saw a hunky cop try to use that. Well, this is the same. This punk cheated on us. He's in with the gang, and someday he'd walk off the beat when maybe you or I or another cop was on the spot." Starin shrugged. "I guess there are only a few of us old-timers left, Steve. What are you going to do now?" "Well, I just broke up a pool game by telephone. Moriarty and Cohen were having it at Max's. The reserves are dousing their mugs with ice water to wake up, and Keezer's gone after the squad car. But what are you going to do?" "Do? Hell, I'm going to get Nagy and his boyfriends." He yanked open the desk drawer and pulled out A38 Police Special, a duplicate of the one he carried in an armpit holster. He loaded the extra gun and dropped it in his overcoat pocket. Starin looked worried. "Smoke, Steve?" 10-1, somebody in Schwartzman's Pomano party is on speaking terms with Nagel. The door opened, and Moriarty and Cohen trooped in. "Now what are you up to?" Cohen complained. "Damn it, every time I go and make a late date you go into a huddle and find something to do." "I hope," McBride said, "you didn't hock your gun." "Oh, is that the kind of a party?" Kaiser poked his head in. "The damn squad car blew a gasket cap. We'll have to take the flyer." "Take it." "I did. It's downstairs." 6 cops were hanging around in front of the desk when McBride reached the central room. He called off names: Bauer, Kostica, O'Hagan, Finnegan. Oberdorfer, and Fideligo. "Okie, gang. Let's." He barged out through the door with Moriarty and Cohen on either side of him, and the cops tramping behind. The Flyer was a special 7-passenger job, painted black, with a 140-inch wheelbase and an 8-cylinder motor capable of doing 90 miles an hour. The windshield, of non-shatterable glass, was slanted way back at a rakish angle. The body was constructed of 1/4-inch metal, and the tires contained puncture-proof tubes. In the compartment back of the front seat were 2 Thompson submachine guns, 10 drums of 45 caliber bullets, each drum containing 50 cartridges, and 2 sawed-off shotguns. Kaiser was gassing the motor. Moriarty and McBride jammed in beside him, and Cohen went in the back with the uniformed cops. McBride got his pipe started and said, "Go to the Red Lantern, Kaiser, in Jockey Street." The gears meshed silently. The car gathered speed in second, slipped into high, and wheeled around the next corner. McBride half turned in the seat and said, "Remember, boys, this may mean a fight. I'm not going to hand you a line about tradition, honor, and valor. Nagel is a big shot, and he bribed a copper to act dumb while his wagon sailed up Hummel Street. If we can, we're going to get this baby and most of his gang quietly. But if news got to him tonight, he'll know we've got the goods on him, and the bird'll get snotty. And if it's a fight, use everything you've got, guns, rocks, clubs, feet, and your brains. Okie. Swing right here, Kaiser, and beat that crosstown traffic light. I'll give 'em the siren and we'll go right through. Nix on the noise, Kaiser." The long black car swung right and went purring down a dark street. It got a crosstown green light at the next left turn. "To think," brooded Cohen, "that I've been trying to date that Jane up for a month. How'd you make it finally?" Moriarty slurred. "Well, I told her I had a friend in the silk business and I'd get her stockings and things." "Hey, you," McBride said. "Cut out shaking down the silk houses. That's only what I told her," Cohen said absently. They bantered and chided each other on their way across town. When they drew up a block away from the Red Lantern and got out, Officer Fideligo crossed himself, and O'Hagan, grimly humorous, wondered if his insurance policy were paid up to date. "Never mind," Finnegan jibed back. "I'll pay it up in the morning." McBride got them in a huddle. "Kaiser, you stay at the wheel. Maury and Ike, you come with me. You other guys spread out across the street. All except you, Oberdorfer. You beat it around the back and see they don't try to bust out into the next street. If they do, give us the whistle. Kaiser, 2 quick blasts will mean you drive up to the front. 3 quick ones mean you shoot around with the car to the back street. All straight now?" The men nodded and said, "Yeah," all around. "Ike, Maury," McBride said, and started off. The 3 of them walked in through a narrow door level with the street. A row of 10 tables ran back on either side. A short, fat man in a black suit looked up from behind the cash desk. "Where's Dazzy?" McBride asked. The fat man started. His face assumed a blank expression. "He lives here," McBride said. "A guy just told me. He owns this building and he owns you." "Dazzy who?" The man gulped. He was sitting on a high stool and his body seemed to twist downward a bit. McBride cursed and dived behind the counter. He kicked away the fat man's rigid left leg. He saw a button on the floor. "Ike, Maury," he barked. "Keep this guy and the waiters nice." He went down the length of the restaurant like a blast of wind. He found a stairway leading upward from a rear room and went up quickly, both guns drawn. Reaching the top, he saw a lighted transom. A second later, the transom was dark, but there was a light in the hall. McBride heard a window grate open. He crept towards the door and listened. He heard the ring of shoes on metal. Men going out by way of the rear fire escape. He stepped back and rushed the door. Wood strained. He tried again, slamming into the door with his right shoulder. Wood crackled, snarled, and the door burst open. He saw one man crouched on the fire escape platform outside the window, one man with a gun raised, waiting to slow down the chase. McBride let the impetus of his lunge carry him to the floor. 3 jets of flame burst from the fire escape. McBride fired both guns with his elbows on the floor. He saw the man heaving on the metal grating, and then the man vanished, and McBride heard his body tumbling down. The skipper crossed to the window and looked down into a dark yard. He saw no one. He raised his whistle to his lips and blew 3 short blasts. Then he climbed out and went clattering down the metal rungs. He jumped over the dead man in the yard and looked around for an opening. He saw only a high board fence. He rushed towards it and was about to scale it when he noticed a small door. The door gave, and he went through into the adjoining yard. He heard a motor roaring. The roar seemed confined within walls. He went grimly towards the back of the next building, down into an areaway. There was a door there, heavy and barred from the inside. He went back to the yard and crashed his way through a window. He landed in a dark room. He clawed around for another door while the thunder of a motor echoed throughout the building. He found the door and knocked it down in time to see a car swing out into the street ahead. He raised his guns and fired. He ran towards the entrance and saw spurts of flame coming from behind a pole across the street. That would be Oberdorfer. He saw flame spurting from the gangster car. As he reached the doorway, he heard the scream of the siren on the flyer. The black car roared down the street. He saw visored caps jutting from the tonneau. He leaped to the running board. He saw Oberdorfer leap to the other side. "Step on it, Kaiser," McBride clipped. He hung on while the car whipped sharp right into the next street. Kaiser opened his cutout, and the exhaust hammered behind them in the darkness. The siren kept screaming. Cars jolted to a standstill ahead of them, and they went through red lights at 50 miles an hour. The gangster car hit River Road and opened everything wide. The flyer was doing 65, and the cops were loading the Tommy guns. Quick bursts of flame spat from the car ahead, and lead tore through the flyer's mudguards. "For God's sake, get in here, Cap!" shouted Kaiser. "Hey," McBride yelled, "hand me one of those Tommy guns." "For God's sake, Cap." "Ah, pipe down, Kaiser." McBride grabbed the Tommy gun and lay down between the left mudguard and the vibrating hood. He laid the barrel of the Tommy gun across the horizontal headlight supporter. The flyer was doing 70 when the skipper opened fire. The rattle of the gun was almost lost in the hoot of the wind and the roar of the motor beside him. He heard lead bang into the thick grating in front of the radiator. He heard the crash of the left headlight and felt shattered glass whip across his face. He cursed a blue streak, yelled for more speed, and started the Tommy gun again. Then he heard the beat of the other gun, handled by Finnegan from the other side. They gained on the car ahead. They were doing 80 miles an hour, and McBride could hardly keep his eyes open in the wind. He lost his hat, and the wind hauled at his hair. He hammered the back of the gangster car with another burst, and the smoke whipped back into his eyes, stinging his nostrils. Then he saw the car ahead swerve from side to side. He heard the squeal of brakes on the flyer. He saw the gangster car skid, wheel around 3 times, and slam broadside into a telephone pole. While the flyer was skidding to a stop, he saw 2 men hurled from the gangster car and heard the yells of others. He leaped from the running board with his .38 and found his men spreading beside him. He saw one of the men lying on the street raise a gun. McBride made a flying tackle and landed heavily on the man, bearing him back to the pavement. In the glare of the flyer's headlight, he saw the agonized face of Dazzy Nagel. A shot barked from the gangster car. Oberdorfer said, "Hell," and turned away sidewise. The police battery opened fire as one man and their lead pounded into the tonneau of the car. Oberdorfer was walking around in a circle saying, "Hell now," in an annoyed voice. Then he sat down abruptly and looked vacantly about him. McBride, having knocked Nagel out with a gun barrel, came towards Oberdorfer saying, "Are you hurt, Obi?" "Well," said Oberdorfer, "suppose you had a bullet in your leg." McBride looked up. "Hey, Kaiser, Take Obi to the hospital. Sure. How about them punks? McBride was lifting Oberdorfer. Hell, he said. 3rd class is good enough for them. We'll get an ambulance. He looked around at his men and the bristling guns they held. He looked at 2 gangsters lying on the street, at another draped over the side of the car, at the visible arm of another whose body was inside the car. Well, Obi, he said, you boys of mine didn't do so lousy. Chapter 7. Kennedy took the first drink out of the new bottle of Dewar's. Have you connections in London or Montreal, Cap? Why? Kennedy winked at the bottle. So Schwartzman played 2-time, eh? Old tomato? McBride scowled at the desk. Now don't rub it in, bozo. You know, Cap, I'm great on fairy stories. Tell you what. Give me a bottle of this stuff, seal unbroken, and maybe I'll go out and find another fairy story. Only, he raised the glass, you don't believe in fairy stories. McBride pulled open a drawer and drew out a cigar box. Thanks, said Kennedy. McBride held his hand on the box. Kennedy, I'll tell you a fairy story. There's a family I know. The mother is being a great help to the state. The kid is in the hospital with the grip. The father is out of work. I'm getting the guy a job next week on a county road gang, but it costs money for medicine and doctors, and meantime the guy and his wife have got to live. He opened the cigar box. It was filled with bills and change. I'm collecting, he went on. I've been around to 5 station houses and canvassed headquarters. Turn out your pockets, Kennedy. Kennedy touched his lips with a handkerchief. Glad to. I'll have my check in the mails tomorrow morning. I have no use for rubber checks. Dig down, bozo. Kennedy shrugged and drew a $10 bill from his pocket. It makes no difference to me, Skipper. I'll only borrow it back from you before the week's over. When I borrowed 5 from the Dead Yellow Women by Dashiell Hammett. Published Black Mask, November 1925. This story features the Continental Op. She was sitting straight and stiff in one of the old man's chairs when he called me into his office, a tall girl of perhaps 24, broad-shouldered, deep-bosomed, in mannish grey clothes. That she was Oriental showed only in the black shine of her bobbed hair, in the pale yellow of her unpowdered skin, and in the fold of her upper lids at the outer eye corners, half hidden by the dark rims of her spectacles. But there was no slant to her eyes. Her nose was almost aquiline, and she had more chin than Mongolians usually have. She was modern Chinese-American, from the flat heels of her tan shoes to the crown of her untrimmed felt hat. I knew her before the old man introduced me. The San Francisco papers had been full of her affairs for a couple of days. They had printed photographs and diagrams, interviews, editorials, and more or less expert opinions from various sources. They had gone back to 1912 to remember the stubborn fight of the local Chinese, mostly from Fukien and Kwangtung, where democratic ideas and hatred of Manchus go together. To have her father kept out of the United States, to which he had scooted when the Manchu rule flopped. The papers had recalled the excitement in Chinatown when Shan Fang was allowed to land. Insulting placards had been hung in the streets. An unpleasant reception had been planned. But Shan Fang had fooled the Cantonese. Chinatown had never seen him. He had taken his daughter and his gold, presumably the accumulated profits of a lifetime of provincial misrule, down to San Mateo County, where he had built what the papers described as a palace on the edge of the Pacific. There he had lived and died in a manner suitable to a Tajenanda millionaire. So much for the father. For the daughter, this young woman who was coolly studying me as I sat down across the table from her, she had been 10-year-old A.I. Ho, a very Chinese little girl, when her father had brought her to California. All that was Oriental of her now were the features I have mentioned, and the money her father had left her. Her name, translated into English, had become Water Lily, and then, by another step, Lillian. It was as Lillian Shan that she had attended an Eastern university, acquired several degrees, won a tennis championship of some sort in 1919, and published a book on the nature and significance of fetishes, whatever all that is or are. Since her father's death in 1921, she had lived with her 4 Chinese servants in the house on the shore, where she had written her first book and was now at work on another. A couple of weeks ago she had found herself stumped, so she said, had run into a blind alley. There was, she said, a certain old Kabbalistic manuscript in the Arsenal Library in Paris that she believed would solve her troubles for her. So she had packed some clothes and, accompanied by her maid, a Chinese woman named Wang Ma, had taken a train for New York, leaving the 3 other servants to take care of the house during her absence. The decision to go to France for a look at the manuscript had been formed one morning. She was on the train before dark. On the train between Chicago and New York, the key to the problem that had puzzled her suddenly popped into her head. Without pausing even for a night's rest in New York, she had turned around and headed back for San Francisco. At the ferry here, she had tried to telephone her chauffeur to bring a car for her. No answer. A taxicab had carried her and her maid to her house. She rang the doorbell to no effect. When her key was in the lock, the door had been suddenly opened by a young Chinese man, a stranger to her. He had refused her admittance until she told him who she was. He mumbled an unintelligible explanation as she and the maid went into the hall. Both of them were neatly bundled up in some curtains. 2 hours later, Lillian Shan got herself loose in a linen closet on the 2nd floor. Switching on the light, she started to untie the maid. She stopped. Wang Ma was dead. The rope around her neck had been drawn too tight. Lillian Shan went out into the empty house and telephoned the sheriff's office in Redwood City. 2 deputy sheriffs had come to the house, had listened to her story, had poked around, and had found another Chinese body, another strangled woman, buried in the cellar. Apparently she had been dead a week or a week and a half. The dampness of the ground made more positive dating impossible. Lillian Shan identified her as another of her servants, Wan Lan, the cook. The other servants, Hulan and Yin Hung, had vanished. Of the several $100,000 worth of furnishings old Shan Fang had put into the house during his life, not a nickel's worth had been removed. There were no signs of a struggle. Everything was in order. The closest neighboring house was nearly half a mile away. The neighbors had seen nothing, knew nothing. That's the story the newspapers had hung headlines over. And that's the story this girl, sitting very erect in her chair, speaking with businesslike briskness, shaping each word as exactly as if it were printed in black type, told the old man and me. I am not at all satisfied with the effort the San Mateo County authorities have made to apprehend the murderer or murderers, she wound up. I wish to engage your agency. The old man tapped the table with the point of his inevitable long yellow pencil and nodded at me. Have you any idea of your own on the murders, Miss Shan? I asked. I have not. What do you know about the servants, the missing ones as well as the dead? I really know little or nothing about them. She didn't seem very interested. Wang Ma was the most recent of them to come to the house, and she has been with me for nearly 7 years. My father employed them, and I suppose he knew something about them. Don't you know where they came from? Whether they have relatives? Whether they have friends? What they did when they weren't working? No, she said. I did not pry into their lives. The 2 who disappeared, what do they look like? Hulan is an old man, quite white-haired and thin and stooped. He did the housework. Yin Hung, who was my chauffeur and gardener, is younger, about 30 years old, I think. He is quite short, even for a Cantonese, but sturdy. His nose has been broken at some time and not set properly. It is very flat, with a pronounced bend in the bridge. Do you think this pair or either of them could have killed the women? I do not think they did. The young Chinese, the stranger who let you in the house. What did he look like? He was quite slender, and not more than 20 or 21 years old, with large gold fillings in his front teeth. I think he was quite dark. Will you tell me exactly why you are dissatisfied with what the sheriff is doing, Miss Shan? In the first place, I am not sure they are competent. The ones I saw certainly did not impress me with their brilliance. And in the second place? Really, she asked coldly, is it necessary to go into all my mental processes? It is. She looked at the old man, who smiled at her with his polite, meaningless smile, a mask through which you can read nothing. For a moment she hung fire. Then, I don't think they're looking in very likely places. They seem to spend the greater part of their time in the vicinity of the house. It is absurd to think the murderers are going to return. I turned that over in my mind. Miss Shan, I asked, don't you think they suspect you? Her dark eyes burned through her glasses at me, and if possible, she made herself more rigidly straight in her chair. Preposterous. That isn't the point, I insisted, do they? I am not able to penetrate the police mind, she came back. Do you? I don't know anything about this job but what I've read and what you've just told me. I need more foundation than that to suspect anybody, but I can understand why the sheriff's office would be a little doubtful. You left in a hurry. They've got your word for why you went and why you came back, and your word is all. The woman found in the cellar could have been killed just before you left as well as just after. Wang Ma, who could have told things, is dead. The other servants are missing. Nothing was stolen. That's plenty to make the sheriff think about you. Do you suspect me? She asked again. No, I said truthfully, but that proves nothing. She spoke to the old man with a chin-tilting motion, as if she were talking over my head. Do you wish to undertake this work for me? We shall be very glad to do what we can, he said, and then to me, after they had talked terms and while she was writing a check, you handle it. Use what men you need. I want to go out to the house first and look the place over, I said. Lillian Shan was putting away her checkbook. Very well. I'm returning home now. I will drive you down. It was a restful ride. Neither the girl nor I wasted energy on conversation. My client and I didn't seem to like each other very much. She drove well. The Shan house was a big brownstone affair, set among sodded lawns. The place was hedged shoulder-high on 3 sides. The fourth boundary was the ocean, where it came in to make a notch in the shoreline between 2 small rocky points. The house was full of hangings, rugs, pictures, and so on, a mixture of things American, European, and Asiatic. I didn't spend much time inside. After a look at the linen closet, at the still open cellar grave, and at the pale, thick-featured Danish woman who was taking care of the house until Lillian Shan could get a new corps of servants, I went outdoors again. I poked around the lawns for a few minutes, stuck my head in the garage, where 2 cars, besides the one in which we'd come from town, stood, and then went off to waste the rest of the afternoon talking to the girls' neighbors. None of them knew anything. Since we were on opposite sides of the game, I didn't hunt up the sheriff's men. By twilight, I was back in the city, going into the apartment building in which I lived during my first year in San Francisco. I found the lad I wanted in his cubby-hole room, getting his small body into a cerise silk shirt that was something to look at. Cipriano was the bright-faced Filipino boy who looked after the building's front door in the daytime. At night, like all the Filipinos in San Francisco, he could be found down on Kearny Street, just below Chinatown, except when he was in a Chinese gambling house, passing his money over to the Yellow Brothers. I had once, half joking, promised to give the lad a fling at gumshoeing if the opportunity ever came. I thought I could use him now. Come in, sir. He was dragging a chair out of a corner for me, bowing and smiling. Whatever else the Spaniards do for the people they rule, they make them polite. What's doing in Chinatown these days? I asked as he went on with his dressing. He gave me a white-toothed smile. I take $11 out of Bean Game last night. And you're getting ready to take it back tonight? Not all of them, sir. $5 I spent for this shirt. That's the stuff. I applauded his wisdom in investing part of his Fantan profits. What else is doing down there? Nothing unusual, sir. You want to find something? Yeah. Hear any talk about the killings down the country last week? The 2 Chinese women? No, sir. China boy don't talk much about things like that. Not like us Americans. I read about those things in newspapers, but I have not heard. Many strangers in Chinatown nowadays. All the time there's strangers, sir. But I guess maybe some new China boys are there. Maybe not, though. How would you like to do a little work for me? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He said it oftener than that, but that will give you the idea. While he was saying it, he was down on his knees, dragging a valise from under the bed. Out of the valise, he took a pair of brass knuckles and a shiny revolver. Here, I want some information. I don't want you to knock anybody off for me. I don't knock 'em, he assured me, stuffing his weapons in his hip pockets. Just carry these, maybe I need 'em. I let it go at that. If he wanted to make himself bow-legged carrying a ton of iron, it was all right with me. Here's what I want. 2 of the servants ducked out of the house down there. I described Yin Hung and Hu Lun. I want to find them. I want to find what anybody in Chinatown knows about the killings. I want to find who the dead women's friends and relatives are, where they came from, and the same thing for the 2 men. I want to know about those strange Chinese, where they hang out, where they sleep, what they're up to. Now, don't try to get all this in a night. You'll be doing fine if you get any of it in a week. Here's $20. 5 of it is your night's pay. You can use the other to carry you around. Don't be foolish and poke your nose into a lot of grief. Take it easy and see what you can turn up for me. I'll drop in tomorrow. From the Filipino's room, I went to the office. Everybody except Fisk, the night man, was gone, but Fisk thought the old man would drop in for a few minutes later in the night. I smoked, pretended to listen to Fisk's report on all the jokes that were at the Orpheum that week, and grouched over my job. I was too well known to get anything on the quiet in Chinatown. I wasn't sure Cipriano was going to be much help. I needed somebody who was in right down there. This line of thinking brought me around to Dummy Yule. Ool was a dummerer who had lost his store. 5 years before, he had been sitting on the world, any day on which his sad face, his package of pins, and his "I am deaf and dumb" sign didn't take $20 out of the office buildings along his route was a rotten day. His big card was his ability to play the statue when skeptical people yelled or made sudden noises behind him. When the dummy was right, a gun off beside his ear wouldn't make him twitch an eyelid, but too much heroin broke his nerves until a whisper was enough to make him jump. He put away his pins and his sign, another man whose social life had ruined him. Since then, Dummy had become an errand boy for whoever would stake him to the price of his necessary nose candy. He slept somewhere in Chinatown, and he didn't care especially how he played the game. I had used him to get me some information on a window smashing 6 months before. I decided to try him again. I called Loop Pigatti's place, a dive down on Pacific Street, where Chinatown fringes into the Latin Quarter. Loop is a tough citizen who runs a tough hole and who minds his own business, which is making his dive show a profit. Everybody looks alike to Loop. Whether you're a yegg, stool pigeon, detective or settlement worker, you get an even break out of Loop and nothing else. But you can be sure that, unless it's something that might hurt his business, anything you tell Loop will get no further. And anything he tells you is more than likely to be right. He answered the phone himself. "Can you get hold of Dummy Ill for me?" I asked after I'd told him who I was. "Maybe." "Thanks. I'd like to see him tonight." "You got nothing on him?" "No, Loop, and I don't expect to. I want him to get something for me." "All right. Where do you want him?" "Send him up to my joint. I'll wait there for him." "If he'll come," Loop promised, and hung up. I left word with Fisk to have the old man call me up when he came in, and then he went up to my rooms to wait for my informant. He came in a little after 10. A short, stocky, pasty-faced man of 40 or so, with mouse-colored hair streaked with yellow-white. Loop says you got something for me. Yes, I said, waving him to a chair and closing the door. I'm buying news. He fumbled with his hat, started to spit on the floor, changed his mind, licked his lips, and looked up at me. What kind of news? I don't know nothing. I was puzzled. The dummy's yellowish eyes should have showed the pinpoint pupils of the heroin addict. They didn't. The pupils were normal. That didn't mean he was off the stuff. He'd put cocaine into them to distend them to normal. The puzzle was, why? He wasn't usually particular enough about his appearance to go to that trouble. Did you hear about the Chinese killings down the shore last week? I asked him. No. Well, I said, paying no attention to the denial, I'm hunting for the pair of yellow men who ducked out, Hu Lun and Yin Hung. Know anything about them? No. It's worth a couple of $100 to you to find either of them for me. It's worth another couple hundred to find out about the killings for me. It's worth another to find the slim Chinese youngster with gold teeth who opened the door for the Shan girl and her maid. I don't know nothing about them things, he said. But he said it automatically while his mind was busy counting up the hundreds I had dangled before him. I suppose his dope-addled brains made the total somewhere in the thousands. He jumped up. I'll see what I seen do. Suppose you slip me 100 now on account. I didn't see that. You get it when you deliver. We had to argue that point, but finally he went off grumbling and growling to get me my news. I went back to the office. The old man hadn't come in yet. It was nearly midnight when he arrived. I'm using dummy you again, I told him, and I've put a Filipino boy down there too. I've got another scheme, but I don't know anybody to handle it. I think if we offered the missing chauffeur and houseman jobs in some out-of-the-way place up the country, perhaps they'd fall for it. Do you know anybody who could pull it for us? Exactly what have you in mind? It must be somebody who has a house out in the country. The farther better, the more secluded the better. They would phone one of the Chinese employment offices that they needed 3 servants, cook, houseman, and chauffeur. We throw in the cook for good measure, to cover the game. It's got to be airtight on the other end, and if we're going to catch our fish, we have to give them time to investigate. So whoever does it must have some servants, and must put up a bluff, I mean in his own neighborhood, that they are leaving, and the servants must be in on it, and we've got to wait a couple of days, so our friends here will have time to investigate. I think we'd better use Fong Yik's employment agency on Washington Street. Whoever does it could phone Fong Yik tomorrow morning and say he'd be in Thursday morning to look the applicants over. This is Monday. That'll be long enough. Our helper gets at the employment office at 10 Thursday morning. Miss Shan and I arrive in a taxicab 10 minutes later when he'll be in the middle of questioning the applicants. I'll slide out of the taxi into Fong Yik's, grab anybody that looks like one of our missing servants. Miss Shan will come in a minute or two behind me and check me up, so there won't be any false arrest mix-ups. The old man nodded approval. Very well, he said. I think I can arrange it. I will let you know tomorrow. I went home to bed. Thus ended the first day. At 9 the next morning, Tuesday, I was talking to Cipriano in the lobby of the apartment building that employs him. His eyes were black drops of ink in white saucers. He thought he had got something. Yes, sir. Strange China boys are in town, some of them. They sleep in a house on Waverly Place, on the western side, 4 houses from the house of Jia Kwon, where I sometimes play dice. And there is more. I talked to a white man who knows they are hatchet men from Portland and Eureka and Sacramento. They are hip sing men. A Tong war starts pretty soon, maybe. Do these birds look like gunmen to you? Cipriano scratched his head. No, sir, maybe not. But a fellow can shoot sometimes if he don't look like it. This man tells me they are hip sing men. Who was this white man? I don't know the name, but he lives there. A short man, Snowbird. Grey hair, yellowish eyes? Yes, sir. That, as likely as not, would be Dummy Ool. One of my men was stringing the other. The Tong stuff hadn't sounded right to me anyhow. Once in a while they mix things, but usually they are blamed for somebody else's crimes. Most wholesale killings in Chinatown are the result of family or clan feuds. such as the ones the four brothers used to stage. This house where you think the strangers are living, know anything about it? No, sir. But maybe you could go through there to the house of Chang Li Ching on Other Street, Spofford Alley. So? And who is this Chang Li Ching? I don't know, sir. But he is there. Nobody sees him, but all China boys say he is great man. So? And his house is in Spofford Alley? Yes, sir, a house with red door and red steps. You find it easy, but better not fool with Chang Li Ching. I didn't know whether that was advice or just a general remark. A big gun, huh? I probed. But my Filipino didn't really know anything about this Chang Li Ching. He was basing his opinion of the Chinese's greatness on the attitude of his fellow countrymen when they mentioned him. Learn anything about the two Chinese men? I asked after I had fixed this point. No, sir, but I will. You bet! I praised him for what he had done, told him to try it again that night, and went back to my rooms to wait for Dummy Yule, who had promised to come there at 10:30. It was not quite 10 when I got there, so I used some of my spare time to call up the office. The old man said Dick Foley, our shadow ace, was idle, so I borrowed him. Then I fixed my gun and sat down to wait for my stool pigeon. He rang the bell at 11 o'clock. He came in frowning tremendously. I don't know what the hell to make of it, kid. He spoke importantly over the cigarette he was rolling. There's something making down there, and that's a fact. Things ain't been anyways quiet since the Japs began buying stores in the Chink streets, and maybe that's got something to do with it. But there ain't no strange Chinks in town, not a damn one. I got a hunch your men have gone down to L.A., but I expect to know for certain tonight. I got a Chink ribbed up to get the dope. If I was you, I'd put a watch on the boats at San Pedro. Maybe those fellas'll swap papers with a couple of Chink sailors that'd like to stay here. And there are no strangers in town? Not any, dummy, I said bitterly. You're a liar, and you're a boob, and I've been playing you for a sucker. You were in on that killing, and so were your friends, and I'm going to throw you in the can, and your friends on top of you. I put my gun in sight, close to his scared grey face. Keep yourself still while I do my phoning. Reaching for the telephone with my free hand, I kept one eye on the dummy. It wasn't enough. My gun was too close to him. He yanked it out of my hand. I jumped for him. The gun turned in his fingers. I grabbed it, too late. It went off, its muzzle less than a foot from where I'm thickest. Fire stung my body. Clutching the gun with both hands, I folded down to the floor. Dummy went away from there, leaving the door open behind him. One hand on my burning belly, I crossed to the window and waved an arm at Dick Foley, stalling on a corner down the street. Then I went to the bathroom and looked to my wound. A blank cartridge does hurt if you catch it close up. My vest and shirt and union suit were ruined, and I had a nasty scorch on my body. I greased it, taped a cushion over it, changed my clothes, loaded the gun again, and went down to the office to wait for word from Dick. The first trick in the game looked like mine. Heroin or no heroin, Dummy Earl would not have jumped me if my guess, based on the trouble he was taking to make his eyes look right, and the lie he had sprung on me about there being no strangers in Chinatown, hadn't hit close to the mark. Dick wasn't long in joining me. Good pickings, he said when he came in. The little Canadian talks like a thrifty man's telegram. Beat it for phone. Called Hotel Irvington. Booth. Couldn't get anything but number. Ought to be enough. Then Chinatown. Dived in cellar West Side Waverly Place. Couldn't stick close enough to spot place. Afraid to take chance hanging around. How do you like it? I like it all right. Let's look up the Whistler's record. A file clerk got it for us. A bulky envelope the size of a briefcase, crammed with memoranda, clippings and letters. The gentleman's biography, as we had it, ran like this. Neil Conyers, alias the Whistler, was born in Philadelphia, out on Whiskey Hill in 1883. In 94, at the age of 11, he was picked up by the Washington police. He had gone there to join Coxey's army. They sent him home. In '98 he was arrested in his hometown for stabbing another lad in a row over an election night bonfire. This time he was released in his parents' custody. In 1901 the Philadelphia police grabbed him again, charging him with being the head of the first organized automobile stealing ring. He was released without trial for lack of evidence, but the district attorney lost his job in the resultant scandal. In 1908, Conyers appeared on the Pacific Coast at Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, and Los Angeles in company with a conman known as Duster Hughes. Hughes was shot and killed the following year by a man whom he'd swindled in a fake airplane manufacturing deal. Conyers was arrested on the same deal. 2 juries disagreed, and he was turned loose. In 1910, the Post Office Department's famous raid on get-rich-quick promoters caught him. Again, there wasn't enough evidence against him to put him away. In 1915, the law scored on him for the first time. He went to San Quentin for buncoing some visitors to the Panama Pacific International Exposition. He stayed there for 3 years. In 1919, he and a Jap named Hasegawa nicked the Japanese colony of Seattle for $20,000, Conyers posing as an American who had held a commission in the Japanese army during that late war. He had a counterfeit medal of the Order of the Rising Sun, which the emperor was supposed to have pinned on him. When the game fell through, Hasegawa's family made good the $20,000. Conyers got out of it with a good profit and not even any disagreeable publicity. The thing had been hushed. He returned to San Francisco after that, bought the Hotel Irvington, and had been living there now for 5 years without anybody being able to add another word to his criminal record. He was up to something, but nobody could learn what. There wasn't a chance in the world of getting a detective into his hotel as a guest. Apparently the joint was always without vacant rooms. It was as exclusive as the Pacific Union Club. This, then, was the proprietor of the hotel dummy Uhl had got on the phone before diving into his hole in Chinatown. I had never seen Conyers. Neither had Dick. There were a couple of photographs in his envelope. One was the profile and full-face photograph of the local police, taken when he had been picked up on the charge that led him to San Quentin. The other was a group picture, all rung up in evening clothes, with the phony Japanese medal on his chest. He stood among 6 of the Seattle Japs he had trimmed, a flashlight picture taken while he was leading them to the slaughter. These pictures showed him to be a big bird, fleshy, pompous-looking, with a heavy, square chin and shrewd eyes. "Think you could pick him up?" I asked Dick. "Sure. Suppose you go up there and see if you can get a room or apartment somewhere in the neighborhood, one you can watch the hotel from. Maybe you'll get a chance to tail him around now and then." I put the pictures in my pocket in case they'd come in handy, dumped the rest of the stuff back in its envelope, and went into the old man's office. "I arranged that employment office stratagem," he said. "A Frank Paul, who has a ranch out beyond Martinez, will be in Fong Yik's establishment at 10 Thursday morning, carrying out his part." "That's fine. I'm going calling in Chinatown now. If you don't hear from me for a couple of days, will you ask the street cleaners to watch what they're sweeping up?" He said he would. San Francisco's Chinatown jumps out of the shopping district at California Street and runs north to the Latin Quarter, a strip 2 blocks wide by 6 long. Before the fire, nearly 25,000 Chinese lived in those dozen blocks. I don't suppose the population is 1/3 of that now. Grant Avenue, the main street and spine of this strip, is for most of its length a street of gaudy shops catering to the tourist trade and flashy chop suey houses, where the racket of American jazz orchestras drowns the occasional squeak of a Chinese flute. Farther out, there isn't so much paint and gilt, and you can catch the proper Chinese smell of spices and vinegar and dried things. If you leave the main thoroughfares and show places and start poking around in alleys and dark corners, and nothing happens to you, the chances are you'll find some interesting things, though you won't like some of them. However, I wasn't poking around as I turned off Grant Avenue at Clay Street and went up to Spofford Alley, hunting for the house with red steps and red door, which Cipriano had said was Chang Li Ching's. I did pause for a few seconds to look up Waverly Place when I passed it. The Filipino had told me the strange Chinese were living there, and that he thought their house might lead through to Changley Ching's, and Dick Foley had shadowed dummy all there, but I couldn't guess which was the important house. 4 doors from Jair Kwan's gambling house, Cipriano had said, but I didn't know where Jair Kwan's was. Waverley Place was a picture of peace and quiet just now. A fat Chinese was stacking crates of green vegetables in front of a grocery. 6 small yellow boys were playing at marbles in the middle of the street. On the other side, a blond young man in tweeds was climbing the 6 steps from a cellar to the street, a painted Chinese woman's face showing for an instant before she closed the door behind him. Up the street, a truck was unloading rolls of paper in front of one of the Chinese newspaper plants. A shabby guide was bringing 4 sightseers out of the Temple of the Queen of Heaven, a joss house over the Su Hing headquarters. I went on up to Spofford Alley and found my house with no difficulty at all. It was a shabby building with steps and door the color of dried blood, its windows solidly shuttered with thick, tight-nailed planking. What made it stand out from its neighbors was that its ground floor wasn't a shop or place of business. Purely residential buildings are rare in Chinatown. Almost always the street floor is given to business, with the living quarters in cellar or upper stories. I went up the 3 steps and tapped the red door with my knuckles. Nothing happened. I hit it again, harder. Still nothing. I tried it again, and this time was rewarded by the sounds of scraping and clicking inside. At least 2 minutes of this scraping and clicking, and the door swung open, a bare 4 inches. One slanting eye and a slice of wrinkled brown face looked out of the crack at me, above the heavy chain that held the door. What a one I want to see Changley Ching. No savvy, maybe Closs-Sleet. Bunk. You fix your little door and run back and tell Changley Ching I want to see him. No Kando. No savvy Chang. You tell him I'm here, I said, turning my back on the door. I sat down on the top step and added, without looking around, I'll wait. While I got my cigarettes out, there was silence behind me. Then the door closed softly, and the scraping and clicking broke out behind it. I smoked a cigarette and another and let time go by, trying to look like I had all the patience there was. I hoped this yellow man wasn't going to make a chump of me by letting me sit there until I got tired of it. Chinese passed up and down the alley, scuffling along in American shoes that can never be made to fit them. Some of them looked curiously at me, some gave me no attention at all. An hour went to waste, and a few minutes, and then the familiar scraping and clicking disturbed the door. The chain rattled as the door swung open. I wouldn't turn my head. Go away, no Ketchum Chang. I said nothing. If he wasn't going to let me in, he would have let me sit there without further attention. A pause. Wattawan, I want to see Changley Ching, I said without looking around. Another pause, ended by the banging of the chain against the door frame. All light. I chucked my cigarette into the street, got up and stepped into the house. In the dimness, I could make out a few pieces of cheap and battered furniture. I had to wait while the Chinese put 4-arm thick bars across the door and padlocked them there. Then he nodded at me and scuffled across the floor, a small bent man with hairless yellow head and a neck like a piece of rope. Out of this room, he led me into another, darker still, into a hallway and down a flight of rickety steps. The odors of musty clothing and damp earth were strong. We walked through the dark across a dirt floor for a while, turned to the left, and cement was under my feet. We turned twice more in the dark, and then climbed a flight of unplaned wooden steps into a hall that was fairly light with the glow from shaded electric lights. In this hall my guide unlocked a door, and we crossed a room where cones of incense burned, and where, in the light of an oil lamp, little red tables with cups of tea stood in front of wooden panels, marked with Chinese characters in gold paint which hung on the walls. A door on the opposite side of this room let us into pitch blackness, where I had to hold the tail of my guide's loose, made-to-order blue coat. So far he hadn't once looked back at me since our tour began, and neither of us had said anything. This running upstairs and downstairs, turning to the right and turning to the left, seemed harmless enough. If he got any fun out of confusing me, he was welcome. I was confused enough now, so far as the directions were concerned. Hadn't the least idea where I might be. But that didn't disturb me so much. If I was going to be cut down, a knowledge of my geographical position wouldn't make it any more pleasant. If I was going to come out all right, one place was still as good as another. We did a lot more of the winding around. We did some stair climbing and some stair descending, and the rest of the foolishness. Figured I'd been indoors nearly half an hour by now, and I had seen nobody but my guide. Then I saw something else. We were going down a long, narrow hall that had brown painted doors close together on either side. All. These doors were closed, secretive looking in the dim light. Abreast of one of them, a glint of dull metal caught my eye, a dark ring in the door's center. I went to the floor. Going down as if I'd been knocked, I missed the flash. But I heard the roar, smelled the powder. My guide spun around, twisting out of one slipper. In each of his hands was an automatic as big as a coal scuttle. Even while trying to get my own gun out, I wondered how so puny a man could have concealed so much machinery on him. The big guns in the little man's hands flamed at me. Chinese fashion, he was emptying them. Crash! 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 I thought he was missing me until I had my finger tight on my trigger. Then I woke up in time to hold my fire. He wasn't shooting at me. He was pouring metal into the door behind me, the door from which I had been shot at. I rolled away from it, across the hall. The scrawny little man stepped closer and finished his bombardment. His slugs shredded the wood as if it had been paper. His guns clicked empty. The door swung open, pushed by the wreck of a man who was trying to hold himself up by clinging to the sliding panel in the door's center. Dummy all the middle of him gone, slid down to the floor and made more of a puddle than a pile there. The hall filled with yellow men, black guns sticking out like briars in a blackberry patch. I got up. My guide dropped his guns to his side and sang out a guttural solo. Chinese began to disappear through various doors, except 4, who began gathering up what 20 bullets had left of Dunny. The stringy old boy tucked his empty guns away and came down the hall to me. One hand held out toward my gun. "You give 'em," he said politely. I gave him. He could have had my pants. My gun stowed away in his shirt bosom, he looked casually at what the 4 Chinese were carrying away and then at me. "No like 'em fella, huh?" he asked. "Not so much," I admitted. "All light, I take you." Our 2-man parade got underway again. The ring around the rosy game went on for another flight of stairs and some right and left turns, and then my guide stopped before a door and scratched it with his fingernails. The door was opened by another Chinese, but this one was none of your Cantonese runts. He was a big meat-eating wrestler, bull-throated, mountain-shouldered, gorilla-armed, leather-skinned. The god that made him had plenty of material and gave it time to harden. Holding back the curtain that covered the door, he stepped to one side. I went in and found his twin standing on the other side of the door. The room was large and cubical, its doors and windows, if any, hidden behind velvet hangings of green and blue and silver. In a big black chair, elaborately carved, behind an inlaid black table, sat an old Chinese man. His face was round and plump and shrewd, with a straggle of thin white whiskers on his chin. A dark, close-fitting cap was on his head. A purple robe, tight around his neck, showed its sable lining at the bottom, where it had fallen back in a fold over his blue satin trousers. He did not get up from his chair, but smiled mildly over his whiskers and bent his head almost to the tea things on the table. It was only the inability to believe that one of your Excellency's heaven-born splendor would waste his costly time on so mean a clod that kept the least of your slaves from running down to prostrate himself at your noble feet. As soon as he heard the father of detectives was at his unworthy door. That came out smoothly in English that was a lot clearer than my own. I kept my face straight, waiting. The terror of evildoers will honor one of my deplorable chairs by resting his divine body on it. I can assure him the chair shall be burned afterward, so no lesser being may use it. Or will the Prince of Thief-Catchers permit me to send a servant to his palace for a chair worthy of him? I went slowly to a chair, trying to arrange words in my mind. This old joker was spoofing me with an exaggeration, a burlesque, of the well-known Chinese politeness. I'm not hard to get along with. I'll play anybody's game up to a certain point. It's only because I'm weak-kneed with awe of the mighty Chang Ching that I dare to sit down, I explained, letting myself down on the chair and turning my head to notice that the giants who had stood beside the door were gone. I had a hunch they had gone no farther than the other side of the velvet hangings that hid the door. If it were not that the King of Finders Out, he was at it again, knows everything, I should marvel that he had heard my lowly name. Heard it? Who hasn't? I kidded back. Isn't the word change in English derived from Chang? Change, meaning alter, is what happens to the wisest man's opinions after he has heard the wisdom of Chang Ching. I tried to get away from this vaudeville stuff, which was a strain on my head. Thanks for having your man save my life back there in the passage. He spreads his hands out over the table. It was only because I feared the Emperor of Hawkshaws would find the odour of such low blood distasteful to his elegant nostrils that the foul one who disturbed your excellency was struck down quickly. If I have erred, and you would have chosen that he be cut to pieces inch by inch, I can only offer to torture one of my sons in his place. Let the boy live, I said carelessly, and turned to business. I wouldn't have bothered you except that I am so ignorant that only the help of your great wisdom could ever bring me up to normal. Does one ask the way of a blind man? The old duffer asked, cocking his head to one side. Can a star, however willing, help the moon? If it pleases the grandfather of bloodhounds to flatter Chang Ching into thinking he can add to the Great One's knowledge, who is Chang to thwart his master by refusing to make himself ridiculous? I took that to mean he was willing to listen to my questions. What I'd like to know is, who killed Lilian Shan's servants, Wang Ma and Wan Lan? He played with a thin strand of his white beard, twisting it in a pale small finger. Does the stag hunter look at the hare? He wanted to know. And when so mighty a hunter pretends to concern himself with the death of servants, can Chang think anything except that it pleases the Great One to conceal his real object? Yet it may be, because the dead were servants and not girdle-wearers, that the Lord of Snares thought the lowly Chang Ching, insignificant one of the 100 names, might have knowledge of them. Do not rats know the way of rats? He kept this stuff up for some minutes, while I sat and listened and studied his round, shrewd yellow mask of a face, and hoped that something clear would come of it all. Nothing did. My ignorance is even greater than I had arrogantly supposed. He brought his speech to an end. This simple question you put is beyond the power of my muddled mind. I do not know who killed Wang Ma and Wan Lan. I grinned at him and put another question. Where can I find Hulan and Yin Hung? Again I must grovel in my ignorance, he murmured, only consoling myself with the thought that the Master of Mysteries knows the answers to his questions, and is pleased to conceal his infallibly accomplished purpose from Chang. And that was as far as I got. There were more crazy compliments, more bowing and scraping, more assurances of eternal reverence and love, and then I was following my rope-necked guide through winding dark halls, across dim rooms, and up and down rickety stairs again. At the street door, after he had taken down the bars, he slid my gun out of his shirt and handed it to me. I squelched the impulse to look at it then and there to see if anything had been done to it. Instead, I stuck it in my pocket and stepped through the door. Thanks for the killing upstairs, I said. The Chinese grunted, bowed and closed the door. I went up to Stockton Street and turned toward the office, walking along slowly, punishing my brains. First, there was Dummy Ool's death to think over. Had it been arranged beforehand to punish him for bungling that morning, and, at the same time, to impress me? And how? And why? Or was it supposed to put me under obligations to the Chinese? And if so, why? Or was it just one of those complicated tricks the Chinese like? I put the subject away and pointed my thoughts at the little plump yellow man in the purple robe. I liked him. He had humor, brains, nerve, everything. To jam him in a cell would be a trick you'd want to write home about. He was my idea of a man worth working against. But I didn't kid myself into thinking I had anything on him. Dummy Earl had given me a connection between the Whistler's Hotel Irvington and Chang Li-Ching. Dummy Earl had gone into action when I accused him of being mixed up in the Shan killings. That much I had, and that was all, except that Chang had said nothing to show he wasn't interested in the Shan troubles. In this light, the chances were that Dummy's death had not been a planned performance. It was more likely that he had seen me coming, had tried to wipe me out, and had been knocked off by my guide because he was interfering with the audience Chang had granted me. Dummy couldn't have had a very valuable life in the Chinese's eye or in anybody else's. I wasn't at all dissatisfied with the day's work so far. I hadn't done anything brilliant, but I had got a look at my destination, or thought I had. If I was butting my head against a stone wall, I at least knew where the wall was and had seen the man who owned it. In the office, a message from Dick Foley was waiting for me. He had rented a front apartment up the street from the Irvington and had put in a couple of hours trailing the Whistler. The Whistler had spent half an hour in Big Fat Thompson's place on Market Street, talking to the proprietor and some of the sure-thing gamblers who congregate there. Then he had taxi-cabbed out to an apartment house on O'Farrell Street, the Glenway, where he had rung one of the bells. Getting no answer, he had let himself into the building with a key. An hour later he had come out and returned to his hotel. Dick hadn't been able to determine which bell he had rung or which apartment he had visited. I got Lillian Shan on the telephone. "Will you be in this evening?" I asked. "I've something I want to go into with you, and I can't give it to you over the wire. I will be at home until 7:30. "All right, I'll be down." It was 7:15 when the car I had hired put me down at her front door. She opened the door for me. The Danish woman who was filling in until new servants were employed stayed there only in the daytime, returning to her own home, a mile back from the shore, at night. The evening gown Lillian Shan wore was severe enough, but it suggested that if she would throw away her glasses and do something for herself, she might not be so unfeminine looking after all. She took me upstairs to the library, where a clean-cut lad of 20-something in evening clothes got up from a chair as we came in, a well-set-up boy with fair hair and skin. His name, I learned when we were introduced, was Garthorne. The girl seemed willing enough to hold our conference in his presence. I wasn't. After I had done everything but insist point-blank on seeing her alone, she excused herself, calling him Jack, and took me out into another room. By then, I was a bit impatient. "Who's that?" I demanded. She put her eyebrows up for me. "Mr. John Garthorne," she said. "How well do you know him?" "May I ask why you are so interested?" "You may. Mr. John Garthorne is all wrong, I think." "Wrong?" I had another idea. "Where does he live?" She gave me an O'Farrell Street number, the Glenway Apartments. "I think so." She was looking at me without any affectation at all. "Will you please explain?" "One more question and I will. Do you know a Chinese named Chang Li-Ching?" "No." "All right. I'll tell you about Garthorne. So far I've run into two angles on this trouble of yours. One of them has to do with this Chang Li-Ching in Chinatown, and one with an ex-convict named Conyers. This John Garthorne was in Chinatown today. I saw him coming out of a cellar that probably connects with Chang Li-Ching's house. The ex-convict Conyers visited the building where Garthorne lives early this afternoon. Her mouth popped open and then shut. "That is absurd," she snapped. "I have known Mr. Garthorne for some time, and exactly how long?" "A long several months." "Where'd you meet him?" "Through a girl I knew at college." "What does he do for a living?" She stood stiff and silent. "Listen, Miss Shan," I said. "Garthorne may be all right, but I've got to look him up. If he's in the clear, there'll be no harm done. I want to know what you know about him." I got it, little by little. He was, or she thought he was, the youngest son of a prominent Richmond, Virginia family, in disgrace just now because of some sort of boyish prank. He had come to San Francisco 4 months ago to wait until his father's anger cooled. Meanwhile, his mother kept him in money, leaving him without the necessity of toiling during his exile. He had brought a letter of introduction from one of Lillian Shan's schoolmates. Lillian Shan had, I gathered, a lot of liking for him. "You're going out with him tonight?" I asked when I had got this. "Yes. In his car or yours?" She frowned, but she answered my question. "In his. We're going to drive down to Half Moon for dinner." "I'll need a key then, because I am coming back here after you have gone." "You're what?" "I'm coming back here. I'll ask you not to say anything about my more aweless, unworthy suspicions to him, but my honest opinion is that he's drawing you away for the evening. So if the engine breaks down on the way back, just pretend you see nothing unusual in it." That worried her, but she wouldn't admit I might be right. I got the key, though, and then I told her of my employment agency scheme that needed her assistance, and she promised to be at the office at 9:30 Thursday morning. I didn't see Garthorne again before I left the house. In my hired car again, I had the driver take me to the nearest village, where I bought a plug of chewing tobacco, a flashlight, and a box of cartridges at the general store. My gun is a .38 special, but I had to take the shorter, weaker cartridges because the storekeeper didn't keep the specials in stock. My purchases in my pocket, we started back toward the Shan house again. 2 bends in the road this side of it, I stopped the car, paid the chauffeur, and sent him on his way, finishing the trip afoot. The house was dark all around. Letting myself in as quietly as possible, and going easy with the flashlight, I gave the interior a combing from cellar to roof. I was the only occupant. In the kitchen, I looted the icebox for a bite or two, which I washed down with milk. I could have used some coffee, but coffee is too fragrant. The luncheon done, I made myself comfortable on a chair in the passageway between the kitchen and the rest of the house. On one side of the passageway, steps led down to the basement. On the other, steps led upstairs, with every door in the house except the outer ones open. The passageway was the center of things so far as hearing noises was concerned. An hour went by, quietly except for the passing of cars on the road 100 yards away and the washing of the Pacific down in the little cove. I chewed on my plug of tobacco, a substitute for cigarettes, and tried to count up the hours of my life I'd spend like this, sitting or standing around waiting for something to happen. The telephone rang. I let it ring. It might be Lillian Shan needing help, but I couldn't take a chance. It was too likely to be some egg trying to find out if anybody was in the house. Another half hour went by with a breeze springing up from the ocean, rustling trees outside. A noise came that was neither wind nor surf nor passing car. Something clicked somewhere. It was at a window, but I didn't know which. I got rid of my chew, got gun and flashlight out. It sounded again, harshly. Somebody was giving a window a strong play, too strong. The catch rattled, and something clicked against the pane. It was a stall. Whoever he was, he could have smashed the glass with less noise than he was making. I stood up, but I didn't leave the passageway. The window noise was a fake to draw the attention of anyone who might be in the house. I turned my back on it, trying to see into the kitchen. The kitchen was too black to see anything. I saw nothing there. I heard nothing there. Damp air blew on me from the kitchen. That was something to worry about. I had company, and he was slicker than I. He could open doors or windows under my nose. That wasn't so good. Weight on rubber heels, I backed away from my chair until the frame of the cellar door touched my shoulder. I wasn't sure I was going to like this party. I like an even break, or better, and this didn't look like one. So when a thin line of light danced out of the kitchen to hit the chair in the passageway, I was 3 steps cellarward, my back flat against the stair wall. The light fixed itself on the chair for a couple of seconds, and then began to dart around the passageway, through it into the room beyond. I could see nothing but the light. Fresh sounds came to me, the purr of automobile engines close to the house on the roadside, the soft padding of feet on the back porch, on the kitchen linoleum quite a few feet. An odor came to me, an unmistakable odor, the smell of unwashed Chinese. Then I lost track of these things. I had plenty to occupy me close up. The proprietor of the flashlight was at the head of the cellar steps. I had ruined my eyes watching the light. I couldn't see him. The first thin ray he sent downstairs missed me by an inch, which gave me time to make a map there in the dark. If he was of medium size, holding the light in his left hand, a gun in his right, and exposing as little of himself as possible, his noodle should have been 1.5 feet above the beginning of the light beam, the same distance behind it, 6 inches to the left, my left. The light swung sideways and hit one of my legs. I swung the barrel of my gun at the point I had Markhead X in the night. His gunfire cooked my cheek. One of his arms tried to take me with him. I twisted away and let him dive alone into the cellar, showing me a flash of gold teeth as he went past. The house was full of ah-yahs and pattering feet. I had to move, or I'd be pushed. Downstairs might be a trap. I went up to the passageway again. The passageway was solid and alive with stinking bodies. Hands and teeth began to take my clothes away from me. I knew damned well I had declared myself in on something. I was one of a struggling, tearing, grunting and groaning mob of invisibles. An eddy of them swept me toward the kitchen. Hitting, kicking, butting, I went along. A high-pitched voice was screaming Chinese orders. My shoulder scraped the door frame as I was carried into the kitchen, fighting as best I could against enemies I couldn't see, afraid to use the gun I still gripped. I was only one part of the mad scramble. The flash of my gun might have made me the center of it. These lunatics were fighting panic now. I didn't want to show them something tangible to tear apart. I went along with them, cracking everything that got in my way, and being cracked back. A bucket got between my feet. I crashed down, upsetting my neighbors, rolled over a body, felt a foot on my face, squirmed from under it, and came to rest in a corner, still tangled up with the galvanized bucket. Thank God for that bucket. I wanted these people to go away. I didn't care who or what they were. If they'd depart in peace, I'd forgive their sins. I put my gun inside the bucket and squeezed the trigger. I got the worst of the racket, but there was enough to go around. It sounded like a crump going off. I cut loose in the bucket again and had another idea. 2 fingers of my left hand in my mouth, I whistled as shrill as I could while I emptied the gun. It was a sweet racket. When my gun had run out of bullets and my lungs out of air, I was alone. I was glad to be alone. I knew why men go off and live in caves by themselves, and I didn't blame them. Sitting there alone in the dark, I reloaded my gun. On hands and knees I found my way to the open kitchen door and peeped out into the blackness that told me nothing. The surf made guzzling sounds in the cove. From the other side of the house came the noise of cars. I hoped it was my friends going away. I shut the door, locked it, and turned on the kitchen light. The place wasn't as badly upset as I had expected. Some pans and dishes were down, and a chair had been broken, and the place smelled of unwashed bodies. But that was all, except a blue cotton sleeve in the middle of the floor, a straw sandal near the passageway door, and a handful of short black hairs, a bit blood-smeared, beside the sandal. In the cellar, I did not find the man I had sent down there. An open door showed how he had left me. His flashlight was there, and my own, and some of his blood. Upstairs again, I went through the front of the house. The front door was open, rugs had been rumpled, a blue vase was broken on the floor, a table was pushed out of place, and a couple of chairs had been upset. I found an old and greasy brown felt hat that had neither sweatband nor hatband. I found a grimy photograph of President Coolidge, apparently cut from a Chinese newspaper, and 6 wheat straw cigarette papers. I found nothing upstairs to show that any of my guests had gone up there. It was 2:30 in the morning when I heard a car drive up to the front door. I peeped out of Lillian Shan's bedroom window on the 2nd floor. She was saying goodnight to Jack Garthorne. I went back to the library to wait for her. "Nothing happened?" were her first words, and they sounded more like a prayer than anything else. "It did," I told her, "and I suppose you had your breakdown." For a moment, I thought she was going to lie to me, but she nodded and dropped into a chair, not as erect as usual. "I had a lot of company," I said, "but I can't say I found out much about them. The fact is, I bit off more than I could chew and had to be satisfied with chasing them out." "You didn't call the sheriff's office?" There was something strange about the tone in which she put the question. "I don't want Garthorne arrested yet." That shook the dejection out of her. She was up, tall and straight in front of me, and cold. "I'd rather not go into that again," she said. That was all right with me, but you didn't say anything to him, I hope. "Say anything to him?" She seemed amazed. "Do you think I would insult him by repeating your guesses, your absurd guesses?" "That's fine." I applauded her silence, if not her opinion of my theories. "Now, I'm going to stay here tonight. There isn't a chance in 100 of anything happening, but I'll play it safe." She didn't seem very enthusiastic about that, but she finally went off to bed. Nothing happened between then and sunup, of course. I left the house as soon as daylight came and gave the grounds the once over. Footprints were all over the place, from water's edge to driveway. Along the driveway, some of the sod was cut where machines had been turned carelessly. Borrowing one of the cars from the garage, I was back in San Francisco before the morning was far gone. In the office, I asked the old man to put an operative behind Jack Garthorne, to have the old hat, flashlight, sandal, and the rest of my souvenirs put under the microscope and searched for fingerprints, footprints, toothprints, or what have you, and to have our Richmond branch look up the Garthornes. Then I went up to see my Filipino assistant. He was gloomy. "What's the matter?" I asked. "Somebody knock you over?" "Oh, no, sir," he protested, "but maybe I am not so good a detective. I try to follow one fella, and he turns a corner, and he's gone." "Who was he? And what was he up to?" "I do not know, sir. There is 4 automobiles with men getting out of them into that cellar of which I tell you the strange Chinese live. After they are gone in, one man comes out. He wears his hat down over bandage on his upper face, and he walks away rapidly. I try to follow him, but he turns that corner, and where is he?" "What time did all this happen?" 12 o'clock, maybe. Could it have been later than that, or earlier?" "Yes, sir." My visitors, no doubt, and the man Cipriano had tried to shadow could have been the one I swatted. The Filipino hadn't thought to get the license numbers of the automobiles. He didn't know whether they had been driven by white men or Chinese, or even what make cars they were. "You've done fine," I assured him. "Try it again tonight. Take it easy, and you'll get there." From him I went to a telephone and called the Hall of Justice. Dummy Ool's death had not been reported, I learned. 20 minutes later, I was skinning my knuckles on Chang Li Ching's front door. The little old Chinese with the rope neck didn't open for me this time. Instead, a young Chinese with a smallpox-pitted face and a wide grin. "You want to see Chang Li Ching?" he said before I could speak, and stepped back for me to enter. I went in and waited while he replaced all the bars and locks. We went to Chang by a shorter route than before, but it was still far from direct. For a while I amused myself trying to map the route in my head as he went along, but it was too complicated, so I gave it up. The velvet-hung room was empty when my guide showed me in, bowed, grinned, and left me. I sat down in a chair near the table and waited. Chang Li Ching didn't put on the theatricals for me by materializing silently, or anything of the sort. I heard his soft slippers on the floor before he parted the hangings and came in. He was alone, his white whiskers ruffled in a smile that was grandfatherly. "The scatterer of hordes honors my poor residence again," he greeted me. and went on at great length with the same sort of nonsense that I'd had to listen to on my first visit. The scatter of Horde's part was cool enough, if it was a reference to last night's doings. Not knowing who he was until too late, I beaned one of your servants last night, I said when he had run out of flowers for the time. I know there's nothing I can do to square myself for such a terrible act, but I hope you'll let me cut my throat and bleed to death in one of your garbage cans as a sort of apology. A little sighing noise that could have been a smothered chuckle disturbed the old man's lips, and the purple cap twitched on his round head. The disperser of marauders knows all things, he murmured blandly, even to the value of noise in driving away demons. If he says the man he struck was Chang Li-Ching's servant, who is Chang to deny it? I tried him with my other barrel. I don't know much, not even why the police haven't yet heard of the death of the man who was killed here yesterday. One of his hands made little curls in his white beard. I had not heard of the death, he said. I could guess what was coming, but I wanted to take a look at it. You might ask the man who brought me here yesterday, I suggested. Chang Li-Ching picked up a little padded stick from the table and struck a tasseled gong that hung at his shoulder. Across the room, the hangings parted to admit the pock-marked Chinese who had brought me in. "Did death honor our hovel yesterday?" Chang asked in English. "No, Tarjen," the pock-marked one said. "It was the nobleman who guided me here yesterday," I explained, "not this son of an emperor." Chang imitated surprise. "Who welcomed the king of spies yesterday?" he asked the man at the door. "I bring 'em to Jen." I grinned at the pock-marked man. He grinned back, and Chang smiled benevolently. "An excellent jest," he said. It was. The pock-marked man bowed and started to duck back through the hangings. Loose shoes rattled on the boards behind him. He spun around. One of the big wrestlers I had seen the previous day loomed above him. The wrestler's eyes were bright with excitement, and grunted Chinese syllables poured out of his mouth. The pock-marked one talked back. Chang Li-Ching silenced them with a sharp command. All this was in Chinese, out of my reach. "Will the Grand Duke of Manhunters permit his servant to depart for a moment to attend to his distressing domestic affairs?" "Sure." Chang bowed with his hands together and spoke to the wrestler. "You will remain here to see the Great One is not disturbed and that any wishes he expresses are gratified." The wrestler bowed and stood aside for Chang to pass through the door with the pock-marked man. The hangings swung over the door behind them. I didn't waste any language on the man at the door, but got a cigarette going and waited for Chang to come back. The cigarette was half gone when a shot sounded in the building, not far away. The giant at the door scowled. Another shot sounded, and running feet thumped in the hall. The pock-marked man's face came through the hangings. He poured grunts at the wrestler. The wrestler scowled at me and protested. The other insisted. The wrestler scowled at me again, rumbled, "You wait," and was gone with the other. I finished my cigarette to the tune of muffled struggle sounds that seemed to come from the floor below. There were 2 more shots, far apart. Feet ran past the door of the room I was in. Perhaps 10 minutes had gone since I had been left alone. I found I wasn't alone. Across the room from the door, the hangings that covered the wall were disturbed. The blue, green, and silver velvet bulged out an inch and settled back in place. The disturbance happened the second time, perhaps 10 feet farther along the wall. No movement for a while, and then a tremor in the far corner. Somebody was creeping along between hangings and wall. I let them creep, still slumping in my chair with idle hands. If the bulge meant trouble, action on my part would only bring it that much quicker. I traced the disturbance down the length of that wall and halfway across the other to where I knew the door was. Then I lost it for some time. I had just decided that the creeper had gone through the door when the curtains opened and the creeper stepped out. She wasn't 4.5 feet high, a living ornament from somebody's shelf. Her face was a tiny oval of painted beauty, its perfection emphasized by the lacquer black hair that was flat and glossy around her temples. Gold earrings swung beside her smooth cheeks. A jade butterfly was in her hair. A lavender jacket, glittering with white stones covered her from under her chin to her knees. Lavender stockings showed under her short lavender trousers, and her bound small feet were in slippers of the same color, shaped like kittens, with yellow stones for eyes and aigrettes for whiskers. The point of all this our young lady's fashion stuff is that she was impossibly dainty. But there she was, neither a carving nor a painting, but a living small woman with fear in her black eyes and nervous tiny fingers worrying the silk at her bosom. Twice as she came toward me, hurrying with the awkward quick step of the foot-bound Chinese woman, her head twisted around for a look at the hangings over the door. I was on my feet by now, going to meet her. Her English wasn't much. Most of what she babbled at me I missed, though I thought young hell loop might have been meant for you help. I nodded, catching her under the elbows as she stumbled against me. She gave me some more language that didn't make the situation any clearer. Unless all Levi girl meant slave girl and Takawa meant take away. You want me to get you out of here? I asked. Her head, close under my chin, went up and down, and her red flower of a mouth shaped a smile that made all the other smiles I could remember look like leers. She did some more talking. I got nothing out of it. Taking one of her elbows out of my hand, she pushed up her sleeve, bearing a forearm that an artist had spent a lifetime carving out of ivory. On it were 5 finger-shaped bruises ending in cuts where the nails had punctured the flesh. She let the sleeve fall over it again and gave me more words. They didn't mean anything to me, but they tinkled prettily. "All right," I said, sliding my gun out. "If you want to go, we'll go." Both her hands went to the gun, pushing it down, and she talked excitedly into my face, winding up with a flicking of one hand across her collar, a pantomime of a throat being cut. I shook my head from side to side and urged her toward the door. She balked, fright large in her eyes. One of her hands went to my watch pocket. I let her take the watch out. She put the tiny tip of one pointed finger over the 12 and then circled the dial 3 times. I thought I got that. 36 hours from noon would be midnight of the following night, Thursday. "Yes," I said. She shot a look at the door and led me to the table where the tea things were. With a finger dipped in cold tea, she began to draw on the table's inlaid top. 2 parallel lines I took for a street. Another pair crossed them. The third pair crossed the second and paralleled the first. Waverley Place? I guessed. Her face bobbed up and down, delightedly. On what I took for the east side of Waverley Place, she drew a square, perhaps a house. In the square she set what could have been a rose. I frowned at that. She erased the rose and in its place put a crooked circle, adding dots. I thought I had it. Thoreau's had been a cabbage. This thing was a potato. The square represented the grocery store I had noticed on Waverley Place. I nodded. Her finger crossed the street and put a square on the other side, and her face turned up to mine, begging me to understand her. "The house across the street from the grocer's," I said slowly. And then, as she tapped my watch pocket, I added, "At midnight tomorrow." I don't know how much of it she caught, but she nodded her little head until her earrings were swinging like crazy pendulums. With a quick diving motion, she caught my right hand, kissed it, and with a tottering, hoppy run vanished behind the velvet curtains. I used my handkerchief to wipe the map off the table and was smoking in my chair when Chang Li Ching returned some 20 minutes later. I left shortly after that, as soon as we had traded a few dizzy compliments. The pock-marked man ushered me out. At the office there was nothing new for me. Foley hadn't been able to shadow the Whistler the night before. I went home for the sleep he had not got last night. At 10 minutes after 10 the next morning, Lillian Shan and I arrived at the front door of Fong Yik's employment agency on Washington Street. "Give me just 2 minutes," I told her as I climbed out. "Then come in." "Better keep your steam up," I suggested to the driver. "We might have to slide away in a hurry." In Fong Yik's, a lanky grey-haired man, whom I thought was the old man's Frank Paul, was talking around a chewed cigar to half a dozen Chinese. Across the battered counter, A fat Chinese was watching them boredly through immense steel-rimmed spectacles. I looked at the half-dozen. The third from me had a crooked nose, a short, squat man. I pushed aside the others and reached for him. I don't know what the stuff he tried on me was. Jiu-jitsu, maybe, or its Chinese equivalent. Anyhow, he crouched and moved his stiffly open hands trickily. I took hold of him here and there, and presently had him by the nape of his neck, with one of his arms bent up behind him. Another Chinese piled on my back. The lean, grey-haired man did something to his face, and the Chinese went over in a corner and stayed there. That was the situation when Lillian Shan came in. I shook the flat-nosed boy at her. "Yin Hung," she exclaimed. "Hu Lun isn't one of the others?" I asked, pointing to the spectators. She shook her head emphatically and began jabbering Chinese at my prisoner. He jabbered back, meeting her gaze. "What are you going to do with him?" she asked me in a voice that wasn't quite right. "Turn him over to the police to hold for the San Mateo sheriff. Can you get anything out of him?" "No." I began to push him toward the door. The steel-spectacled Chinese blocked the way, one hand behind him. "No can do," he said. I slammed Yin Hung into him. He went back against the wall. "Get out!" I yelled at the girl. The grey-haired man stopped two Chinese who dashed for the door, sent them the other way, back hard against the wall. We left the place. There was no excitement in the street. We climbed into the taxicab and drove the block and a half to the Hall of Justice, where I yanked my prisoner out. The rancher Paul said he wouldn't go in, that he had enjoyed the party, but now had some of his own business to look after. He went on up Kearney Street afoot. Half out of the taxicab, Lillian Shan changed her mind. "Unless it's necessary," she said, "I'd rather not go in either. I'll wait here for you." "Righto," and I pushed my captive across the sidewalk and up the steps. Inside, an interesting situation developed. The San Francisco police weren't especially interested in Yin Hung, though willing enough, of course, to hold him for the sheriff of San Mateo County. Yin Hung pretended he didn't know any English, and I was curious to know what sort of story he had to tell. So I hunted around in the detective's assembly room until I found Bill Thode of the Chinatown detail, who talks the language some. He and Yin Hung jabbered at each other for some time. Then Bill looked at me, laughed, bit off the end of a cigar, and leaned back in his chair. "According to the way he tells it," Bill said, "that Wan Lan woman and Lillian Shan had a row. The next day Wan Lan's not anywheres around. The Shan girl and Wang Ma, her maid, say Wan Lan has left, but Hu Lun tells this fellow he saw Wang Ma burning some of Wan Lan's clothes. So Hu Lun and this fellow think something's wrong, and the next day they're damned sure of it, because this fellow misses a spade from his garden tools. He finds it again that night, and it's still wet with damp dirt, and he says no dirt was dug up anywheres around the place, not outside of the house anyways. So him and Hu Lun put their heads together, didn't like the result, and decided they'd better dust out before they went wherever Wan Lan had gone. That's the message. Where is Hu Lun now? He says he don't know. So Lillian Shan and Wang Ma were still in the house when this pair left? I asked. They hadn't started for the east yet. So he says. Has he got any idea why Wan Lan was killed? Not that I've been able to get out of him. Thanks, Bill. You'll notify the sheriff that you're holding him? Sure. Of course, Lillian Shan and the taxicab were gone when I came out of the Hall of Justice door. I went back into the lobby and used one of the booths to phone the office. Still no report from Dick Foley, nothing of any value, and none from the operative who was trying to shadow Jack Garthorne. A wire had come from the Richmond branch. It was to the effect that the Garthornes were a wealthy and well-known local family, that young Jack was usually in trouble, that he had slugged a prohibition agent during a cafe raid a few months ago, that his father had taken him out of his will and chased him from the house, but that his mother was believed to be sending him money. That fit in with what the girl had told me. A streetcar carried me to the garage, where I had stuck the roadster I had borrowed from the girl's garage the previous morning. I drove around to Cipriano's apartment building. He had no news of any importance for me. He had spent the night hanging around Chinatown, but had picked up nothing. I was a little inclined toward grouchiness as I turned the roadster west, driving out through Golden Gate Park to the Ocean Boulevard. The job wasn't getting along as snappily as I wanted it to. I let the roadster slide down the boulevard at a good clip, and the salt air blew some of my kinks away. A bony-faced man with pinkish mustache opened the door when I rang Lillian Shan's bell. I knew him. Tucker, a deputy sheriff. "Hello," he said. "What do you want?" "I'm hunting for her, too." "Keep on hunting," he grinned. "Don't let me stop you. Not here, huh?" "Nope. The Swede woman that works for her says she was in and out half an hour before I got here, and I've been here about 10 minutes now." "Got a warrant for her?" I asked. "You bet you," her chauffeur squawked. "Yes, I heard him," I said. "I'm the bright boy who gathered him in." I spent 5 or 10 minutes more talking to Tucker, and then climbed in the roadster again. "Will you give the agency a ring when you nab her?" I asked as I closed the door. "You bet you." I pointed the roadster at San Francisco again. Just outside of Daly City, a taxicab passed me, going south. Jack Garthorne's face looked through the window. I snapped on the brakes and waved my arm. The taxicab turned and came back to me. Garthorne opened the door but did not get out. I got down into the road and went over to him. "There's a deputy sheriff waiting in Miss Shan's house, if that's where you're headed." His blue eyes jumped wide and then narrowed as he looked suspiciously at me. "Let's go over to the side of the road and have a little talk," I invited. He got out of the taxicab, and we crossed to a couple of comfortable-looking boulders on the other side. "Where is Lil Miss Shan?" he asked. "Ask the Whistler," I suggested. This blonde kid wasn't so good. It took him a long time to get his gun out. I let him go through with it. "What do you mean?" he demanded. I hadn't meant anything. I just wanted to see how the remark would hit him. I kept quiet. "Has the Whistler got her?" "I don't think so," I admitted, though I hated to do it. "But the point is that she has had to go in hiding to keep from being hanged for the murders the Whistler framed." "Hanged?" "Uh-huh. The deputy waiting in her house has a warrant for her, for murder." He put away his gun and made gurgling noises in his throat. "I'll go there. I'll tell everything I know." He started for his taxicab. "Wait," I called. "Maybe you'd better tell me what you know first. I'm working for her, you know." He spun around and came back. "Yes, that's right. You'll know what to do. Now, what do you really know, if anything?" I asked when he was standing in front of me. "I know the whole thing," he cried, "about the deaths and the booze and easy, easy. There's no use wasting all that knowledge on the chauffeur." He quieted down, and I began to pump him. I spent nearly an hour getting all of it. The history of his young life, as he told it to me, began with his departure from home after falling into disgrace through slugging the Prohibition. He had come to San Francisco to wait until his father cooled off. Meanwhile, his mother kept him in funds, but she didn't send him all the money a young fellow in a wild city could use. That was the situation when he ran into the Whistler, who suggested that a chap with Garthorne's front could pick up some easy money in the rum-running game if he did what he was told to do. Garthorne was willing enough. He didn't like Prohibition. It had caused most of his troubles. Rum-running sounded romantic to him, shots in the dark, signal lights off the starboard bow, and so on. The Whistler, it seemed, had boats and booze and waiting customers, but his landing arrangements were out of whack. He had his eye on a little cove down the shoreline that was an ideal spot to land hooch. It was neither too close nor too far from San Francisco. It was sheltered on either side by rocky points, and screened from the road by a large house and high hedges. Given the use of that house, his troubles would be over. He could land his hooch in the cove, run it into the house, repack it innocently there, put it through the front door into his automobiles, and shoot it to the thirsty city. The house, he told Garthorne, belonged to a Chinese girl named Lillian Shan, who would neither sell nor rent it. Garthorne was to make her acquaintance. The Whistler was already supplied with a letter of introduction written by a former classmate of the girls, a classmate who had fallen a lot since university days, and tried to work himself in with her to a degree of intimacy that would permit him to make her an offer for the use of the house. That is, he was to find out if she was the sort of person who could be approached with a more or less frank offer of a share in the profits of the Whistler's game. Garthorne had gone through with his part, or the first of it, and had become fairly intimate with the girl, when she suddenly left for the East, sending him a note saying she would be gone several months. That was fine for the rum-runners. Garthorne, calling at the house the next day, had learned that Wang Ma had gone with her mistress, and that the 3 other servants had been left in charge of the house. That was all Garthorne knew firsthand. He had not taken part in the landing of the booze, though he would have liked to, but the Whistler had ordered him to stay away so that he could continue his original part when the girl returned. The Whistler told Garthorne he had bought the help of the 3 Chinese servants, but that the woman, Wan Lan, had been killed by the 2 men in a fight over their shares of the money. Booze had been run through the house once during Lillian Shan's absence. Her unexpected return gummed things. The house still held some of the booze. They had to grab her and Wang Ma and stick them in a closet until they got the stuff away. The strangling of Wang Ma had been accidental, a rope tied too tight. The worst complication, however, was that another cargo was scheduled to land in the cove the following Tuesday night, and there was no way of getting word out to the boat that the place was closed. The Whistler sent for our hero and ordered him to get the girl out of the way and keep her out of the way until at least 2 o'clock Wednesday morning. Garthorne had invited her to drive down to Half Moon with him for dinner that night. She had accepted. He had faked engine trouble and had kept her away from the house until 2:30, and the Whistler had told him later that everything had gone through without a hitch. After this, I had to guess at what Garthorne was driving at. He stuttered and stammered and let his ideas rattle looser than ever. I think it added up to this. He hadn't thought much about the ethics of his play with the girl. She had no attraction for him, too severe and serious to seem really feminine, and he had not pretended, hadn't carried on what could possibly be called a flirtation with her. Then he suddenly woke up to the fact that she wasn't as indifferent as he. That had been a shock to him, one he couldn't stand. He had seen things straight for the first time. He had thought of it before as simply a wit-matching game. Affection made it different, even though the affection was all on one side. I told the Whistler I was through this afternoon, he finished. How did he like it? Not a lot. In fact, I had to hit him. So? And what were you planning to do next? I was going to see Miss Shan, tell her the truth. And then I thought I'd better lay low. I think you'd better. The Whistler might not like being hit. I won't hide now. I'll go give myself up and tell the truth. Forget it, I advised him. That's no good. You don't know enough to help her. That wasn't exactly the truth, because he did know that the chauffeur and Hu Lun had still been in the house the day after her departure for the East. But I didn't want him to get out of the game yet. If I were you, I went on, I'd pick out a quiet hiding place and stay there until I can get word to you. Know a good place? Yes, slowly. I have a friend who will hide me down near the Latin Quarter. Near the Latin Quarter? That could be Chinatown. I did some sharp shooting. Waverly Place? He jumped. How did you know? I'm a detective. I know everything. Ever hear of Chang Li Ching? No. I tried to keep from laughing into his puzzled face. The first time I had seen this cut-up, he was leaving a house in Waverly Place, with a Chinese woman's face showing dimly in the doorway behind him. The house had been across the street from a grocery. The Chinese girl with whom I had talked at Chang's had given me a slave girl yarn and an invitation to that same house. Big-hearted Jack here had fallen for the same game, but he didn't know that the girl had anything to do with Chang Li Ching, didn't know that Chang existed, didn't know Chang and the Whistler were playmates. Now Jack is in trouble, and he's going to the girl to hide. I didn't dislike this angle of the game. He was walking into a trap. But that was nothing to me. Or rather, I hoped it was going to help me. "What's your friend's name?" I asked. He hesitated. "What is the name of the tiny woman whose door is across the street from the grocery?" I made myself plain. "Xiu Xiu." "All right," I encouraged him in his foolishness. "You go there. That's an excellent hiding place. Now, if I want to get a Chinese boy to you with a message, how will he find you?" "There's a flight of steps to the left as you go in. He'll have to skip the second and third steps because they are fitted with some sort of alarm. So is the handrail. On the second floor you turn to the left again. The hall is dark. The second door to the right, on the right-hand side of the hall, lets you into a room. On the other side of the room is a closet, with a door hidden behind old clothes. There are usually people in the room the door opens into, so he'll have to wait for a chance to get through it. This room has a little balcony outside that you can get to from either of the windows. The balcony's sides are solid. If you crouch low, you can't be seen from the street or from other houses. At the other end of the balcony, there are 2 loose floorboards. You slide down under them into a little room between walls. The trap door there will let you down into another just like it, where I'll probably be. There's another way out of the bottom room, down a flight of steps, but I've never been that way. A fine mess. It sounded like a child's game, but even with all this frosting on the cake, our young chump hadn't tumbled. He took it seriously. "So that's how it's done," I said. "You'd better get there as soon as you can and stay there until my messenger gets to you. You'll know him by the cast in one of his eyes, and maybe I'd better give him a password. Haphazard, that'll be the word. The street door, is it locked?" "No, I've never found it locked. There are 40 or 50 Chinamen, or perhaps 100 living in that building, so I don't suppose the door is ever locked." "Good. Beat it now." At 10:15 that night, I was pushing open the door opposite the grocery in Waverley Place, an hour and 3/4 early for my date with HSU. At 9:55, Dick Foley had phoned that the Whistler had gone into the red-painted door on Spofford Alley. I found the interior dark and closed the door softly, concentrating on the childish directions Garthorne had given me. That I knew they were silly didn't help me, since I didn't know any other route. The stairs gave me some trouble, but I got over the second and third without touching the handrail and went on up. I found the second door in the hall, the closet in the room behind it, and the door in the closet. Light came through the cracks around it. Listening, I heard nothing. I pushed the door open. The room was empty. A smoking oil lamp stunk there. The nearest window made no sound as I raised it. That was inartistic. A squeak would have impressed Garthorne with his danger. I crouched low on the balcony, in accordance with instructions, and found the loose floorboards that opened up a black hole. Feet first, I went down in, slanting at an angle that made descent easy. It seemed to be a sort of slot cut diagonally through the wall. It was stuffy, and I don't like narrow holes. I went down swiftly, coming into a small room, long and narrow, as if placed inside a thick wall. No light was there. My flashlight showed a room perhaps 18 feet long by 4 wide, furnished with table, couch, and 2 chairs. I looked under the one rug on the floor. The trapdoor was there, a crude affair that didn't pretend it was part of the floor. Flat on my belly, I put an ear to the trapdoor. No sound. I raised it a couple of inches. Darkness, and a faint murmuring of voices. I pushed the trapdoor wide, let it down easily on the floor, and stuck head and shoulders into the opening, discovering then that it was a double arrangement. Another door was below, fitting no doubt in the ceiling of the room below. Cautiously, I let myself down on it. It gave under my foot. I could have pulled myself up again, but since I had disturbed it, I chose to keep going. I put both feet on it. It swung down. I dropped into light. The door snapped up over my head. I grabbed Xiu Xiu and clapped a hand over her tiny mouth, in time to keep her quiet. "Hello," I said to the startled Garthorne. "This is my boy's evening off, so I came myself." "Hello," he gasped. This room, I saw, was a duplicate of the one from which I had dropped, another cupboard between walls, though this one had an unpainted wooden door at one end. I handed Xiu Xiu to Garthorne. "Keep her quiet," I ordered, while the clicking of the door's latch silenced me. I jumped to the wall on the hinged side of the door just as it swung open, the opener hidden from me by the door. The door opened wide, but not much wider than Jack Garthorne's blue eyes, nor than this mouth. I let the door go back against the wall and stepped out behind my balanced gun. The Queen of Something stood there. She was a tall woman, straight-bodied and proud. A butterfly-shaped headdress decked with the loot of a dozen jewelry stores exaggerated her height. Her gown was amethyst filigreed with gold above, a living rainbow below. The clothes were nothing. She was, maybe I can make it clear this way, Xiu Xiu was as perfect a bit of feminine beauty as could be imagined. She was perfect. Then comes this Queen of Something, and Xiu Xiu's beauty went away. She was a candle in the sun. She was still pretty, prettier than the woman in the doorway if it came to that, but you didn't pay any attention to her. Xiu Xiu was a pretty girl. This royal woman in the doorway was, I don't know the words. My God, Garthorne was whispering harshly. I never knew it. What are you doing here? I challenged the woman. She didn't hear me. She was looking at Xiu Xiu as a tigress might look at an alley cat. Xiu Xiu was looking at her as an alley cat might look at a tigress. Sweat was on Garthorne's face and his mouth was the mouth of a sick man. What are you doing here? I repeated, stepping closer to Lillian Shan. I am here where I belong, she said slowly, not taking her eyes from the slave girl. I have come back to my people. That was a lot of bunk. I turned to the goggling Garthorne. Take Xiu Xiu to the upper room and keep her quiet if you have to strangle her. I want to talk to Miss Shan. Still dazed, he pushed the table under the trapdoor, climbed up on it, hoisted himself through the ceiling, and reached down. .iu. Xiaoyu kicked and scratched, but I heaved her up to him. Then I closed the door through which Lillian Shan had come and faced her. How did you get here? I demanded. I went home after I left you, knowing what Yin Hung would say, because he had told me in the employment office. And when I got home, I decided to come here where I belong. Nonsense, I corrected her. When you got home, you found a message there from Chang Li Qing, asking you, ordering you to come here. She looked at me, saying nothing. What did Chang want? He thought perhaps he could help me, she said, and so I stayed here. More nonsense. Chang told you Garthorne was in danger, had split with the Whistler. The Whistler? You made a bargain with Chang, I accused her, paying no attention to her question. The chances were she didn't know the Whistler by that name. She shook her head, jiggling the ornaments on her headdress. There was no bargain, she said, holding my gaze too steadily. I didn't believe her. I said so. You gave Chang your house, or the use of it, in exchange for his promise that the boob were the first words I thought of, but I changed them. Garthorne would be saved from the Whistler, and that you would be saved from the law. She drew herself up. I did, she said calmly. I caught myself weakening. This woman who looked like the Queen of Something wasn't easy to handle the way I wanted to handle her. I made myself remember that I knew her when she was homely as hell in mannish clothes. You ought to be spanked, I growled at her. Haven't you had enough trouble without mixing yourself now with a flock of highbinders? Did you see the Whistler? There was a man up there, she said. I don't know his name. I hunted through my pocket and found the picture of him taken when he was sent to San Quentin. That is he, she told me when I showed it to her. A fine partner you picked, I raged. What do you think his word on anything is worth? I did not take his word for anything. I took Chang Li Qing's word. That's just as bad. They're mates. What was your bargain? She balked again, straight, stiff-necked and level-eyed. Because she was getting away from me with this Manchu princess stuff, I got peevish. Don't be a chump all your life, I pleaded. You think you made a deal. They took you in. What do you think they're using your house for? She tried to look me down. I tried another angle of attack. Here, you don't mind who you make bargains with. Make one with me. I'm still one prison sentence ahead of the Whistler, so if his word is any good at all, mine ought to be highly valuable. You tell me what the deal was. If it's halfway decent, I'll promise you to crawl out of here and forget it. If you don't tell me, I'm going to empty a gun out of the first window I can find. And you'd be surprised how many cops a shot will draw in this part of town, and how fast it'll draw them. The threat took some of the color out of her face. If I tell, you will promise to do nothing? You missed part of it, I reminded her. If I think the deal is halfway on the level, I'll keep quiet. She bit her lips and let her fingers twist together, and then it came. Chiang Li-ching is one of the leaders of the anti-Japanese movement in China. Since the death of Sun Wen, or Sun Yat-sen, as he is called in the south of China and here, the Japanese have increased their hold on the Chinese government until it is greater than it ever was. It is Sun Wen's work that Chiang Li-ching and his friends are carrying on. With their own government against them, their immediate necessity is to arm enough patriots to resist Japanese aggression when the time comes. That is what my house is used for. Rifles and ammunition are loaded into boats there and sent out to ships lying far offshore. This man you call Whistler is the owner of the ships that carry the arms to China. And the death of the servants? I asked. Wan Lan was a spy for the Chinese government for the Japanese. Wang Ma's death was an accident, I think, though she too was suspected of being a spy. To a patriot, the death of traitors is a necessary thing, you can understand that. Your people are like that too when your country is in danger. Garthorne told me a rum-running story, I said. How about it? He believed it, she said, smiling softly at the trap door through which he had gone. They told him that, because they did not know him well enough to trust him. That is why they would not let him help in the loading. One of her hands came out to rest on my arm. You will go away and keep silent, she pleaded. These things are against the law of your country, but would you not break another country's laws to save your own country's life? Have not 400 million people the right to fight an alien race that would exploit them? Since the day of Tao Kuang, my country has been the plaything of more aggressive nations. Is any price too great for patriotic Chinese to pay to end that period of dishonor? You will not put yourself in the way of my people's liberty. I hope they win, I said. But you've been tricked. The only guns that have gone through your house have gone through in pockets. It would take a year to get a shipload through there. Maybe Chiang is running guns to China. It's likely, but they don't go through your place. The night I was there, coolies went through, coming in, not going out. They came from the beach, and they left in machines. Maybe the Whistler is running the guns over for Chiang and bringing coolies back. He can get anything from $1,000 up for each one he lands. That's about the how of it. He runs the guns over for Chiang and brings his own stuff, coolies and no doubt some opium, back, getting his big profit on the return trip. There wouldn't be enough money in the guns to interest him. The guns would be loaded at a pier, all regular, masquerading as something else. Your house is used for the return. Chiang may or may not be tied up with the coolie and opium game, but it's a cinch he'll let the Whistler do whatever he likes if only the Whistler will run his guns across. So, you see, you have been gypped. But nothing. You're helping Chiang by taking part in the coolie traffic. And my guess is, your servants were killed, not because they were spies, but because they wouldn't sell you out. She was white-faced and unsteady on her feet. I didn't let her recover. Do you think Chiang trusts the Whistler? Did they seem friendly? I knew he couldn't trust him, but I wanted something specific. No, she said slowly. There was some talk about a missing boat. That was good. They still together? Yes. How do I get there? Down these steps, across the cellar, straight across, and up 2 flights of steps on the other side. They were in a room to the right of the second-floor landing. Thank God I had a direct set of instructions for once. I jumped up on the table and rapped on the ceiling. Come on down, Garthorne, and bring your chaperone. "Don't either of you budge out of here until I'm back," I told the boob and Lillian Shan when we were all together again. "I'm going to take Siu with me. Come on, sister. I want you to talk to any bad men I meet. We go to see Chang Li Ching, you understand?" I made faces. "One yell out of you and—" I put my fingers around her collar and pressed them lightly. She giggled, which spoiled the effect a little. "To Chang," I ordered, and holding her by one shoulder, urged her toward the door. We went down into the dark cellar, across it, found the other stairs, and started to climb them. Our progress was slow. The girls' bound feet weren't made for fast walking. A dim light burned on the first floor, where we had to turn to go up to the second floor. We had just made the turn when footsteps sounded behind us. I lifted the girl up 2 steps out of the light and crouched beside her, holding her still. 4 Chinese in wrinkled street clothes came down the first-floor hall, passed our stairs without a glance, and started on. Siu opened her red flower of a mouth and let out a squeal that could have been heard over in Oakland. I cursed, turned her loose, and started up the steps. The 4 Chinese came after me. On the landing ahead, one of Chang's big wrestlers appeared, a foot of thin steel in his paw. I looked back. Siu sat on the bottom step, her head over her shoulder, experimenting with different sorts of yell-sand screams, enjoyment all over her laughing doll's face. One of the climbing yellow men was loosening an automatic. My legs pushed me on up toward the man-eater at the head of the steps. When he crouched close above me, I let him have it. My bullet cut the gullet out of him. I patted his face with my gun as he tumbled down past me. A hand caught one of my ankles. Clinging to the railing, I drove my other foot back. Something stopped my foot. Nothing stopped me. A bullet flaked some of the ceiling down as I made the head of the stairs and jumped for the door to the right. Pulling it open, I plunged in. The other of the big man-eaters caught my plunging 180-some pounds as a boy would catch a rubber ball. Across the room, Chang Li Ching ran plump fingers through his thin whiskers and smiled at me. Beside him, a man I knew for the whistler started up from his chair, his beefy face twitching. "The Prince of Hunters is welcome," Chang said, and added something in Chinese to the man-eater who held me. The man-eater set me down on my feet and turned to shut the door on my pursuers. The whistler sat down again, his red-veined eyes shifty, his bloated face empty of enjoyment. I tucked my gun inside my clothes before I started across the room toward Chang, and crossing the room I noticed something. Behind the whistler's chair, the velvet hangings bulged just the least bit, not enough to have been noticed by anyone who hadn't seen them bulge before. So Chang didn't trust his confederate at all. "I have something I want you to see," I told the old Chinese when I was standing in front of him, or rather, in front of the table that was in front of him. "That eye is privileged indeed, which may gaze on anything brought by the father of avengers." "I have heard," I said as I put my hand in my pocket, "that all that starts for China doesn't get there." The whistler jumped up from his chair again, his mouth a snarl, his face a dirty pink. Chang Li Ching looked at him, and he sat down again. I brought out the photograph of the whistler standing in a group of Japs, the Medal of the Order of the Rising Sun on his chest. Hoping Chang had not heard of the swindle and would not know the medal for a counterfeit, I dropped the photograph on the table. The whistler craned his neck, but could not see the picture. Chang Li Ching looked at it for a long moment over his clasped hands, his old eyes shrewd and kindly, his face gentle. No muscle in his face moved. Nothing changed in his eyes. The nails of his right hand slowly cut a red gash across the back of the clasped left hand. "It is true," he said softly. "That one acquires wisdom in the company of the wise." He unclasped his hands, picked up the photograph, and held it out to the beefy man. The whistler seized it. His face drained grey, his eyes bulged out. "Why, that's—" he began, and stopped, let the photograph drop to his lap, and slumped down in an attitude of defeat. That puzzled me. I had expected to argue with him, Convinced Chang that the medal was not the fake it was. "You may have what you wish in payment for this," Chang Li-ching was saying to me. "I want Lillian Shan and Garthorne cleared, and I want your fat friend here, and I want anybody else who was in on the killings." Chang's eyes closed for a moment, the first sign of weariness I had seen on his round face. "You may have them," he said. "The bargain you made with Miss Shan is all off, of course," I pointed out. "I may need a little evidence to make sure I can hang this baby." Nodding at the Whistler, Chang smiled dreamily. "That, I am regretful, is not possible." "Why?" I began, and stopped. There was no bulge in the velvet curtain behind the Whistler now, I saw. One of the chair legs glistened in the light, a red pool spread on the floor under him. I didn't have to see his back to know he was beyond hanging. "That's different," I said, kicking a chair over to the table. "Now we'll talk business." I sat down and we went into conference. 2 days later, everything was cleared up to the satisfaction of police, press, and public. The Whistler had been found in a dark street, hours dead from a cut in his back, killed in a bootlegging war, I heard. Hu Lun was found. The gold-toothed Chinese who had opened the door for Lillian Shan was found. 5 others were found. These 7, with Yin Hung, the chauffeur, eventually drew a life sentence apiece. They were the Whistler's men, and Chang sacrificed them without batting an eye. They had as little proof of Chang's complicity as I had, so they couldn't hit back, even if they knew that Chang had given me most of my evidence against them. Nobody but the girl, Chang and I, knew anything about Garthorne's part, so he was out, with liberty to spend most of his time at the girl's house. I had no proof that I could tie on Chang, couldn't get any. Regardless of his patriotism, I'd have given my right eye to put the old boy away. That would have been something to write home about. But there hadn't been a chance of nailing him, so I had had to be content with making a bargain, whereby he turned everything over to me except himself and his friends. I don't know what happened to Xiu Xiu, the squealing slave girl. She deserved to come through all right. I might have gone back to Chang's to ask about her, but I stayed away. Chang had learned that the medal in the photo was a trick one. I had a note from him, greetings and great love to the unveiler of secrets, one whose patriotic fervor and inherent stupidity combined to blind him, so that he broke a valuable tool. Trusts that the fortunes of worldly traffic will not again ever place his feeble wits in opposition to the irresistible will and dazzling intellect of the Emperor of Untanglers. You can take that any way you like, but I know the man who wrote it, and I don't mind admitting that I've stopped eating in Chinese restaurants, and that if I never have to visit Chinatown again, it'll be soon enough. End of Dead Yellow Women by Dashiell Hammett.
Book of Detective Stories by Frank Pimin, 1894. Detective Stories from the Diary of a New York Detective. Betrayed by a Dog. Animals, especially dogs, have played an important part in the affairs of men. There is now in Chicago a dog that has become the companion and assistant of a policeman, and really does help his friend to detect and ferret out thieves and other evil doers. I was once concerned in a case in which a dog played a most important part, and led finally, through no fault of his own, however, to the detection of his master. The store of John Camden had been broken into, and the safe blown open and robbed of a large sum of money. The cash had been received that day too late to be deposited in the bank. Next morning it was gone, and no trace of the thief was to be found. At least, Mr. Camden and his clerks and the police officials found no trace of him. Not so with me. I was sent to look up the affair. I found the office in a state of confusion. The door of the safe had been blown off, and the contents lay scattered over the floor. I asked Mr. Camden if he had disturbed anything. He said he had not, except to satisfy himself that the money was gone. Nearby was a cat, dead, her throat cut evidently by a hatchet that lay close at hand. This seemed to me to be the basis of a clue. Why had the cat been killed? It is not necessary to kill cats in order to prevent them from telling tales. I examined the unfortunate feline more carefully. In addition to the ugly cut on the throat, there were other and more significant marks upon the back. A saucer, evidently having recently contained milk, stood nearby. Also an overturned can from which Pussy's supply of milk had evidently been obtained. The contents of this had been consumed. Mr. Camden informed me that this can had been filled with milk only the previous evening. Among the papers scattered upon the floor was one that attracted my attention. It was a portion of a note written in French. I was aware that Mr. Camden did not write or speak French. I questioned him about it. He could give me no information. He had never seen it before. Did anyone know you had a large sum of money in the safe? I asked. Yes, a number of people knew of the fact. I had been expecting to receive the money for the past 2 weeks. Who are those who know you had it? My wife, brother, the man I sold the property to. That is how I came to have such a large sum at one time, and the real estate dealers through whom I sold it. Anyone else? Oh, yes, a friend, my daughter's music teacher. He it was who found me a purchaser for the property. He is a Frenchman, is he not, and is invariably accompanied by his pretty little dog? Why, yes, do you know him? No, never saw him. He knew you had a large sum of money in the safe. Yes, he saw me deposit it there. When did he give your daughter her last music lesson? Last evening, but he complained of being ill and went away earlier than usual. Did he have his dog with him? Yes, he claims the dog is his only friend. Have you a specimen of his handwriting at hand? Yes, I have several acknowledgments of money received. He produced them. I compared the writing with that of the note I had found near the safe. They were, as far as I could determine, identically the work of the same person. Satisfied that I was on the right track, I caused a watch to be put upon the music teacher, with the result that he was arrested as he was about to leave the city. He made a full confession. How did you guess it was a Frenchman who robbed my safe, and that he was accompanied by a pretty little dog? Inquired Mr. Camden. I found the cat had been killed by a dog, and his master afterward cut her throat with the hatchet to ward off suspicion from the dog. The dog drank the milk which had been provided for the cat. I found a note written in French and evidently dropped by the thief near the safe, and his dog was a pretty little animal because his master's patrons, like yourself, would not tolerate the presence of any other kind, and you told me the dog always accompanied his master. The key to the mystery. The most puzzling case upon which I ever worked was that of the murder of John Long. The facts are briefly these. Mr. Long, a wealthy, retired merchant, living at the home of his nephew, failed to answer the dinner bell one day. He was a man who always prided himself upon his punctuality, and his failure to appear at dinner at the usual hour caused no little surprise. A messenger was sent to his room to call him. No response came to repeated knocks upon his chamber door. The door was locked. Fearful that something had happened to him, Mr. Brant, the old gentleman's nephew, set about breaking down the door. This was no easy task, as the door was made of oak and fastened by a ponderous lock and large brass hinges. After considerable effort, the door yielded to their blows and fell in. A horrible sight met the gaze of the anxious family. Mr. Long lay across the bed, cold and still in death, with his throat cut from ear to ear. Had the old man been murdered? If so, how had the murderer entered the room? The old man was known always to keep his door locked. Besides, there did not appear to be anything missing. If it was a case of suicide, what had become of the implement with which the deed had been done? It was nowhere to be found. The old man always seemed in the best of spirits, and had everything to live for. If not suicide, then it was, of course, murder. Who, then, was the murderer? It was my good fortune to be assigned to work up the case. I say good fortune because I like a difficult job. The more difficult the better, and this was one of the most difficult of all I had ever undertaken. I examined the premises, and questioned the family and the servants in order to learn all I could about the murdered man. His habits, his financial affairs, etc. In particular, I examined the room in which the foul murder had been committed. One of the windows was partially opened. This suggested the theory that the murderer might have gained access to the room by means of the window, but it was impossible for him to have done this in broad daylight, and the window was over 20 feet from the ground. One of those who seemed most eager to believe that Mr. Long had committed suicide was Thomas Brant, a scapegrace nephew of the old man. "If he committed suicide," said I, "where is the implement with which he did the deed?" "Perhaps he used his razor and then threw it out of the window," suggested Thomas. "Impossible. The jugular vein was cut, and death must have been almost instantaneous." Nevertheless, I examined the grass under the window which opened over the orchard, and found the old man's razor. There was, however, no blood upon it. The most peculiar thing in the room was the lock on the door and the key belonging to it. It was a large lock, much larger than those made at the present time, and the key was a large, heavy, brass one weighing several pounds. I was informed that this lock had done duty in the door of the store in which Mr. Long started in business, and when the building was demolished, Mr. Long preserved the lock and key which, by the way, he had designed himself. Furthermore, as soon as he entered his room, it was his custom to lock his door, remove the key from the lock, and hang it upon a nail on the wall. Here it had been found on the day of the murder. There was believed to be but one such key in existence. I believed otherwise, and made a tour of all the locksmith shops in the city in order to verify my suspicions. At last my search was rewarded. I found one who admitted, although at first unwilling to do so, that he had made a key similar to the one I carried. He had made it for a young man who answered to the description of Thomas Brant. This much gained, the next step was to connect Brant with the murder of his uncle. This was soon done. Brant was sent to prison for life, as it was not proved that he had entered his uncle's room for the purpose of murder, but simply of robbery. The missing finger. Red Joe was an industrious young man. He worked early and late at his profession. While others slept, he toiled upward in the night. In fact, night was his favorite time for toiling. He didn't exactly make hay while the sun shone, because he didn't do any work while the sun was shining on his side of the earth. He was willing to put his hand to almost anything that did not belong to him, and which he could dispose of without fear of detection. Red Joe was a burglar, and a most successful one. That is to say, he succeeded so well at the burglary business that he spent the greater part of his time behind prison walls. He was concerned, either alone or in company with others of his ilk, in some of the most important breaks that the police have any record of. Whenever a big burglary was committed, the police invariably tried to connect Red Joe with it, providing that gentleman didn't happen to be otherwise engaged at the time. This was the case in the burglary of which I have to tell. The facts are as follows. The home of Mr. Reed, the rich banker, had been broken into, and a quantity of silver plate, valued at $5,000, stolen. It had occurred during the absence of the family. The affair was reported to the police, and a large reward offered for the detection and conviction of the guilty parties. The police at once set about unearthing and following up clues, but all their labor was in vain. The burglar had carefully covered up his tracks, and left no clue as to his identity. Nobody had seen him enter or leave the house. There was no one in the house at the time of the robbery. The family had gone off for the night, and the butler who had been left in charge took advantage of their absence to visit some of his friends. During his absence, which he averred did not extend over 2 hours, the burglar had come, seen and conquered. He entered a poor man and went away comparatively rich. At first the butler was suspected and arrested, but he established a satisfactory alibi and was soon released from custody. The police did all in their power to bring the guilty ones to justice, but failed. The affair was then placed in my hands. The solution of the mystery seemed hopeless. The thief had left no clue as to his identity, and none of the booty had been disposed of at any of the pawn shops in the city or surrounding cities. I did not despair, however. I went to the scene of the robbery and made a most thorough examination of the premises. I found nothing. I was about to give up when I came upon something that promised to be a clue. I inquired from the master of the house whether there had been any repairs made in the house recently. There had. The whole interior of the house had been repainted and repapered just previous to the robbery. In fact, the finishing touches had been given the very day the burglary had been committed. Good. Then, getting the address of the painter and other workmen, I went to them and made certain inquiries which were answered to my satisfaction. Then I reported at headquarters. 2 days later, Red Joe was arrested and charged with the robbery. His premises were searched and most of the stolen plate recovered. The clue I had discovered was this. On the door frame near the safe was the imprint of fingers in the then fresh varnish. The imprint of only the thumb and 3 fingers appeared. 1 finger was missing, the one next to the little finger. This was a peculiarity of Red Joe's right hand. This discovery might mean a good deal for me, possibly nothing. You know the result. Red Joe was watched, and his suspicious actions furnished sufficient grounds for the issuing of a warrant for his arrest. He is now doing time. A grave robbery. One of the most peculiar cases with which I have ever had to deal was that of a grave robbery. The grave, or rather the vault, in which the remains of Mr. L., a wealthy Russian, I do not give his name for reasons which will presently appear, had been deposited, was found disturbed 2 days after the burial. Examination proved that the lid of the casket had been removed with the apparent intention of robbery. But, strange to say, no robbery had been committed. The gold rings on the fingers of the dead man had not been touched, and these were the only valuables the body contained. Why had the grave been opened? Nobody could offer an explanation, least of all I, who had been detailed at the desire of the family of the dead man to sift this strange affair to the bottom, and discover, if possible, who had dared to desecrate the grave of their relative. Nothing had been taken from the body as far as the family of the dead man knew, yet the thief or thieves had plenty of time in which to rob the body if they so desired. They had not been frightened off. They had carefully covered up the grave and gone away evidently unmolested. It was impossible to arrive at a conclusion as to why the grave had been opened. It now lay with me to find out who had done it. It had rained during or previous to the time of the grave robbery, and the footprints of those concerned in it, 3 different persons it appeared, were plainly discernible in the soft ground. The signs of carriage wheels were also present. This was my only clue upon which I had to work. I questioned the superintendent, whose office and residence was at the entrance to the cemetery. He had been away on the evening of the robbery, and could give me no information. He was confident no carriage had entered the cemetery after 10 o'clock, at which hour he had returned and locked the cemetery gates. There was only 1 carriage entrance to the cemetery. I had an impression at the time that the man was unnecessarily nervous in answering my questions, and seemed relieved when I got through. A month passed, and an event occurred which threw considerable light upon the mystery. The will of the late Mr. L. had been opened and read. Among the many bequests was the following most peculiar one. I bequeath to John Johnson, the dentist with address, a certain gold-capped tooth in my lower jaw, and request that he extract this and preserve it according to the terms of an agreement made between us many years ago. This not only threw light upon, but complicated the mystery. Perhaps the grave had been opened to allow the dentist to claim his strange legacy. Once more the body was disinterred by the friends of the dead man. The gold-capped tooth was missing from the lower jaw. I next called upon John Johnson, the dentist. Despite his American name, I could see that he was a foreigner, a Russian, I was certain. I mentioned the occasion of my visit. Did you open the grave of Mr. L. and remove a certain gold-capped tooth from the mouth of the dead man? I asked, point blank. Mr. Johnson seemed at a loss how to reply. At last he said no. Then the cemetery superintendent was wrong. You did not drive in with 2 companions in a carriage, and this is not your card which I picked up near the grave of Mr. L., said I, showing him one of his business cards which I had surreptitiously obtained. You might as well confess. You were only getting your rights, after all, but why did you go about it in such an underhanded way? I don't understand you. Are you not acquainted with the contents of Mr. L.'s will, the gold-capped tooth and all? Did he put that in the will? Inquired the dentist in a surprised tone, Then you do know something about it. Yes, it is a strange story, and if you will promise, nay, swear, never to reveal it, I will tell it to you. Do you swear?" Something in the manner and bearing of the man told me that he was no thief, and I readily promised what he asked, and he told me the following strange story, a strange story. Mr. Johnson conducted me into an inner room, closed and locked the door, and bade me be seated. "My name," he began, "is not John Johnson. I am living under an assumed name for reasons of a political nature. I am a Russian by birth, and a nihilist by thought and training. I deplore the condition of my unhappy country. I have done my part, and am still willing to do it, to help bring about her freedom from the terrible despotism under which she suffers. I am acquainted with the horrors of Siberian prison mines. I was sentenced to Siberia for life, for complicity in a nihilistic plot. My brother was sent there soon afterward. Together we planned escape. I succeeded. He fell, shot down by an officer of His Despotic Majesty. I managed to reach England, where I found many friends. In London I became acquainted with the late Mr. L. He was also a nihilist, and a victim of Alexander's wrath. He, too, was an exile from his country. For either of us to return meant instant capture at the hands of the Tsar's well-trained police, or worse than that, Siberia. I lived in London 5 years. There I learned the trade of a dentist. Upon my banishment to Siberia, my property had been confiscated to the government. At the end of 5 years I came to the United States, where I have lived ever since. Mr. L. came here soon after I did. He was a rich man. Just previous to his arrest, he had managed to convert most of his property into money which he deposited in a London bank. This had been used to effect his escape from Siberia. He had relatives in this country with whom he lived up to the time of his death. Soon after coming to this country, he imparted to me a secret which had been in his keeping for 30 years, it having been transmitted to him by his father. He was then a man of 60. One day, 10 years ago, he came into my office, this very room, and said he wished to speak with me upon a most important matter, one concerning our beloved country. "Do you see this tooth?" he inquired, pointing to a large, gold-capped molar in his lower jaw. "Yes," I replied. "That tooth," he continued, after having made sure that we were alone, "that tooth has held for 30 years, a secret of the utmost importance to you and me, and to all liberty-loving Russians. I tell you this because I know you will guard the secret as you would your life. In the cavity of that tooth, under the gold cap," here he lowered his voice, "is a piece of parchment which contains the plans of a secret underground entrance to the Tsar's palace at St. Petersburg. An entrance which, as you will readily understand, will prove of the utmost importance to our friends when the time is ripe to use it. This plan has been in the possession of our family for hundreds of years, having been drawn originally by an ancestor of mine, one of the designers of the palace. I am the last male member of my family, and now bequeath this secret to you. Upon my death, I desire that you extract the tooth, and preserve or dispose of the plan in whatever way seems best to you. You know its importance. I can rely upon your judgment. The dentist who inserted it in my tooth 30 years ago in Russia is now dead. You and I alone now hold the secret. Do you accept the trust?" "I do," I answered. "That was Mr. L.'s story. When he died, I happened to be out of the city. On my return, I hastened to obtain possession of the tooth in the manner that seemed best to me. I was not aware that the matter was mentioned in Mr. L.'s will, which it would appear he had intended to make public before his death, but was unable to do so. The plan which I found in the cavity of the tooth is now in safe hands in Russia, and the world may yet learn whether the well-guarded secret is destined to be utilized. I tell you this because I know you are an American, a lover of liberty, and will not divulge the secret I have told you. Mr. Johnson died many years ago, and now I give this story to the world, confident that even its perusal by the Russian officials cannot in any way endanger the secret of the gold-capped tooth. End of Book of Detective Stories by Frank Pemon.
Mr. Fortune's Trials by H.C. Bailey. Trial 4. The Hermit Crab. First published London Magazine, October 1924. Once upon a time, Mrs. Fortune, irritated by the sight of her husband lying on his back and thinking beautiful thoughts, asked him if he had ever done any work in his life. Reggie Fortune replied with dignity that he would be eternally honored among the great benefactors of humanity for his work. In the case of the hermit crab, he opened his eyes and smiled. "That is perhaps my masterpiece, Joan," said he. Mrs. Fortune showed him the tip of a red tongue. "Mormon," said she, yet it began innocently enough. It began, as Mrs. Fortune complains, soon after they were married. The Honourable Sidney Lomas, Chief of the Criminal Investigation Department, came in to a lazy Sunday lunch, and contemplating Mrs. Fortune with artistic approval, congratulated Mr. Fortune on his knowledge of women. "I don't," Reggie Fortune protested. "I don't know anything about women, but I don't act as if I did. That is how I am wiser than all other men." The Honourable Sidney Lomas shook his head. "These experts," he sighed, "they never will tell you how they do the trick, will they, Mrs. Fortune? This profession of innocence is irritating, Reginald. How did you persuade her to marry you?" "How did I, Joan?" Mr. Fortune murmured dreamily. "I always wanted to be a mother to you, my dear," Mrs. Fortune explained to him. "And you were getting so fat." "He was," Lomas agreed with enthusiasm. "Nay, more he is. Are you sure that you are the right treatment for him? I think what he really needs is something sterner. I should recommend Miss Platt Robinson. Could you arrange for him to marry her too?" "If you think it would be for his good, Mr. Lomas," Mrs. Fortune said demurely. "It would be for mine," Lomas sighed. "But married people are so selfish. Who is your lady friend, Lomas?" "Does she want to be a mother to you?" Mr. Fortune asked. Lomas shuddered. "Not that. No, only a bore, not a mother. I'm afraid you haven't heard of Miss Platt Robinson, Reginald." "She would be annoyed. Philanthropist at large, isn't she?" "At large, unfortunately," Lomas agreed. "She's one of the earnest women who have made England what it is, Mrs. Fortune. She has lately become superintendent of the Records Department of the Ministry of Social Welfare." "Poor thing," said Mrs. Fortune. "I gather that isn't what the women in the Records Department call her." "Her appointment was a shameless job, wasn't it?" Fortune smiled. "My dear Fortune, there are no jobs in the civil service." "Forgive me," Reggie said meekly. "I do not understand these things. Miss Platt Robinson, sir, is one of those noble women who have given their lives to good works. Whenever you hear of a scheme to prevent people doing something and make them do something else, you may be sure Miss Platt Robinson is in it up to the neck. She was born to set everybody right. She had her big chance in the war, of course. She went round lecturing mothers and housewives on the joys of sacrifice. Then she looked after the manners and morals of young women in factories. And when she had won the war, some earnest, wealthy philanthropists felt that the country had to provide for Miss Platt Robinson. So she was pushed into the Records Department of the Ministry of Social Welfare. Hence these tears." "What do they do there?" Mrs. Fortune asked. Lomas shook his head. "No one knows. Miles of card indexes and box files and women. A dreadful place. And Miss Platt Robinson superintends." "Having come in over the heads of all the permanent staff," Fortune murmured. "Do birds in their little nests agree, Lomas?" "It was feared by some miserable cynics like you that there would be trouble. Old Bligh, he's secretary to the ministry, said it was the dirtiest work in his chief's corrupt career, and he hoped and believed the women in the Records Department would tear Miss Platt Robinson limb from limb. Some of them have been in the service 30 years. You wouldn't expect them to want an outsider put over their heads. And the woman who should have been made superintendent, Miss Thornton, has worked her way up from the bottom, and I'm told she's fit to run the empire. They all worship her." "They ought to have made a rebellion," said Mrs. Fortune. "I sometimes suspect you are a man, Joan," her husband sighed. Women are conscientious. Women have a sense of duty. They had, Lomas agreed. They took Miss Platt Robinson to their bosoms. All was peace. Old Bligh was much annoyed, said it convinced him women were unfit for the public service. For months all was peace. He smiled at Mrs. Fortune. Woman is the most patient of the animals. I don't know how long it would take Miss Platt Robinson to get on a woman's nerves, but she has now begun to receive attention. He took from his pocketbook a small sheet of drawing paper and gave it to Reggie. A scene from Bird Life. Artist unknown. Mr. Fortune looked at a sketch in watercolor. A young cuckoo ejecting a fledgling hedge sparrow from the maternal nest. Very neat and good. I'm not a bird fancier myself, but I grasped the allusion. So did Miss Platt Robinson. She calls it a threatening letter, Reginald. Is this the only one? No, the others are not illustrated. She had one which said, "Did you think you could get away with it?" Not so, Platty. Several of them call her Platty or Platter. That annoys her particularly. She has had a dozen or so, none of them very long. One said her appointment was the scandal of the century. Another said, "We must draw the line somewhere, Platty." That's the general tone. They get more peevish as they go on. So does Miss Platt Robinson. She don't think much of Scotland Yard. She can't understand why we haven't found somebody to hang. Why haven't you? Mr. Fortune murmured. My dear fellow, there's 300 women in the department. All the 300 may be in it. My fellows tell me she's put everybody's back up. She's been meddling at large, meddled with their luncheon hours, with their catering, with their holidays. Of course they kick. I wonder, Reggie Fortune murmured. It's not much in my way, Lomas. I like passion and gore. But there are points. He looked affectionately at the picture of the cuckoo, and the next morning found him at Scotland Yard. He was in time to assist at the interview between Mr. Wheely, the hoary old politician who was Minister of Social Welfare, and Lomas. Mr. Wheely came in like a lion. He was much distressed to find that the Criminal Investigation Department had done nothing to clear up this deplorable affair. He was compelled to say many unpleasant things, and he said them at length. Now you've finished, sir, said Lomas placidly. I've only to add that the staff of your ministry never gave any trouble till you appointed Miss Platt Robinson. However, if you want a criminal case over your appointment, I'll do what I can. I'm laying the papers before Mr. Fortune. A very interesting case, Reggie smiled. But Mr. Wheely flinched. The name of Mr. Fortune meant murders to him. Ah, really? Really? I am quite sure you will do everything that is possible. But the important thing is to settle the matter, to restore confidence and good feeling. We mustn't have any publicity, Mr. Lomas. I rely on you, my dear sir. Absolutely. He went out like a lamb. What a nuisance politicians would be if they weren't all cowards, said Lomas. Here are the papers, Reginald. Mr. Fortune examined a dozen letters. They had no resemblance except in the general style, which was mysterious and humorous. The writer or writers used paper of different kinds. Though all were good, the words were in script, or printed in different inks and with different pens. The letters had been posted in different parts of London, most of them in the West End. The general sense of them was that Miss Platt Robinson ought not to be superintendent, and would not be superintendent long, but there was no definite threat. Anything strike you, Lomas? Mr. Fortune smiled. Nothing to take hold of. Lomas shrugged. Nothing criminal. Insubordinate, of course, written to the head of the department, not a police matter. I wonder, Mr. Fortune said. You know, there isn't any malice. They're not bitter, and they have humour. Very unusual anonymous letters. I would like to have a few words with Miss Platt Robinson. Lomas sighed. She'll have the words. Reginald. They took a cab to the new Gaunt building, which is the home of the Records Department. They were led through long corridors of echoing concrete to the severe room, all whitewash and white paint, where on an island of carpet in the middle of a vast bare floor were the table and the chair of Miss Platt Robinson. Pictures of Joan of Arc and Florence Nightingale looked down upon her. She stood up between them, a large, plump woman in a dark coat frock. She had an extensive face, in which the eyes and the mouth stood out, an earnest, voluble face very pleased with itself, and she began to talk. She was glad to see Mr. Lomas. She felt it extraordinary that there had been so much delay in dealing with the case. She wished to remind Mr. Lomas that she had to think not only of herself, but of the women committed to her care. Attacks upon her she might afford to treat, as she did, with contempt, but it was too plain that their gross nature, their repetition, must have a deplorable influence upon the morale of the women on her staff. It was amazing to her. "Have you told the women here all about the letters?" Lomas broke in. Miss Platt Robinson said contemptuously that her secretary of course opened her letters. "And you don't trust your secretary?" "I trust everyone, Mr. Lomas. It is one of my principles. But I suppose you have some knowledge of the world. You should be aware that such things cannot be kept secret." "If my secretary couldn't keep secrets, I shouldn't keep him," Lomas said. Miss Platt Robinson said that she was not inclined to discharge a trusted woman on a vague suspicion. She was surprised to receive such advice. "We're not advising," said Reggie meekly. "We're asking questions. Do you suspect anyone?" "I do not allow myself to suspect, sir. It is one of my principles." "And very grateful and comforted," Mr. Fortune murmured. "But somebody painted the cuckoo." "What is your theory, Miss Platt Robinson? Why did you get the bird?" "I am convinced, sir, that we have to deal with an attempt to undermine my authority in the department." "By whom?" "I am not a detective, sir. It is not possible for me to watch and investigate and obtain evidence. The case has been referred to your department, and I must leave it in your hands. I never meddle. That is one of my principles." Mr. Fortune lay back and smiled at the picture of Joan of Arc. "Thank you so much. I do like a free hand," he murmured. Miss Platt Robinson made an impatient noise. "But one really must point out, sir, that your handling of the affair has been deplorably feeble. The attacks are being continued. Only this morning one had an outrageous thing." She opened a drawer in her table and drew out a parcel. "Kindly examine that." Mr. Fortune looked at the address. It was in printed letters. The parcel had been posted in West London. It was made up of a tin box, which was packed with seaweed. From this he drew forth a large whelk shell. Out of the shell protruded the front claws of a crab. "Good gad," said Lomas. "What is the meaning of that, madame?" "I wonder how you can ask me," Miss Platt Robinson cried. Reggie had laid down the shell and the crab. He was poking a curious finger inside the box into the seaweed, which contained little lumps of red sand and shell. "What is the thing, Fortune?" Lomas said. Reggie looked up. His round, cherubic face was solemn. "What? This gentleman?" He lifted the whelk shell. "Oh, he's Pagurus bernhardus, a hermit crab." "Why should the creature be sent to me?" said Miss Platt Robinson. "The hermit crab, madame, in the inscrutable wisdom of Providence, is given a naked and tender abdomen. He is, therefore, tempted to shelter it in other people's property. He evicts the whelk and finds a safe and comfortable situation. Here you see him." Lomas smiled. "So this is a variation on the theme of the cuckoo?" "I fear so." Reggie shook his head. "I fear so." He put the hermit crab back into the seaweed and carefully packed it up again. "This is positively outrageous," said Miss Platt Robinson. Into the room came a small, brisk woman. "I think you had better read these. Oh, I beg your pardon. I will bring them when you're free." She was gone again. It seemed to Reggie Fortune that the frown which Miss Platt Robinson sent after her had a certain acidity. "Well, well," he said. "And not one of these queer things has suggested to you any person who don't like you?" The prominent eyes of Miss Platt Robinson stared at him. Miss Platt Robinson seemed to struggle with emotions. "It must be someone who has lost all sense of decency," she exploded. "Jealousy, I suppose." She burrowed among the papers on her desk. Mr. Fortune lay back and winked at the picture of Florence Nightingale. Miss Platt Robinson took up a strip of yellow paper and gazed at it eagerly. "I should advise you to compare that writing with the anonymous letters, sir," she said. "It was a note about the practice of the department. It was in a clear, bold hand." "And who wrote this, madame?" Miss Platt Robinson hesitated. "I should prefer to leave you to draw your own conclusions, sir." "We will," said Reggie, and he took up the box with the hermit crab. "It's a very interesting case." "Good morning." "Interesting," Miss Platt Robinson gasped. Outside, in the long gaunt corridor, Reggie and Lomas were submerged in a flood of young women going to lunch with earnest haste. "The female of the species is more dreadful than the male," Reggie murmured. "Hold my hand, Lomas, I'm frightened. They look very determined. I'm not good enough to die. What an awful place this is. A labyrinth full of women. Fancy being lost here." They emerged at last into sunshine and the street. "Lunch is strongly indicated," Reggie sighed relief. "Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die." "But why are you so rattled, Reginald?" "How can you ask? You also were present. Something will come of this. I hope it mayn't be human gore." "The woman's a fool," said Lomas. "Some humorist's been pulling her leg. That's all there is to it." "I wonder. Not a nice woman, Lomas. Not really a nice woman." "Well, I don't mind owning I shouldn't like anybody to send me a dead crab in a whelk shell. I fear I should be peevish. The hermit crab upset her, didn't it? She had suspicions all right after that. Do you know the writing she gave me as a sample?" "Confound her," said Lomas. "It's her assistant's, Miss Thornton's. She was the little woman who blew in. She's been in the office all her life. She ought to be superintendent now if she had her rights. Does she think so?" "How can she help thinking so?" "As you say," Reggie nodded. "That writing looks possible. The anonymous letters are disguise, of course. What's Miss Thornton's reputation?" "One of the best. Good gad. I hope she hasn't lost her head. It would be an infernal shame if she's ruined herself over the Platt Robinson. Somebody's lost her head." Reggie smiled. "You can't tell what a woman won't do when she begins to hate another woman," Lomas pronounced. "They all run mad then, even the best of them." Yes. There was some nasty temper about, I wonder." "Confound you, what do you think of it yourself?" "I don't think. I haven't enough facts. I only wonder. Very interesting case." "I wonder what they'll be up to next." Lomas chuckled. "It won't be easy to beat the hermit crab. Mr. Fortune possesses the faculty of remaining awake after a large lunch. He spent the afternoon in a scientific investigation of the hermit crab, and the packing, and the tin. In the evening his wife found him benign but pensive. In the morning she heard with regret that their chauffeur and factotum, Sam, had gone to the seaside for a day or two. Mr. Fortune offered to drive her himself. She shuddered. Reggie Fortune's driving is the triumph of mind over matter. For some days nothing else disturbed their happiness. Mr. Fortune asking over the telephone whether Miss Platt Robinson had received any more congratulations was told that she had gone on holiday. Sam, the chauffeur, came back to his job, and one morning the voice of Lomas spoke over the telephone. "Reginald, are you there? You are quite sure you are there? You haven't eloped with Miss Platt Robinson?" "I hadn't noticed it. This is very suspicious. Better come around and prove an alibi." Sam drove Mr. Fortune to Scotland Yard. "What is this unseemly jest, Lomas? I am a good young husband." "Anything you say will be used as evidence against you. Now, Reggie, where is she?" "Oh, my aunt, is she really gone?" "The Vanishing Lady. A New Illusion by Miss Platt Robinson. This morning, Lady Bandicott. Do you know Lady Bandicott?" Reggie held up his hands. "Lady Bandicott is one of our most earnest social reformers." "Quite so. She came round with her tail fluffed out and her back up. She had a meeting yesterday at which Miss Platt Robinson was to make a speech on the modern woman. Miss Platt Robinson didn't turn up. The evidence is that she left her house early the day before yesterday without luggage. She didn't even say when she was coming back. She hasn't been seen since." Well, said Reggie Fortune. "And what's Lady Bandicott's view?" Lady Bandicott points out that never before in our Fair Island story did Miss Platt Robinson fail to make a speech when she had the chance. She argues that it was no small thing which stopped her from making a speech. She suggests that Miss Platt Robinson has been made away with by some wicked enemy of the rights of women, or some disgruntled female in her office. It is an interesting case, isn't it? Mr. Fortune smiled. And what does the chief of the Criminal Investigation Department make of it? I think it's a case for a medical man, Reginald. I suppose the wretched woman is off her head. Lost her memory, or had a nervous breakdown. Didn't she look like it? I wonder, where did she live, Thomas? Miss Platt Robinson had a new house in a garden suburb, in a room where the paint and curtain glared at each other across angular furniture, which insisted that no man had ever thought of making furniture like it before. Reggie and Lomas conferred with a grim housekeeper. Miss Platt Robinson had said nothing when she went out, but that she would not be in to lunch. She went out alone. She had no one call on her that morning. Lady Flora Norton called the day before. Reggie, who was playing with the things on the writing table, looked up. An old friend. Lady Flora worked under Miss Platt Robinson during the war. She was Lady Flora Holmbury then, of course. Miss Platt Robinson certainly had some letters the morning before she went out. She always had many letters. The housekeeper could not say if there were any friends she was likely to visit. She had many friends. Yes, yes. We'll find them in the address book here, no doubt, Reggie said. Thanks very much. We'll ring when we've finished. The housekeeper started at this abrupt dismissal and went out reluctantly. What do you got, Reginald? Lomas came to him. Mr. Fortune took from the pages of the blotting book an envelope addressed in a bold hand to Miss Robinson. Good gad! Another letter. Lomas drew out a sheet on which was written, "You will not be superintendent long." That doesn't seem much to run away from. I suppose there was something more. Reggie was going over the writing table. No, nothing more, he said. Only that and nothing more. A very interesting case. Some of these drawers are locked. Yes, yes. I don't know how far you're going into Miss Platt Robinson's secrets. I want my lunch. I want to know how this letter came here. It didn't come by post. No, it didn't come by post, Reggie agreed. Goodbye. Confound you, Fortune. This is serious. I know. That's why I'm going. I'm going to lunch with the hermit crab. Goodbye. To his waiting chauffeur, Mr. Fortune said, Liverpool Street. Won't the car do it, sir? Sam smiled. You're so romantic, Sam. I want a luncheon car. In the afternoon sunshine, Mr. Fortune arrived upon the seafront of Walton on the Naze. The summer was still young, the beach not crowded. Though the tide was high, only a few bathers disturbed the glittering steel sea. Mr. Fortune walked northwards with a roving eye for them and the little groups that took the air on the promenade. But he saw no one who detained him, and when he came to the end of the promenade, he strode on northward still, by the path at the edge of the tall green corn above the sea. At the point where the coast opens to make the wide inlet of Harford Water, he sat down on a stone groin and contemplated the landscape. Only a flock of sheep grazing in the salt meadows and the gleam and call of plovers disturbed the solitude. The tide was rising still but almost full, and from the groin to the grass of the low islands, the water shone grey. Yes, a soothing harmony, he murmured. I like these damsels. And he rose lazily and went on by the path which rims above the shore between hedges of tamarisk. He saw on one of the islands white tents. When he was as near to it as he could get, he came out from the tamarisk and stood by the water. From the island, girls were bathing. Mr. Fortune lit a cigar and watched them with artistic approval. They had a boat out. They swam to it, dived, dark lithe shapes curving pleasantly in the sunshine with a gleam of white arms and legs. Mr. Fortune approved and clapped. The girl who was steering the boat turned. Another girl climbed into the bows and shaded her eyes to look. Mr. Fortune took off his hat. There was conversation on the sea, heads bobbing tip and clustering round the boat and gazing at the intrusive man. Then they vanished into the water like seats. The girl at the tiller bent down, the motor began to throb, and the boat made for Mr. Fortune. 50 yards from the shore, the engine was stopped. "What's your trouble?" the girl cried, and she let her boat drift in to stare at him. "I've come to call," said Fortune. "At home 6 Mondays," said the girl. "But I'm sure Miss Platt Robinson would like to see me," said Mr. Fortune meekly. "Poor you." She smiled. She had a thin brown face which became pugnacious when she smiled. "Come on then." Fortune looked with pathos at the yards of water between him and the boat. "Be a little man," she exhorted him. "Nana's watching." But she brought the boat in nearer. "Baby paddle now?" Reggie Fortune, though plump, has agility. He ran down the battic and jumped, arriving in the bows of the rocking boat on all fonts. "You owl," said the girl. "You nearly had her over." "Then it would have been my duty and my delight to save your life," Reggie smiled. "Save your grandmother," said the girl, and started her engine. Mr. Fortune made his way aft to her side. She was clothed in engineer's overalls, from the trousers of which little bare feet came out. She tucked them under her. "Don't you mind me, Jonah," she said. "You look about for a whale." The boat made for the island at the rate of knots. "Do you get many whales?" Reggie smiled. "I thought you were catching crabs." The girl stared at him. "It's a clever little man, isn't it?" she said. The island was near. A group of girls, some still in bathing dresses, some in sweaters and shorts, stood on the beach watching. "And very picturesque too," said Mr. Fortune. "But embarrassing, you know. I never had so many ladies take an interest in me all at once. Feet cold?" The girl's warlike smile flashed at him. She stopped the engine and heaved her little anchor over the gunwale. The boat brought up in shallow water. "Who is your young man, Vi?" a clear voice hailed. "Little Jonah looking for a whale," the girl said. She was rolling up her trousers. "Come and paddle, ducky. Nana will hold your hand." Mr. Fortune took off his shoes and socks. "There's a brave man," said she, and they splashed together to the beach. Mr. Fortune, holding his shoes in one hand, took off his hat with the other to a cluster of smiles. "I hope I don't intrude," he said, and heard a camera click at him. "Sir, the pleasure is ours," said somebody who consisted chiefly of a mop of chestnut hair. Mr. Fortune became confidential. "Would you mind? Do introduce me to the hostess?" The small person made a curtsy in the grand style, a work of art made piquant by her shorts and her bare knees, and rising from it showed him beneath chestnut hair a comical little face with no nose to speak of but large and dangerous eyes. "So charming of you to give us the pleasure," she murmured in a conventional voice. "We were just going to tea." She put her hand in his arm and led him towards the tents. Mr. Fortune's feet dragged. Mr. Fortune saw the shape of Miss Platt Robinson. Mr. Fortune gasped slightly. Not as once she sat majestic between Florence Nightingale and Joan of Arc, Miss Platt Robinson walked the island. That plump, important shape was clothed in a sweater and shorts. Mr. Fortune averted his eyes. So did not she. Her prominent eyes swelled and glared from a red face. "Mr. Fortune!" she cried. "Positively outrageous!" "Platty," said the little creature on Mr. Fortune's arm. "Potatoes, Platty." Two of the girls took Miss Platt Robinson and led her gently but firmly away. Mr. Fortune was taken to the tents where 2 oil stoves were roaring beneath kettles and several deck chairs stood. "Won't you sit down?" said the little creature in her conventional voice. "Tea, children." "May I put on my shoes?" Reggie murmured. "If you think you'll feel safer," she smiled. He subsided onto the grass. He put on his shoes. He gazed at Miss Platt Robinson, who also sat on the wound but afar off with a pail between her legs, scraping a potato in a slow time, a tragic woman. She gave a lot of trouble. The little creature smiled. "But I think she's beginning to grasp things." "What things?" said Mr. Fortune anxiously. "The great realities. If you don't work, you don't eat. Platty has to scrape the potatoes for dinner before she has her tea." Mr. Fortune gazed at her in alarm. But a girl brought him a cup and buttered biscuit. He found himself the center of a ring of curious and amused girls. "Do you know all my young people?" said the little creature in her conventional voice. "Vi, Hoodlums, the Wogger, Belinda." She reeled off a string of names and nicknames and laughed. "And you're Daniel in the Lion's Den, aren't you? What's your second name, Daniel?" "I am called Fortune," said Reggie meekly. "The Scotland Yard man," she cried. "Oh, good work." Yes, I am rather proud of it myself," Reggie murmured. There were emotions among the sweaters. Someone pointed a finger at the slim, dark girl of the bat. "You've done it now, Vi. This is your fatal weakness for policemen. He's better here than spying on land." Vi smiled at him. "It's a long, long way to Tipperary, isn't it, Mr. Policeman?" She waved her hand to the surrounding sea. "Yes, he's better here," the little person pronounced. "But how in the name of wonder did he get here? Prisoner, what brought you to the premises?" "May I smoke?" Reggie smiled and lit a cigar. "Thanks. Well, the reasons were primarily geological. If there's any leg pulling, we'll do it, thank you." "I wouldn't dream of it." Reggie swept a deprecating glance round the circle of Amazons. "It's unnecessary. The reasons were primarily geological, secondarily gastronomic or culinary. Somebody sent a hermit crab to Miss Platt Robinson." "Oh, help! Platty didn't eat him, did she?" The little person gurgled. "Is a hermit crab a crime, Constable?" said Vi. "The answer to both questions is in the negative," said Mr. Fortune gravely. "A hermit crab isn't even a clue. He might have come from anywhere round England. But his packing was very interesting. Seaweed with some little lumps of sand caught in it, hard red lumps with lighter veins partly shell." He smiled at the small creature. "That gave me the hermit crab's address, you see, miss. I'm sorry I didn't catch your name." "Couldn't you guess that from the seaweed?" said the little creature. "Bad luck. But you were quite clever, weren't you? What did you find in the sand?" Mr. Fortune shook his head at her. "No, not clever, only painstaking. All for your good. I found bits of Trophon contrarius." "Is it catching?" "No. It's a shellfish of the past. Of the Pliocene, in fact, some time before you were born. It indicated that the sand was red crag. Red crag only comes down to the sea between Felixstowe and Frinton. We come next to the gastronomic evidence provided by the tin. That tin had held pigeon pie. There were still fragments adhering. Well, one doesn't buy pigeon pie in tins for ordinary household purposes. So it emerged that somebody who was living in a boat or in camp on this bit of coast took a friendly interest in Miss Platt Robinson. I sent a man down to look for ladies living the simple life near Walton. He discovered your island, so when Miss Platt Robinson vanished, I came to call." He smiled. "That's my half of the story. I should like to hear yours, miss. It really would be friendly to tell me your name." The little person looked at him profoundly. She had greenish eyes flecked with brown. Curious eyes which laughed in their solemnity. She said nothing. It was Vi who spoke with that pugnacious smile of hers. "Does your mother know you're out, Mr. Fortune?" "You alarm me, madame." "That was the idea. You might be here a long time. Quite a long time. You might be peeling potatoes, same as Platty. You might be helping her wash up. Platty would like to have somebody else wash up. Especially the bacon plates. We'd lend you some clothes, too. You'd look like a Boy Scout." Mr. Fortune sighed. "You don't do me justice, you know. I'm really kind at heart. I don't want you to get into serious trouble." "I should worry," Vi laughed. "Well, Snooky, what about him? He wants chastening." "Don't be an owl," said the little person. "Mr. Fortune, you mean if we don't let you go off with Platty, there'll be policemen coming to the island?" "It is only too likely, miss." "Well, what of it? You came here of your own choice." So did Platty. She stood there on the groin looking like a pelican in the wilderness. Of course, we sent the boat across. When she was getting in, she fell into the sea. So we lent her clothes while her own were drying. Then she wouldn't do her share of the washing up. So Platty was made kitchen orderly. No work, no meals for Platty. We're nice girls who rescue the perishin'. We're good girls who are finding work for a forlorn female, helping the unemployed. We're not afraid of your policeman, Mr. Fortune. You don't begin at the beginning, do you?" Reggie smiled. "What brought Miss Platt Robinson down to Walton Point, Lady Flora?" "You pig," the little person cried. "You knew me all the time. You see, that's my job, to know all the time. Reggie said meekly. "But I don't. I don't know what Miss Flat Robinson will be up to when she gets back to land. There's threatening letters, there's assault, there's kidnapping." "There isn't." Lady Flora was shrill. "She came of her own silly, nasty mind." "Oh, cut it out," Vi said. "Let's maroon 'em together, Snooky." Lady Flora's green eyes gleamed gold. "That's a solution." "Not tonight," said Reggie, looking at the sea. The tide was far out. The island was surrounded by wide banks of muddy sand on which the boat lay high and dry. "Lots of time to talk it over, Lady Flora. Do tell me how you brought her down here." Lady Flora considered him again. She looked round at her cohort of girls. "Is he human? Who thinks he's human?" A number of hands went up. "Who thinks he's a pig?" Vi voted for that with a frown. "Mr. Fortune is human. Sir, listen to the story of our young lives. In the war we were all good little girls making shells. Some fiend sent Flatty down as a welfare worker to our factory. Before we knew where we were, our superintendent was booted out, and Platty had her job. That's Platty's little way. She's the world's worst wangler. And then she made us all happy. Platty's great on discipline. Platty's idea of discipline is making a girl do everything she don't want the way she hates to do it. She altered all our shifts. She upset all our days off. She turned down half the forewomen and put in a mob of her own. We used to call them Platty's Spy Corps. Oh, it was a merry old time. We should have had our own private revolution if the Germans hadn't started theirs first. The armistice shut the factory down just in time to save Platty's neck. Well, we burnt Platty in effigy on armistice night and resumed the life of peace. But we didn't forget her. And when we heard she'd wangled another big job, it was felt something had to be done about it. We remonstrated with her by hermit crabs and so forth, but Platty went on her wicked way. We heard she was disciplining the poor girls in the records department, same like she disciplined us. Then we took action. I called on Platty. She's always been a little afraid of me." "I don't wonder," Reggie murmured. "Poor me," said Lady Flora. "No, sir, it's the title that does it. Platty's a snob." "Well," I called. I was friendly but patronizing. I congratulated her on her appointment. I hoped, kind but cold, I hoped she'd make good. I understood the girls in the records department were a wild and wanton crowd. Flatty said it was too true, but she was introducing discipline. I hoped so, superior and incredulous. I had heard there was a party of them down here in Camp shocking the whole East Coast by their costume and conduct. Platty jumped at it. Where were they? Who were they? What were they up to? So I gave her the address, and the next time I saw our Platty, she was standing there on the point goggling at us. Wasn't she asking for it, Mr. Fortune? We brought her over, and we gave her discipline. If she isn't a brighter and a better woman, it's not our fault. We've been quite firm with the flatter. She's had to do lots of things she didn't want the way she hates to do them. Look at her now. Miss Platt Robinson stood glowering at a fire which smoked sullenly beneath a black cauldron. Platty's evening hate. She cannot make a fire burn, and if it won't burn, Platty has to wash up in cold water. So good for Platty. The pains we take with her, Mr. Fortune. Yes, yes, said Reggie dreamily. Fellows who write plays tell me it's the last act that's the trouble. How's it going to end, Lady Flora? I don't see how it can end happily. Dear me, Mr. Fortune, the little creature resumed her conventional voice. I thought you had come here to clear it all up. That's what policemen are for, isn't it? Policemen are human, you know. They feel for Miss Platt Robinson. She's a woman and a sister. And sisters can be very unpleasant sometimes. Haven't you noticed it? You don't think she's grateful, Mr. Fortune? Said the little creature sadly. Speaking from observation, I fear she isn't grateful. Speaking from experience, I'm sure she has no sense of humor. And speaking for myself, I'm frightened. What did you think of doing with her? We thought a week's education would be enough, Mr. Fortune. You'll have police here before that. You'll be in a police court for threatening letters, assault, and anything else Platt Robinson's lawyers can think of. Then it would all come out. The green eyes laughed. How gorgeous! But she'd never risk it, Mr. Fortune. Think of Platty's prestige. Think of the girls in the records department chortling. She'd risk it all right, said Reggie sadly. Aren't you a little hard on Miss Platt Robinson? You might give her a chance. You'll have to let her go soon. Why not do it prettily? Let her go now if she'll kiss and be friends. Mr. Fortune, you're a wangler yourself, the little creature cried. She shan't kiss me, someone said fervently. It seemed to be the general feeling. No doubt that can be arranged. Mr. Fortune smiled upon them. All right. It's got to end some time, Lady Flora said. Shall he wangle? Hands went up. Shall he not wangle? Only the black-browed Vi opposed. Go and wangle, sir. First prize for courage, our Fortune. Miss Platt Robinson, surrounded by wood smoke, had a rather ghostly appearance. This is a distressing situation, madame, said Reggie. She struggled with passions. What are you doing here? She exploded. I'm trying to get you away, but your friends seem to be very determined young people. My friends, Miss Platt Robinson gasped. Don't you understand that this is an abominable outrage? Look at me. I do, said Reggie, and looked away. Oh, Miss Platt Robinson, why did you come here? I was kidnapped, sir. But you came alone. We found that out, all the way from London to Walton Point, and these damsels say you asked them to ferry you over. It's a conspiracy, Mr. Fortune, said Miss Platt Robinson vehemently. These wretched girls wanted to get me in their power. That creature, Lady Flora, told me there was a party of my girls from the records department out here behaving scandalously. I considered it my duty to investigate, and look how they treated me. Do you really want people to look at you? Reggie said with emotion. I mean to say, we can bring some police over here and rescue you, but do you want policemen assisting you in this, negligence? It's perfectly disgraceful, Miss Platt Robinson faltered. I'm only thinking of you, Reggie murmured. You see, these young women say they didn't ask you to come, and they won't help you to go, and while you stay you'll have to work for your living. But that's outrageous, Miss Platt Robinson whimpered. But the only answer is policemen, and you're in a sweater and shorts. I don't know what they've done with my clothes. They've no right to keep my clothes. It's theft, at least. I can prosecute them all. Theft and kidnapping and conspiracy. Oh, they'll be sorry for this. I shouldn't count on it. Reggie shook his head. Are you quite sure you want to prosecute, Miss Platt Robinson? If you take 'em into court, they'll bring out the whole story. I'm only thinking of you. Do you want to be cross-examined about your camp life? Very sad reading for your girls in the records department. And, speaking officially, I doubt if you'll get a conviction. They'll say you would come where you weren't wanted, and they fished you out of the sea and gave you dry clothes and— But they won't let me go, Miss Platt Robinson wailed. Oh, Mr. Fortune, you must do something. It is a distressing situation, Reggie agreed. They're not fond of you, you know. They seem to think you haven't been nice to them. Why not try it? Bury the past. You want to get away. You don't want scandal. Well, kiss and be friends. Tell them if they put you ashore in your own clothes, next tide you won't prosecute. Miss Platt Robinson stared at him. But I told them that yesterday, she cried. They only laughed at me. Is it possible they didn't trust you? Reggie sighed. This is very painful. I wonder if they'll trust me. Do try, Mr. Fortune. Freedom and your own skirt and no prosecution. Reggie held out his hand. Promise? Of course. Miss Platt Robinson took his hand gingerly. Reggie strolled back to the circle of girls by the tents. Peace with honor. You put her ashore in the morning clothed and in her right mind. She don't prosecute. Good for Platty, said Lady Flora. No more washing up for Platty. Reveal Platty's clothes, Vi. She'll want to dress for dinner. She did, but she was not sociable. Except towards the lemon cheesecakes, her manner was restrained. She retired early, desiring to be put ashore as soon as possible in the morning. The flap of a tent fell behind her. "Well done, Platty," said Lady Flora. "Didn't she behave prettily? Not one rude word. Quite a reformed character. I thought we could educate her. Those women in her department won't know their Platty." She sighed. "What have I done for thee, England, my England?" The last of the sunset lingered rosy. The moon was rising out of a gleam of silver on the sea, and from the mainland came faintly the bleating of sheep. "All is peace, and I feel so good. It's quite disconcerting, Mr. Fortune." "Yes, I shouldn't let that worry you," said Reggie. Between a ground sheet and a rug he dozed uneasily through that night. Stiff, crumpled and unshorn in a blaze of morning sunshine, he was landed beside Miss Platt Robinson on Walton Point. She was primly neat. He had never disliked her so much. From the island came 3 joyful cheers. "Really?" Miss Platt Robinson muttered and set her lips. "I quite agree with you," said Reggie heartily. But she had no more to say, and she strode out at a round pace. When they came to the town, "I was thinking of a bath and some breakfast," he ventured. "I am taking the first train to London," said she. Reggie sighed relief and turned into a barber's. The next morning, among his letters, he found one from Lady Flora. "Dear Mr. F0RTUNE, perhaps it would be good for you to have these, with our love." These were photographs, chiefly of Miss Platt Robinson. Miss Platt Robinson was shown in sweater and shorts blowing the fire, scraping the potatoes, washing the dishes. But what Mr. Fortune stared at was the postscript, for Lady Flora had written, "Wouldn't they look nice in the picture papers?" Mrs. Fortune was allured by his expression. "Reggie, have you told me all?" said she tragically, and she came to look. "Oh, bless her, my dear, they ought to have taken her for the movies." "I shouldn't wonder if they did," said Reggie morosely. "But what is this?" She found a photograph of Reggie walking barefoot, with his shoes in his hand and bowing. "Oh, you precious. I want this enlarged." "You have no heart, Joan," Reggie complained. "No woman has any heart." Mrs. Fortune gurgled. She had found another photograph of him putting on his shoes, while a circle of girls admired him. "But it's a Mormon," said she. "A nice, shy Mormon." At this point, a maid came in to say that Mr. Lomas had rung up to ask Mr. Fortune to go to Scotland Yard at once. Lomas received him severely. "You wired me that the Platt Robinson was returning safe and in good condition." "Oh, my aunt," Reggie gasped. "Didn't she?" "I don't know whether you're mad or she is. As far as I can make out, you've been compounding felony and committing high treason and being no gentleman. Look at that." It was a letter of many sheets, a formal complaint from Miss Platt Robinson to the chief of the Criminal Investigation Department that she had been kidnapped and kept in captivity by a party of women, acting in collusion with one of his officials, Mr. Reginald Fortune. She proposed to call on Mr. Lomas and lay the facts before him. She expected him to take drastic action on her behalf. "She's not a nice woman, Lomas," said Reggie sadly. "Not really a nice woman. Good gad, don't be futile. The woman's capable of dragging the department into a big scandal. What are the facts?" So Reggie told him. Reggie showed him the photographs. He was profoundly moved. "Poor wretch, I don't wonder she's peevish." "No, I thought she was peevish. Do you wonder I told her to hush it up?" "It's the only thing to do, of course. She'd ruin her position if she drags all this out." "Good gad. Think of these snapshots in the picture papers." "I do," said Reggie. "I'm in 1 or 2. Lady Flora's very resourceful. Oh, the Platt Robinson must let it drop. I'll manage her." "I wonder," Reggie sighed. "I can frighten her," said Lomas. And Miss Platt Robinson came. Lomas put up his eyeglass. Lomas glared at her. Lomas rang for a shorthand writer. "Sit down, madame. You have made a grave charge against a trusted adviser of mine. Mr. Fortune will be present at this interview. I'm having a note taken of all that you say. Let me warn you that I am acquainted with all the facts and approve of Mr. Fortune's action throughout. It is entirely owing to his skill and resource that you have been saved from a distressing situation to which you had come by your own folly. You are now breaking a promise which you made in your own interests. You are bringing a false charge against him. I warn you that anything you say without foundation will involve you in very serious consequences." Miss Platt Robinson flinched. She did not expect to be treated like this. She had been outrageously treated. She wanted those women punished. "You undertook not to prosecute them in order to prevent the practical joke which they had played on you being made public. Mr. Fortune gave you good advice. You want to break that undertaking. Do you want to see these photographs in the picture papers?" He handed them across the table. "Oh, abominable!" Miss Platt Robinson cried and crushed them into a ball. "They have the negatives, you know. Do you want to make it public you roused such ill feeling in the department you last controlled that the women determined to punish you like this? What am I to do? Is nothing to be done for me? We have done a great deal for you. We have extricated you from a most unpleasant situation without scandal. It is more than your conduct gave you a right to expect. I have done with the case. No one is to be punished." Miss Platt Robinson gasped. "What about all those threatening letters I had?" "Threats? I have read no threats. Insulting. Have you any proof who wrote them?" "We have none." "You don't want proof?" Miss Platt Robinson cried. "Good morning, madame," said Lomas, and when she had gone he smiled on Reggie. "I wonder," Reggie murmured. "You know, I should put a man to watch her, Lomas. I don't think she's safe." "Good gad." Lomas dropped his eyeglass and his smile. "What can she do? Assassinate Lady Flora? Or do you think Lady Flora's rascals will be after her again?" "Some nice quiet man," Reggie murmured. "She's not safe alone." It was a month afterwards that Mr. Fortune, visiting Lomas on the matter of the infested marmoset, a crime, you remember, of passion, was shown the report of the detectives who had been observing Miss Platt Robinson. No one had attempted to interfere with the lady. She had gone nowhere except to a few public meetings, and several times on a jaunt by bus in the evening from her suburb to Finsbury Park. Not worthwhile keeping the men on the job, is it? Lomas shrugged. Evidently Lady Flora's finished with her, and she's not meddling with Lady Flora. "But why Finsbury Park?" said Reggie. "Lots of nice places near her home. What does she do at Finsbury Park?" "I could bear to know that, Lomas." "My dear fellow, lots of simple people like a bus ride on a summer evening." "She's not simple," Reggie protested. "Not at all a nice woman, Lomas. Tell your fellows to find out what she does at Finsbury Park." "Oh, very well," Lomas shrugged. "You've got Miss Platt Robinson on your nerves, Reginald." I have. 2 weeks later there came to Lomas a letter from the Minister of Social Welfare. Mr. Wheely regretted to find that the Criminal Investigation Department had failed to discover the author of the threatening letters received by Miss Platt Robinson. Emboldened, he was compelled to assume, by this strange inertia of the police, this person had now sent letters of a more scandalous character. Very fortunately, however, impunity had made the author rash. If Mr. Lomas would kindly call upon him, he would be able to point out evidence which must lead to drastic action. "Yes, I shouldn't wonder if he's right." Mr. Fortune smiled. "You know this woman's a public nuisance," Lomas groaned. "Who's after her now?" "Have you got that letter we found in her blotting book?" "Of course I have. All the Platt Robinson communications, except the hermit crab. You had that. He wouldn't keep, but the letter will. We never found out how it came to her, you know. It wasn't posted." "No, it wasn't posted," Reggie smiled. "That's what's interesting." "Lomas, my dear old thing, what about Finsbury Park? What did Miss Platt Robinson do at Finsbury Park?" Lomas rang for the reports. They testified that on 3 nights during the past fortnight, Miss Platt Robinson had posted a letter, once certainly a blue letter, in a certain pillar box at Finsbury Park. "Very sound man, that man," Reggie murmured, and turned the pages of the London directory. "Pillar box at the corner of Curtis Road and Garden Road." "Garden Road?" "Yes. Lomas, dear, ring up Mr. Wheely and tell him we'll come round to him now, if he'll have Miss Platt Robinson and her letters ready for us." "I don't see my way," Lomas protested. "My dear fellow, oh my dear fellow," Reggie chuckled. "Then leave it to me." They found Mr. Wheely frowning majestically, guarded by a cynical secretary who did not conceal his disgust for the whole affair. Over against him, Miss Platt Robinson swelled and preened herself. Mr. Wheely spoke. He had to complain of the manner in which the Criminal Investigation Department had handled this serious case. He was bound to say he desired to point, but, he must add, and he had only to remark in conclusion, it was deplorable that inertia, he did not wish to use the word incompetence, should expose a valued public servant to such persecution. "Yes, it will save time if we come to the facts, sir," Reggie said. "I understand Miss Platt Robinson has received some fresh letters." "Where are they?" Mr. Wheely again delivered an oration. The secretary handed Reggie 6 letters. They were on pale blue rough paper. They were in a bold hand. Their tone was alike. The last said, "Do not imagine you will be allowed to stay here. We shall get you out somehow. No outsiders here. The civil service does not want them. I have had more than enough of your meddling. I have friends and influence behind me. You will not be superintendent long." Reggie read it aloud. "Very painful. The work of a spiteful and cunning mind," he said gravely, "and Miss Platt Robinson has evidence who was the writer. Look at the postmark, please." Miss Platt Robinson smiled. "Posted last Friday, N4, the others the same." "N4 is Finsbury Park," said Miss Platt Robinson. "Perhaps Mr. Fortune will compare the writing with this." She handed him an official document signed E. Thornton. "Surely I have seen this writing before." Reggie frowned. "Do you know her?" Miss Platt Robinson cried. "I have only met her in your room, madame. When we were investigating the earlier letters, you gave me a document written by your assistant superintendent. You suspected her then." "I have always suspected her," Miss Platt Robinson cried. "Don't you see the likeness?" "It leaps to the eye," said Mr. Wheely. "Yes, positively, I am compelled to say. It leaps to the eye. And Miss Thornton lives at Finsbury Park," Miss Platt Robinson cried in triumph. 23 Garden Road, Finsbury Park. That is the paper she uses. Look, here is a note of hers. She writes with a J-nib. "You've prepared the evidence very carefully, madam," Reggie said. "The writing is surely conclusive," Mr. Wheely pronounced. "Yes. The writing is like Miss Thornton's writing," Reggie said, "but it's even more like this." He produced the letter found in Miss Platt Robinson's blotting book and read it out. "You will not be superintendent long." "Just compare that, sir." Miss Platt Robinson became red. "Where did you get that?" she gasped. "You see the resemblance, Mr. Wheely. 6 weeks ago, when Miss Platt Robinson's sudden absence from London alarmed some of her friends, they called us in. Lomas and I went to her house to make inquiries. We found this letter on her writing table. We found some of this blue paper. We found one of her pens fitted with a J-nib. The letter has not been posted, you see. It is obvious that it was an experiment in imitating Miss Thornton's writing. The first of the series. The others were posted by Miss Platt Robinson herself. In the last few weeks, she has often been to Finsbury Park of nights. Fortunately, she was attended by a detective. He has seen her post 4 letters in the pillar box near Miss Thornton's house at the corner of Garden Road. Last Friday, he saw that the letter was blue. Miss Platt Robinson has been writing herself these letters in order to bring a false charge against her assistant superintendent. I don't know whether you wish the case to go to the public prosecutor or whether you will deal with it yourself. Obviously a case for the public prosecutor, said Lomas. Good heavens, woman! What have you done? Mr. Wheely cried. It's a conspiracy, Mr. Wheely, Miss Platt Robinson wailed. They've been working against me all through. They had no business in my house, setting detectives to watch me. Outrageous. Upon my word, said Mr. Wheely. Outrageous indeed. Is that all you have to say? Don't you see what you've done? You've involved the office in a scandal, a gross scandal, madame. It's intolerable, a most painful thing. You've betrayed my confidence in you in the most deplorable way. Really? Oh, you must go. Not back to the department, Miss Platt Robinson, said the secretary. Not... Oh, Mr. Wheely, you don't mean that. Great heavens, woman, you don't think you can retain your position after this? Miss Platt Robinson's eyes swelled at him. The words which came to Miss Platt Robinson were, outrageous, really outrageous. She rose. She made strange noises. It's a conspiracy against me, she announced. You've all agreed to trump this up. I won't bear it. I'd rather resign. The door slammed behind her. Not really a nice woman, Reggie murmured. Yes, I mean no, of course, Mr. Wheely bleated. A most painful affair. At the same time, I'm bound to point out, Lomas, I do hope you agree with me. No reason why it should go any further. Now she's gone, I dare say Miss Thornton won't want to prosecute her. Lomas shrugged. Miss Thornton's a very good official, said the secretary. Yes, quite so, quite so. It is a mistaken policy to appoint these outsiders. I always thought so, said Mr. Wheely. Outside in the corridor, but I wish we could have sacked him too, said Reggie sadly. You never, Lomas sighed, not while England's England. Even you have your limitations, Reginald. That comforts me, for I find you rather diabolical. No, no, only careful, said Mr. Fortune. The Choice by Eugene Guillaume. First published Black Mask, September 1920. He hesitatingly walked up the broad stone steps. He was not yet used to the silent dignity of the hospital atmosphere. Inside, he took off his soft hat, crushed it in his hand, and instinctively softened his footfalls as he stepped to the information desk. Mrs. L. Follis. The girl silently plugged in the switchboard. A question, an answer. Corridor B, room 8. They are waiting for you, she said. Softly, almost on tiptoe, he walked down the long corridor, passing a nurse in the light blue, white-trimmed uniform distinctive of the hospital, turned to the right, and lightly tapped at a door on which the figure 8 appeared. A nurse opened the door, looked at him, turned and beckoned to someone in the room. A physician, young, alert, came to the door, glanced at him a moment, came out and closed the door behind him. The man before him nervously moistened his lips. Introducing the ultimate voiceover tool for professionals and amateurs. A powerful and easy-to-use software that lets you easily create high-quality voiceovers. The physician looked at him keenly. The man's eyes returned the look questioningly. The time's almost here, said the physician. It's serious. The mother or the baby. I've told her. She says to speak to you. A lightning expression passed over the man's face. The physician's boring gaze noted, but did not fathom it. May I see her? Yes, but only for a minute. The physician turned and opened the door. The man advanced haltingly in the semi-darkness to the bedside. John, and 2 weak arms reached up and clasped him around the neck. The doctor says. Her voice choked. The doctor says, she whispered in weak tones in his ear, that it is baby, or me. A flash of pain winced her face, and she paused as it took her breath. In a moment, I told him I'd leave it to you, she whispered as it passed. My brave girl, I want you. Of course I want you, he answered, low-voiced, but vibrant. A look of ineffable joy came over her face. He wants me, she said feebly, bright-eyed, joy-flushed, to the physician standing at the bedside. He's come back at last, and he wants me. A spasm of pain convulsed her. The physician leaned over quickly and turned to the table of instruments at his side. The nurse gently took the man's arm and led him to the door. Even in her pain, the woman's eyes lovingly followed him. The door closed. A moment passed. It opened again, and the man's head appeared inside. Doctor, he whispered softly. The physician turned, looked, walked to the door. The man beckoned silently, and the physician went outside, closing the door quietly behind him. Well? He questioned. Save the baby, the man replied. The physician stared at him, turned, and re-entered the room. End of The Choice by Eugene Guillaume. The Devil Takes a Hand by Ward Sterling. First published Black Mask, September 1920. Chapter 1. Tennant stopped outside the door of his wife's room and went over the details of his plan for the last time. The thing was so absurdly simple that he wondered why he had not thought of it months before. There was not the least chance of a failure. He had only to plant the idea in her diseased brain, and she, with the cunning that all maniacs possess, would do the rest. Everyone knew her suicidal mania. It had been brought out at the time of the hearing. No blame could possibly be attached to him for her death. Had not the nurse frustrated her in half a dozen different attempts? Damn that fool nurse anyway. She had too exalted an idea of the importance of her position. But after all, it was, possibly, a good thing that she had been so vigilant. People couldn't say that it was carelessness then. He smiled to himself as he recalled the kind things their friends had said when he refused to send his wife to an asylum after the court had pronounced her insane. They imagined that it was his great love that made him keep her with him. It was laughable how easily people could be fooled. How were they to know that he had made a careful investigation and found that too close a watch was kept on the inmates of such institutions? There was a better chance of her making a successful attempt right here at home. Accidents are always liable to happen in private houses. In public institutions, people are paid to guard against such things. Curse the fool law that prohibited a man getting a divorce from an insane wife. Such laws made a criminal of a person. Otherwise, he could have married Helen a year ago. He must guard against his love for her being found out. It might cause someone to cast suspicion his way. Of course, they would never be able to confirm their conjectures. But his position in the community was too high to have even the finger of scorn pointed in his direction. It would never do for a deacon in the church and a prominent professional man to let people know that he was guilty of evil, even in thought. No, he must keep away from Helen until he had shown the proper amount of respect for his deceased wife, for he had begun to think of her as already dead. After a period of hypocritical mourning, they could be quietly married, and he would still retain the love and respect of his fellow townsmen. Of course it meant several months waiting. It would be hard, but they would have the rest of their lives together, and both of them were young. And there was the matter of Grace's inheritance to be considered too. Good thing they had never had a child. It would be all his now. That is, after the proper formalities had been gone through. Naturally, he would erect an expensive headstone to her memory and give her an elaborate funeral. Some people measured a man's love for his wife by the amount of money he spent on her funeral. Yes, the scheme was simply Machiavellian in its magnitude, and, with the requisite amount of attention paid to the details, there was not the least bit of danger. He turned the knob and entered the room, with a tender kiss for the woman with lusterless eyes who sat mumbling to herself in the low wicker chair, nervously picking at the folds of her dress. He turned to the middle-aged woman in nurse's garb who sat in the window nearby. "Better take an hour's walk. Miss Gorman," he said kindly. "You look fagged out. I'll look after Mrs. Tennant until you return." The nurse arose wearily. "It's awfully kind of you, Mr. Tennant. I am tired. She's been bad again today," she ended significantly. Tennant's face took on a worried look. "She'll probably settle down again in an hour or so," he responded. "I've a little work to do. I can do it just as well in the other room and still keep an eye on my poor little girl. There's nothing around that she can get hold of, is there?" He settled himself in a chair beside his wife and patted her white hand affectionately, with a tear in her kindly Irish eyes for the little, unostentatious display of love. Miss Gorman left the room and, a minute later, Tennant, from his place in the window, saw her swinging down the street. The time was at hand. Chapter 2. Pressing his wife's hand tightly between his own, Tennant addressed her in the tone one uses in talking to a little child. "I've often wondered," he said quietly, "why you didn't commit suicide, Grace. Of course, I know that you've tried it, but your methods have been all wrong. Do you understand what I'm getting at? I want to help you." He looked at the woman keenly. He imagined that her dull eyes took on an added brightness, that she was not plucking at the hem of her dress so nervously. He hurried on. "Now, I'm going to show you how to do it, sweetheart. Then, when the nurse is out of the room some day for a few minutes, you can put one over on her. It'll be a good joke on her, won't it? Come on, and I'll show you how to do it." Apathetically, she arose and followed him across the floor to where the big old-fashioned bed stood in the distant corner. "Now watch me, dearie, and see how I do it," he continued. "The nurse thinks that she's got you cheated by removing everything that you might use. But we'll show her, won't we?" He removed the light counterpane from the bed and twisted it into a rope. "See, girlie, How it's done. Just the right size to hang oneself with, isn't it? Now then, we carry this chair across the room and put it under this chandelier. Get the idea? The demented woman made no answer. But Tennant knew that her suicidal mind was attracted by the scheme, that the seed planted in her brain was already sprouting. She followed close behind him, her dull, impassive eyes watching his every move. He stepped upon the chair. The Mystery of the One-Legged Man by J.B. Hawley. The Black Mask, December 1921. Newspaper readers will recall the series of brutal and seemingly senseless murders that occurred in England and were attributed to a criminal whom some clever writer dubbed Peg-Leg, because after each of his appearances he left conclusive evidence in the form of footprints that he was minus his right leg and wore in its place an old-fashioned wooden affair ending in a round steel ferrule. I have said that these murders were seemingly senseless affairs, and that must have been the opinion of everyone who considered that they were committed without any apparent motive. From none of his victims was anything stolen, and in the history of their lives there were no passages to denote the existence of an enemy who might kill in a spirit of revenge for a real or fancied grievance. The first of these horrible crimes occurred in York. The victim was a certain John Elder, manufacturer of buttons, a highly respectable citizen. On the night of his death, Elder had retired to his study to write some letters. As the evening was warm, he had opened the French window, and according to the testimony of his butler, who was the last of his household to see him alive, had dragged forward a small table and placed it just in the window's opening. He had seated himself beside this table and begun to write when the servant left the room. At about 11 o'clock, this same servant had heard a cry coming from the study. He had hurried to see if anything were wrong with his master, and had found him lying beside the table with a knife wound gaping in his chest. Outside the French window, the police had found unmistakable footprints of a one-legged man. These they followed across the lawn until they came to the road, where they became blurred and finally lost in the medley of other prints on this much-traveled thoroughfare. Of course, the detectives rounded up every one-legged man in York and questioned them closely, but all had unquestionable alibis, and as the police were unable to discover or invent a means of tracing the criminal, they eventually dropped the case. Peg-Leg's second victim was a little higher on the social scale. No lover of English sport will ever forget the name of Sir Roger Bascombe, nor will the many unfortunate souls whom he helped in their need be more backward in cherishing his memory. As in the case of John Elder, Bascombe was killed between the hours of 11 and midnight, and on the grounds of his estate in Sussex were found another series of footprints of a one-legged man. Because of his prominence, the police put forth their best efforts to run down his murderer. But these went as unrewarded as had those of their colleagues in York. These two murders happened within 3 months of each other. Then for over a year, Peg-Leg was not heard from again. His next appearance was in London, where on Hampstead Heath he stabbed Professor Thomas Belding, the noted authority on Eastern religions. Now I come to the last of Peg-Leg's activities. His final murder occurred here in Camberwell and robbed me of one of my dearest friends. The Reverend Frank Parkington was a bachelor, and with young Harry Fellows, his curate, lived in the old stone vicarage just behind the Church of St. Anne's. He was in all particulars the finest man I have ever known, a brilliant preacher, a good friend, an ardent worker in his chosen field. His home was a rendezvous for a few of us who, over a convivial pipe, liked to discuss those matters of the day that interested us. On the night of his death, we had gathered at his request to meet Captain Charles Wonderly, the Indian explorer who was his guest. We found this fellow Wonderly a very interesting talker. He had travelled far and seen much, and knew how to picture in words what he had seen. With his descriptions and anecdotes, He held us interested until well toward midnight. I remember that I arrived home at about 12:15. I retired immediately. But I did not go to sleep at once, as my mind was still full of Captain Wonderly's stories. Just as I was dozing off, I heard the church clock strike 2, and at the same instant there came a violent ringing at my doorbell. I found Harry Fellows awaiting me on my doorstep. "Come quickly," he said in a voice hoarse from excitement. "Dr. Parkington is dead, murdered." "Murdered? Good heavens, man, are you mad?" I shouted, staring into his face that showed pale and haggard in the feeble light of my hall lamp. For answer, he reached out and shook me roughly by the shoulder. "Will you come?" he said fiercely, "or shall I have to carry you?" Had I not immediately shown signs of obeying his demand, I really believe the young giant would have picked me up and carried me just as I was in pajamas and slippers. His love for Parkington, who had been more than a father to him, was a strong thing, and at that moment his grief made him less than reasonable. In less than 10 minutes, we were on the road to the vicarage. As we hurried through the still night, Fellows briefly told me what had happened. Chapter 2. After his guests had left, Parkington and Captain Wonderly, who was staying for the night, went to their rooms. Because he had some work to finish, Fellows had remained downstairs. At about 1:15 he was just finishing his writing when he was startled and frightened by the sound of a blood-curdling moan followed by the sound of someone choking. As soon as he had pulled himself together, he ran upstairs, and instinct guided him to Parkington's room. He knocked at the door, and when there was no answer, he pushed it open and entered the bedroom. There, on his knees beside the bed, he found Parkington dead. A knife or some long, sharp instrument had been driven into his back. "What did you do then?" I asked. "Called Rogers, the servant, and sent him off for the police." "You didn't rouse Wonderly?" "No. In the excitement, I forgot all about the fellow." We entered the vicarage and raced up the stairs to Parkington's room. There we found Chief Constable Smithers in charge, and with him a quiet-looking man, whom he introduced as Inspector Grant of Scotland Yard. "Down for a bit of a holiday, sir," and stopping with me. But for the moment, I paid little attention to Smithers and his friend. I was too greatly upset by the sight of the body lying beside the bed. My natural sorrow at Parkington's death was compounded by the awfulness of the way in which he had been taken from us. I went over and stood beside his body, looking down on it, and swearing that I would find his murderer and see that he paid for his crime. Then I turned to Smithers for his report. "Squire," he began gravely, "what I have to tell you will probably surprise you. You have heard of the notorious Pegleg. Well, sir, there is every indication that this is another of his fiendish crimes." Both Fellows and I stared in amazement. Smithers continued, "Yes, sir, I know that it sounds impossible, but nevertheless, it seems to be a fact. Inspector Grant here, who worked on both the Bascom case and that of Professor Belding, will bear me out when I say that all the clues we have been able to find point in that direction." Inspector Grant nodded his head. Smithers crossed the room and stood midway between the bed and an open window that looked out on poor Parkington's lawn. He pointed downward at the carpet. "See here, sir. Those little round marks, and here, leading right to the window, sir. And plenty more of them on the ground below, accompanied by the print of one shoe which does not show on this carpet." "And those marks," I began. "They're from a wooden leg," Smithers finished. "But see here," Fellows cried from beside the window. "How did the beggar get in the house? No man with a wooden leg could climb up here." Smithers shook his head. "No good, sir. It's really a very easy job. You have the hooks that hold the drain pipe all the way. Both Grant and I tried it and had no trouble at all." "Have you tried to follow the trail?" I asked. "Lord bless you, yes, sir. We did that at once. But it leads nowhere. The prints are lost on the stone road less than 100 feet down the highway. We were all bending over those horrible indentations in the carpet when a sound at our backs caused us to look up. In the doorway, clad in his pajamas, was Captain Wonderly, rubbing his eyes and yawning. "I say, you chaps," he said, "what's up?" Then he caught sight of Parkington's body and started forward. "Good heavens, Parkington!" he exclaimed. "What's wrong with him? Is he hurt?" "Dead," I answered briefly. In a dazed sort of way, Wonderly turned his eyes from one to another. At last they rested on Smithers, and guided by the constable's uniform, addressed him as the officer of the law. "Have you got the man that did this?" "Not yet," Smithers replied. "And now, sir, I'll trouble you to tell me who you are and what you know of this business." Wonderly indicated Fellows and me. "These gentlemen know me," he said. "My name's Wonderly. I was a friend of Dr. Parkington. As for what I know of this business, unfortunately, I can't help you a bit. You were staying in the house." Wonderly looked down significantly at his nightclothes. "I certainly was," he answered, "in that room across the hall. And you heard nothing? No sound?" An expression of sorrow, almost of shame, passed over Wonderly's face. "If I only had," he replied quietly, "I'll wager Parkington would be alive now. You see, gentlemen, some years ago I lost the hearing in my right ear. This deficiency doesn't bother me ordinarily, but if I happen to go to sleep on my left ear, as I did tonight, I'm as deaf as a post." At my suggestion, we went downstairs and seated ourselves in the library, leaving the murder chamber and its ghastly inhabitant untouched to await the coroner's arrival. But hardly had we taken our chairs when Fellows jumped to his feet, exclaiming, "This sitting around while Dr. Parkington's murderer is making good his escape is too much for me. I'm going to have a look around." I put out my hand to stop him, but at a signal from Smithers, let it fall. "Let him go," he said, after Fellows had left the room. "It won't do any good, but it won't do any harm, and it may ease the poor lad to be doing something." "Of course you have sent out a general alarm?" I asked Smithers a minute later. He nodded. "Of course, sir. Any one-legged man seen hereabouts will find his way to the police station." Then we began a careful consideration of the crime, each man suggesting what he thought might help toward clearing it up and bringing the criminal to justice. In this consultation, I conceived a great admiration for Captain Wonderly. The man had an exceedingly keen mind. In competition with Smithers and Inspector Grant, both old hands in the pursuit of criminals, he showed up wonderfully. No point escaped him, and several times he set the others right in the development of a theory or in the statement of facts. There and then, I said to myself that if I could persuade Wonderly to give up his time to seeking the murderer of my friend, I might hope for some results. I was about to put the suggestion to him when we were all startled by the sound of quick footsteps on the stairs and along the hall. An instant later, the library door swung wide and the huge bulk of Fellows filled the aperture. I caught my breath in amazement as I saw the expression on his face. His eyes were wild with excitement, and about his lips were lines of grim determination. Without a word to the detectives or me, he crossed the room to Wonderly, and bending over him, whispered in his right ear. A look of utter amazement came into Wonderly's eyes. This was quickly followed by fear, which in turn changed to a sort of blind rage. He strove to rise, but Fellows's hand was around his throat and held him tightly to his chair. Then very slowly, Fellows brought his other hand from behind his back. In it was a long knife and some queer contrivance whose purpose I could not make out. He threw these things on the table in front of Wonderly. "Smithers," he said in a cold, hard voice, "I want you to arrest this man for the murder of John Elder, Sir Roger Bascom, Professor Belding and Dr. Parkington." Chapter 3. What happened then occurred so quickly that we others had no time to pull ourselves together and go to Fellows's aid. There was a brief struggle between Fellows and Wonderly, a cry from the latter, the tinkle of broken glass on the floor, and then suddenly Wonderly's body went limp in Fellows's hands. "Poison," Fellows muttered, bending over the body of his late antagonist. The beggar had it in the pocket of his dressing gown. He picked up a rug from the floor and threw it over the body in front of him. Now we all crowded around Fellows and burst into a babble of questions. He raised one hand to silence us, and with the other pointed at the queer contrivance which, along with the knife, lay in front of Wonderly's corpse. "There," he said, "is the wooden leg of your peg leg." The thing was a piece of board cut in the shape of the sole of a shoe. From the bottom projected a short, round stick tipped with an iron ferrule. At the front and back were straps by which it might be fastened to a man's foot. Only a brief examination of it was needed to see how, once so fastened, the prints the wearer would leave behind would certainly resemble those of a one-legged man. Smithers was the first to break the silence. "Mr. Fellows," he said, "I must congratulate you. You have laid by the heels a man whom the best detectives in England couldn't catch. But I beg of you, sir, tell us how you did it." Fellows sank into a chair. "All right," he said, "it must be some time, and I suppose it might as well be now." He drew a square leather-bound book from his pocket. "But first," he went on, "I want you to listen to a few extracts from Wonderly's diary. They will throw some light on the man's motives for his dastardly crimes." Then, in a low voice, he read us the following. "Calcutta, November 16, civilization again. After 5 years of freedom to be cooped up in this place of narrow streets and silly houses. But if it is my destiny to carry on the war among men of my own race, I must not begin by complaining. I see none but strange faces on the streets and in the clubs. Thanks to the gods, the men who knew me have gone their ways. The fools, they despised me because my eyes sought the light, and when, having found it, I followed it, they said that I had gone fantee. How I could laugh at them now, the pretentious asses with their weak, anemic gods, thinking they know the secrets of life. I who have stood before the altar of Siva and watched the spilling of the blood, I who have hearkened to the angry voice of Kali, would bid them halt and reconsider their conceit, lest the vengeance that is Asia's descend upon them. London, the message came today, and it is to kill, kill, kill. My birthday, and I have begun the great work. John Elder is dead. Even now the police are searching for the one-legged man who killed him. One-legged. I wonder if the fools will ever see through my little scheme for sending them hunting the wild goose. The good work continues. Bascombe and Belding are gone the way of Elder. So may all men go who lift their hands against the holy gods. Fellows closed the book and threw it aside. A madman, I whispered. A religious fanatic of the worst type, Fellows answered. I think I can piece his story together. He became enamored with native life and probably fell into the hands of the priests. Or perhaps a woman led him to the native shrines, and their damnable religion got into his blood and drove him mad. Smithers scratched his head. But what made him kill? Because his victims were the enemies of his religion. All 4 of them knew the evil practices of his cult, knew how his priests were holding back the people of India. With their best efforts and their money, here in England, they were fighting the battles of their dark-skinned brothers thousands of miles away. Now will you tell us how you found this fellow out? The question came from Inspector Grant. Fellows nodded and began. There was one thing that bothered me from the time Wonderly entered the room upstairs, and that was his explanation for not hearing Parkington's cry and the ensuing commotion which I and the rest of us must have made. You remember, he said that he was totally deaf in the right ear. That would have been all right had I not happened to remember that I sat on his right side at dinner tonight and once spoke to him in a voice barely above a whisper in his right ear. and he heard perfectly. My first idea was that the man was a coward and had stayed in his room because he had been afraid to come out and see what all the noise was about. I held to that opinion until we had come downstairs and I left you to wander about the garden. When I went outside, my first impulse was to take a lantern and examine the famous footprints. I did so and traced them as you did down to the stone road. Then I came back to the house and began to wander aimlessly about the other side of it. I ended up a few yards away from Wonderly's window. Happening to glance downward, I saw something that sent the blood racing through my veins. There on the ground before me, in a soft spot on the gravel, were another set of footprints, and these were of a man with 2 legs wearing shoes that seemed to correspond to the single shoe worn by the man with 1 leg. I raced around to the other side of the house and verified my suspicion. Then I went back to my find. I took the direction the prints pointed out and followed it slowly, my lantern close to the ground. A ways farther on, I found another set of prints and so on. Every little while I found them until I had made a wide detour and was out on the stone road where the murderer's prints began and ended. At first I did not realize the significance of what I had discovered. Then it suddenly came to me that a man could easily leave the footprints of a 1-legged man if, in walking, he used a stilt or some such device. Also, I recalled that the new prints had begun at Wonderly's window. Then I knew why he hadn't joined us in Parkington's room sooner. It was because he was probably in hiding somewhere at the other side of the house, waiting for a chance to slip back into his room after having murdered my friend and left those bewildering prints. I came back to the house, crept upstairs, and went through his things. You know what I found and what happened after that. End of The Mystery of the 1-Legged Man by J.B. Hawley.
This story is a detective noir tale with elements of hard-boiled fiction. It centers on a troubled photographer, Wayne, who uncovers a web of deception and murder while working on a routine assignment. As he navigates through corruption, betrayal, and personal loss, Wayne is forced to confront a dangerous adversary in a high-stakes game of survival. The narrative delves into themes of justice, vengeance, and the blurry line between right and wrong, exploring how one's past can shape their present decisions and the price of uncovering dark truths. Stop the Presses by Frederick C. Davis. Black Mask, December 1938. An accused killer joins his own manhunt. The patrolman came out of the dark door, crossed the porch, and paused on the top step. In his right hand he was holding his service revolver. He lifted the gun and aimed with cool deliberation at the dark figure that was fleeing down Sycamore Drive. The man who had bolted from the house a moment ago was running through the shadows of a wet and blustering night. The rain shaking through the trees helped to make him an indistinct target. The patrolman waited with grim patience, his gun still lifted, while the fugitive moved toward the shine of the streetlight at the corner. The light was a hazard that the escaping man could not avoid. Suddenly, he became clearly visible, running with his shoulders hunched, his hat pulled low, a coat bundled under his left arm. He crossed the sidewalk with the obvious purpose of dodging into the darker side street. At that instant, the patrolman fired. The shot was a flash of coppery flame, a thunderbolt that caused the fugitive to stumble. He seemed about to fall, but he caught himself and dove into the shelter of a hedge. The patrolman sprang from the steps, watchful for any flicker of movement, his gun poised. He hastened to the intersection. His wet rubber coat glistened as he paused, peering in every direction through the downpour. His quarry was nowhere in sight. Quickly he turned about and hurried back to the house. The only light in the house was shafting up through the open door of the cellar. The patrolman gazed down the stairs, and his ruddy face grew hard. His lips were thin, his chin blunt, and his eyes calculating. In a confidently decisive manner, he took up the telephone. The line was open. A voice was rasping over it when he tucked the receiver inside the flap of his rubber cap. "Hello, hello, Orr," the voice was saying. "Patrolman Orr speaking again, Inspector. He made a break for it, sir, turned off the lights, ran out and got away. Better signal the radio bureau, sir." "Give me his description." "Age about 30, sir. Good-looking chap. 6 feet, brown hair, blue eyes, wearing a gray suit. He grabbed up a hat and some kind of a topcoat on the way out, but I didn't get a look at them. I fired at him, sir, and I'm sure I hit him." Patrolman Orr could hear Inspector Early talking to the radio bureau over the office dictograph. "It's on the air now," the inspector informed him briskly. "Go back to what you were telling me when he made the break." "Yes, sir." "I was working my tour about 10 minutes ago when I heard a couple of gunshots, muffled reports, like they'd come from inside one of the houses. I tried to locate the house, and the next thing I heard was a chopping sound in the Wayne place, number 5750 Sycamore Drive. I entered by the front door without knocking, and I walked right in on a murder." "You say Mrs. Wayne's body is in the cellar?" "Yes, sir. She's not wearing anything but a nightgown, so he must have shot her upstairs in the bedroom, then carried her down. I found Wayne, her husband, down there with her. There's a hole dug in the floor underneath the stairs. Looks like he was going to bury her, hide her body." "Stay right there until the homicide squad arrives," Inspector Early directed. "Then come to my office and make a full report." "Yes, sir." Patrolman Orr disconnected, turned to the cellar door, and descended into the cold cement room where the murdered woman lay. Rain swept by in angry gusts. It pelted the streaming windows, poured off swinging signs, and filled the gutters. Only a few cars and fewer pedestrians were braving the storm, but in the downtown section of the city, scores of rubber-coated cops were on the prowl. Orders direct from the chief's office had organized every available patrolman into a concerted manhunt. They tried the doors of stores that were closed for the night. They tramped through back alleys and dark yards. They peered into every doorway, their eyes alert for a fugitive wanted for murder. As one of them appeared at the corner directly ahead of him, Stephen Wayne lowered his head. Through the water dripping from the brim of his sodden hat, he gazed warily at the ominous black figure. His steps slowed. The cop was tramping toward him. He turned to the only possible shelter nearby, the door of a cheap restaurant. He went in quietly, concealing the anxious tension of his nerves, trying to appear to be a casual customer. The air in here was warm and heavy with the greasy odor of cooking. 2 men were perched on stools at the white tile counter. Behind it, another man who had a soiled apron wrapped around his paunch was frying 2 hamburgers on the grill. Stephen Wayne opened his streaming coat and shook the water from his hat, using only his right hand while his left arm hung stiffly at his side. He slid onto another of the stools. "Coffee," he said. He saw the cop step into the doorway. The cop stood there, looking up and down the street. Watching him through the tails of his eyes, Wayne drank coffee. He drank slowly while the patrolman remained in the doorway. There was a midget radio sitting on a shelf. It had been playing, but now its music was fading. Wayne sat motionless, listening to an announcement. From the editorial room of the Queen City Chronicle comes another dispatch concerning the murder of Mrs. Stephen Wayne. The police are still searching for the husband of the dead woman. The railroad terminal, the airport, the bus stations are being watched. All cars leaving the city are being stopped. Chief of Police Beckett has just issued a statement saying that he believes Stephen Wayne, wanted for the killing of his wife, has not succeeded in escaping the city. Chief Beckett is confident that Wayne's apprehension is only a matter of hours, perhaps minutes. The weapon of murder has not been found. It is believed that Wayne is still carrying the gun with which he allegedly murdered his wife. All officers detailed to the case have been warned that Wayne is evidently desperate to escape justice, and that an attempt to capture him may mean a gunfight. Chief Beckett, who is known for his direct and drastic methods, has ordered his men, if it is necessary to shoot in order to capture Wayne, shoot first. The Queen City Chronicle will bring you more news concerning the Wayne murder as developments arise. Stephen Wayne's mouth tightened. His cup was empty now. He saw that the patrolman was still blocking the door. He slowly moved his left arm and suppressed a pained grimace. His high forehead was covered with cold dew. His nerves were jerking, and his stomach seemed about to capsize. Rising, he left a nickel on the counter and turned to the door in the rear that was labeled Men. After a few moments, he felt steadier. He sank the bolt into its socket, then worked himself out of his coats. The left sleeve of his shirt was crusty with dried blood. Rolling it up, he found that the bullet had hit him 3 inches above the elbow. Evidently, it had been almost spent, for it was lodged in the tough muscle. It hadn't gone in very far. Wayne could feel the hard lump in his flesh. At first, the wound hadn't hurt much, but now the numbness was gone. It felt hot and raw. It was swelling and throbbing. He folded his handkerchief and wrapped it around his arm, knotting it as tightly as he could with one hand in his teeth. He got back into his coat and topcoat, then released the bolt and looked toward the front door of the restaurant. The patrolman was no longer there. Drawing an easier breath, Wayne walked through the restaurant and went out. Raindrops drove into his face. He leaned against the whipping wind, keeping close to the buildings. He turned the corner in an effort to escape the lash of the storm. Abruptly, he stopped short. Another patrolman was moving toward him. The patrolman's head was lifted, and his eyes, shadowed by the visor of his rain cap, were directed straight at Wayne. Wayne set his jaw. Knowing that the cop's suspicions would be aroused if he turned and hurried away, he went on. Just ahead of him was another doorway. A legend was lettered in gold on the glass panes, Queen City Chronicle. Reasoning that a newspaper office would be the last place in the city that a fugitive would be expected to enter, he reached for the knob. The glass showed him a startling reflection. The cop was also turning toward the door. Wayne entered a foyer. On his right, it opened into a large room. A sign hung overhead, Advertising Department. There was a counter bearing another sign, Classified Section, and behind it sat many desks. None of the desks was occupied, and most of the overhead lights were out, but 2 young women were working behind the counter. Neither of them looked up at Wayne. He felt the surge of the wind as the entrance opened behind him. The patrolman was coming in. Still moving, Wayne turned to a door on the left. It was lettered, Press Room, no admittance. He stepped into a deafening din. 2 gigantic presses were roaring. A score of pressmen wearing inky overalls were busy around them. The air was hot. The heat, with an odor of scorched paper, was coming from the stereotype machines, with their tanks of molten type metal at the farther end of the room. Nearby, 2 men were bending over a metal-topped table on which several page forms were lying. One of the men had shaggy white hair. In one blue-veined hand, he was holding a magnifying glass, through which he was reading the type in a number of galley trays. He looked up curiously and said something which Stephen Wayne could not distinguish through the thunder of the presses. Wayne glanced around quickly, searching for another way out, but the door behind him was opening. The patrolman was following him. His nerves straining, Wayne checked a wild impulse to spin about, to thrust his way past the cop, to run. He forced himself to pretend that he was paying no attention to the patrolman, and that he was here for a legitimate purpose. Then he saw the headlines on the front pages of the newspapers that were pouring out of the presses. Cop surprises husband burying murdered wife in cellar. Wayne stood transfixed, staring at the damning black print. His throat dry, he watched several pressmen pick up armloads of the papers, deftly bind them with twine, and send the bundles tumbling down a chute. News to be rushed to every point of the city and to scores of nearby towns. Suddenly he was aware that the white-headed man was tapping his wounded arm. "Looking for the city room?" the old man shouted at him. Wayne eased his arm away. Over his shoulder, he saw that the cop was still standing in the doorway. He had to swallow some of the fire in his throat before he could answer. "Yes, yes," he shouted back. "Where is the city room?" "Upstairs," the hoary-headed man yelled. "Are you Lester?" He took Wayne's arm, and Wayne stiffened with pain. He brought his colorless lips close to Wayne's ear. "Are you Chick Lester?" Wayne chanced answering this question with a nod. The old man pulled him toward the door at which the cop was posted. He might have wrenched himself away if the cop had not, at that moment, wagged a comradely hand. The three of them stepped into the foyer. "My name's Lamb," the old man said, taking Wayne's hand and pumping it. "Makeup editor. Gifford's waiting for you." "Lester. Expected you hours ago. We've got plenty to keep us busy tonight." He turned to the patrolman. "Officer Harrigan, Mr. Lester," he introduced. "Bad night out to be hunting for a killer, isn't it, Harrigan?" "It is that," the patrolman said, mopping his face with his handkerchief. "Wet job, but we're hoping it'll soon be over. Not much chance of his getting away. Just thought I'd come in and wring a little of the rain out of me." Wayne drew a breath and ventured, "A murder? Tonight? Where?" "Lester's just come from Kansas City," Lamb explained to the patrolman. "Remember those pictures of the riot at the amalgamated plant there? He took 'em. Some of the best action shots I ever used. You're just in time. Lester Gifford's been howling his head off about having only one lensman on the job tonight. Come along with me, and he'll tell you about it." Because the patrolman was staying in the lobby, Wayne had no choice but to follow Lamb. They climbed 3 flights of iron stairs, then pushed through a pair of swinging doors into the city room. Wayne paused, coldly wondering if anyone here might recognize him. 5 young men and a girl were seated at desks, all pounding away on typewriters. They gave Wayne no more than a glance. At a desk in the far corner, a man wearing a green eye shade was quickly reading a sheaf of copy, holding a blue pencil poised. Lamb touched his shoulder. "Here's your new photog, Gifford." Gifford jumped out of his chair and grabbed Wayne's hand. He was a lanky young man with a clean-cut face that looked feverish. His intelligent eyes were filled with excitement. "Lester, am I glad to see you?" he exclaimed. "We've got the sweetest murder case in years. I've only had one cameraman since Samuel's left. You're taking Samuel's place. And he's been running around in circles trying to cover it all by himself since the case broke tonight. I want all the pictures I can get, the more the better. Since I got to be city editor, we've been using more pictures in a week than we used to in a month. You'll need to jump right into this. Jenkins will steer you around until you get the lay of the land. Those riot shots of yours were great. When Samuels quit, I knew you were the man I wanted. What kept you? Is the storm tying up the roads?" Wayne fumbled for an answer. "That's it. They're flooded in places. Nothing serious. But I had to take a detour. Sorry I couldn't get here sooner, but..." Before he could finish, a sudden interruption came. A door on the side of the room opened, and a dynamic little man inserted himself between Wayne and Gifford. He was red-headed and vociferously elated. He slapped several damp photographic prints onto Gifford's desk. "There's the murder victim, lying right where Orr found her," he said in a rush. "She was a beauty, wasn't she? Spoiled as hell, though, you can see it in her face. Look how little she's got on. I wish we could run it. We can't, though, because it would shock the natives, but I had to get it. The other one shows the hole her husband was digging in the cellar with a big poker. He hadn't gotten very far before Orr found him. Boy, how this is building up." The photograph of Nadine was lying directly in front of Wayne. Nadine dead, clad only in a thin silk film, lying on her back on the cement floor with 2 ghastly wounds in her chest. Beside her was the cavity in the cement, ragged and dark. A chill started to creep up Wayne's neck and spread down his spine. He closed his eyes. The red-headed man continued. There's a long shot of the cellar showing the corpse under a sheet. We can use that one. There's a close-up of the cellar windows with burlap bags tacked over them to keep light from shining out and attracting attention. He'd been planning this skiff, planning it a long while. According to the neighbors, Gifford grabbed the hook of his telephone. "Press room," he barked. "Stop the presses," he ordered. "Hold them and break up page 1 for a new layout. Jenk just brought me some pics. Leave room for a 4-column spread. We'll have to wait for the cuts. Damn it, Ape, quit yelling and stop those presses." Wayne watched Gifford hand the photographs to Lamb. Peering through his magnifying glass, Lamb began preparing them for the engraver, working with brush and ink. Jenkins was still talking. "Listen, Giff. What the neighbors are saying makes this even tougher for the Wayne guy. The homicide boys have been asking questions and learning plenty about—" "What about a picture of Wayne?" Gifford asked quickly. "I want to plaster that guy's mug all over the front page. It'll help catch him if he's still on the loose tomorrow, help crack the case. I went all through that house trying to get one, but Inspector Early said they couldn't find any," Jenkins answered. "The Waynes didn't move into town until a couple of months ago, and the cops haven't uncovered any of their connections yet. Listen, Giff, about the neighbors. The Waynes were married less than a year ago, but their home life seems to have been one continual scrap. The people next door say they heard the wife once, yelling that she was going to divorce him and sock him for plenty of alimony. I get it. It got to be too much for Wayne to take," Gifford said. "Jenk," he added with a gesture, "this is Chick Lester." Jenkins gripped Wayne's hand eagerly. "Lester, mighty glad to know you. I'm glad Samuels decided to go to New York and freelance, so now we've got a real lens hawk on the job. I'm pretty new at this game, and I'm hoping you can help me along with a few pointers. What say? I'll get you acquainted with the burg and you." "Got your camera along, Lester?" Gifford asked. No, I haven't," Wayne managed. "Not tonight. You see my baggage. Get him Samuel's old box, Jenk," Gifford directed. "Both of you boys are going to be hopping the rest of the night. You can't give me too many pics. Lester, I want you to get a good shot of the cop who caught Wayne red-handed." Wayne could only nod. Jenk couldn't get at him because he'd been called in to report. Gifford hurried on. "His name is Orr. He's your most important assignment, but I want you to shoot everything else that looks good. You'll probably pick up something new at police headquarters. Jenk, take him over right away and introduce him to Inspector Early and Chief Beckett." "Sure thing," Jenkins promised. Wayne said quietly, "How about a press card?" Gifford reached into a drawer in his desk. He took out a card, wrote the name of Charles Lester on it, then scrawled his signature. Wayne's fingers tingled as Gifford passed it to him. He saw it as a means of getting himself outside the police dragnet. Until the real Lester appeared, how soon, Wayne couldn't guess. It would help him conceal his identity and escape to another city. Determined to make the most of an opportunity that might vanish at any moment, Wayne was tucking the card into his wallet when the sudden opening of the swinging doors startled him. A man marched in, heavily muscular. His sleeves were rolled far up his hairy arms, and he was wearing an ink-spotted canvas apron. His head was lowered, eyes flashing with anger as he slammed his fist on Gifford's desk. "Don't start yelling at me, Ape," Gifford said quickly. "You've got to hold the presses for—" "Great God," growled the big man. "Every time I start an edition rolling, you howl at me to stop the presses, stop the presses. Damn it, Giff, I can't change the train schedules." Whenever the mail edition misses, I hear complaints from hundreds of farmers who get the paper 2 days late. The big boss jumps down my throat for that, not yours. I'm not stopping my presses for you every time you get a new picture. I'm getting my editions out on time. And don't call me Ape. My name's Apperman." The presses were still rumbling in the basement. Wayne found a chance to gather himself while Gifford and Apperman argued. He allowed the eager Jenkins to lead him into a cubbyhole that was equipped as a darkroom. It was filled with the acrid smell of developing solutions rising from the trays on the bench. The shelves were cluttered with bottles and supplies, boxes of film and printing paper, cans of chemicals, and piles of flash bulbs. As Wayne tried to clarify his thoughts, Jenkins placed a camera in his hands. "It's in good shape, and the speed gun's just been checked," Jenkins said. "Here's a dozen holders in your case, all loaded, and plenty of bulbs. You're all set. Say, I've been looking forward to meeting you, Lester. I'm anxious to see how you work." Wayne's mind was far beyond the camera he was seemingly inspecting. "You've got plenty to do tonight without having me on your hands, Jenk," he said quietly. "Just tell me where headquarters is and I'll find my way." "Wouldn't think of it," Jenkins demurred happily. "It'll be a pleasure to show you around. The inspector and the chief are good guys, but you've got to know how to handle 'em. I'll be glad to give you the dope." Wayne's lips twitched. "Altogether, you seem to be giving this Wayne chap the works," he said. "Apparently the police are sure he's guilty." "Say, we're going to town on this, all right," Jenkins agreed. "It's open and shut." Wayne swallowed. "No possibility that the police are wrong?" "Not any," Jenkins assured him blithely. "Wayne is guilty as hell. Once the cops grab him, he's as good as hung. You might read about it in the galley proofs while I load up." Wayne eased out of the darkroom and paused outside the door for a moment. A peculiar chill gathered around his heart. He glanced from one busy staff member to another, numbly marveling that none of them realized a fugitive wanted for murder was among them. None of them? His gaze stopped on the face of the girl sitting at one of the desks. She had stopped typing and was studying him with a puzzled expression. For a moment they locked eyes, her gaze curious, Wayne's filled with sharp misgivings. Her deep brown eyes and slightly parted lips suggested she might speak, yet her long bobbed hair and jumper dress made her look almost like a schoolgirl, except she seemed too knowing. After a moment, her eyes dropped back to her work, but the puzzled expression lingered on her face. Troubled, Wayne moved toward Lamb's desk. A pug-nosed copyboy was standing beside it, impatiently waiting to whisk the pictures away the moment Lamb finished retouching them. Wayne leaned over Lamb's shoulder. The white-haired man was about to hand the prints to the boy when Wayne reached for them. He turned toward Gifford's desk. "See here," Wayne said. Gifford looked up. "Notice this," Wayne continued. "The bottom of this hole in the floor is flat. It couldn't have been left like that if Wayne had been digging with a big poker. In fact, no matter what tool was used, it wouldn't leave a surface as perfectly even as this." Gifford inspected the picture. "Must be the lighting that makes it look that way," he said. He looked back at Wayne with growing interest. Wayne hesitated, but risked another comment. Supposedly, Wayne was about to bury his wife's body, conceal it. To do that, he'd have to restore the floor afterward. "But look at this other picture. It shows almost the whole cellar. I don't see anything he might have used for that. Jenk said Wayne had planned everything, but, well, for instance, there isn't even a bag of cement." Wayne held Gifford's sharp gaze. "Doesn't mean anything," Gifford said. "If he'd already gotten some cement to patch the floor, it might be out of range of the camera, or in the garage, or somewhere else. Maybe he planned to buy it tomorrow. Don't worry, the cops will check. What are you driving at, Lester? Picking up a hunch that Wayne isn't guilty? Why?" Wayne forced a smile. "It strikes me as a good angle, playing up both sides of the case. It would make a better story if we let the police work on their theory that Wayne is guilty, while we try to find evidence to prove he's innocent. Gifford shook his head emphatically. We don't try to show up the police department. That guy's guilty as hell. He hasn't got a chance. Hustle up that picture of Patrolman Orr as fast as you can, will you, Lester? Gifford returned to slashing at a messy copy